The Identicals. Written by Elin Hilderbrand. Read by Erin Bennett. Dedication. For Eric, Randy, Heather, and Doug. Together we stand. Nantucket. Like thousands of other erudite, discerning people, you've decided to spend your summer vacation on an island off the coast of Massachusetts. You want postcard beaches. You want to swim, sail, and surf in Yankee blue waters. You want to eat clam chowder and lobster rolls, and you want those dishes served to you by someone who calls them chowder and lobster. You want to ride in a Jeep with the top down, your golden retriever, named Charles Emerson Winchester III, riding shotgun. You want to live the dream. You want an American summer. But wait, you're torn. Should you choose Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard? And does it really matter? Aren't the islands pretty much the same? We chuckle and smirk at the assumption shared by so many. Possibly you're not familiar with a bumper sticker, a bestseller at the Hub on Main Street, and proudly displayed on the vehicles of nearly every islander of distinction, including the director of the Nantucket Island Chamber of Commerce, that reads, "God made the vineyard, but he lives on Nantucket." If you're not swayed by that kind of shameless propaganda, then consider the vital statistics. Nantucket Island. Settled, 1659. Original inhabitants, Wampanoag Indians. Distance from Hyannis, 30 miles. Area, 45 square miles. Population, 11,000 year-round, 50,000 summer. Number of towns, 1. Famous residents, prefer not to be named. Martha's Vineyard. Settled, 1642. We say age before beauty. Original inhabitants, Wampanoag Indians. Distance from Woods Hole, 11 miles. We say it's practically the mainland. Area, 100 square miles. We say twice as big. Population, 16,535 year-round, 100,000 summer. We say twice as many. Number of towns, 6. We are speechless. And can someone please tell us what is up with Chappaquiddick? Famous residents, Meg Ryan, Lady Gaga, Skip Gates, Vernon Jordan, Carly Simon, James Taylor, and John Belushi, deceased and buried off South Road. They have Bluto. We say, so what? Is there any part of Martha's Vineyard that can compete with our cobblestone streets or the stately perfection of the Three Bricks, the homes that whale oil merchant Joseph Starbuck built for his 3 sons between 1837 and 1840? Does the vineyard have an enclave of tiny rose-covered cottages, as whimsical as dollhouses, as we do in the picturesque village of Sconset? Does MYV have a protected arm of golden sand beach, home to piping plovers and a colony of seals, as our northernmost tip, Great Point, does? Does it have a sweeping vista like the one offered across Sacajah Pond toward the peppermint stick of Sankaty Head Lighthouse? Does it have a dive bar as glamorously gritty as the Chicken Box, where one can hear Grace Potter one week and Trombone Shorty the next? You might not want to get us started on the superiority of our restaurants. If it were our last night on Earth, who among us could choose between the cheeseburger with garlic fries from the Languedoc Bistro and the seared scallop taco with red cabbage slaw from Millie's? We understand how you might confuse those of us here with our compatriots there. After all, our region is lumped together as the Cape and the islands, but we are 2 distinct nations, each with its own ways, its own means, its own traditions, histories, and secrets, and its own web of gossip and scandal. Think of the two islands as you would a set of twins. Outwardly, we look alike, but beneath the surface, we are individuals. Martha's Vineyard. There is a bumper sticker, a bestseller according to the owner of Allie's General Store, that reads, "God made Nantucket, but he lives on the vineyard." Some of us would have edited that bumper sticker to say, "But he lives in Chilmark," because who wants to be lumped in with the honky-tonk shenanigans happening down island? However, in the interest of keeping this a foreign war and not a civil one, let's celebrate the reasons we're superior to Nantucket. The vineyard has diversity of races, of opinions, of terrain. We have the Methodist campground with its colorful gingerbread houses, the Tabernacle, Ocean Park, Inkwell Beach, Donovan's Reef, home of the Dirty Banana, and that's only in Oak Bluffs. We have dozens of family farms that harvest an abundance of organic produce. We have the Jaws Bridge and the cliffs of Aquina. We have East Chop, West Chop, the Katama Airstrip, and a neighbor in Edgartown who keeps llamas on his front lawn. We have Chappaquiddick, which is a lot more than just the place where Teddy Kennedy may or may not have driven Mary Jo Kopechne to her death off the Dyke Bridge. After all, there is a Japanese garden on Chappie. And if we let the air in our Jeep tires down to 11 pounds and pay $200 for a sticker, we can enjoy the wild, windswept beauty of Cape Pogue. We have rolling hills, deciduous trees, and low stone walls. We have Menemsha, the best fishing village in the civilized world, where one can get the freshest seafood, the creamiest chowder, and the crispiest, most succulent fried whole-belly clams. Have you never heard of the Bite? Larson's? The Homeport? These are iconic spots. These are legends. We have the best celebrations: Illumination Night, the Ag Fair, the August fireworks. We aren't sure what anyone celebrates on Nantucket other than being able to land a plane successfully at the airport despite the pea soup fog, or finally being able to find the correct shade of dusty pink on a pair of dress pants. But what really makes the vineyard special is the people. The vineyard boasts a large and active population of middle and upper-class African Americans. We have a Brazilian church. We also have celebrities, but you would never recognize half of them because they have to wait in line at Backdoor Donuts and sit in traffic at Five Corners in Vineyard Haven, just like everyone else. Most of us have only been to Nantucket for one reason: the Island Cup. We won't say anything about the football game itself because no one likes a braggart, but every time we visit to cheer on our high school players, we can't help wondering how our fellow islanders can bear to live on such a flat, barren, and foggy rock so far out to sea. Still, there is a connection between us that's hard to refute. Geologists suspect that as recently as 23,000 years ago, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, and Cape Cod were all part of one landmass. It might be easier to think of us as sisters, twins even, birthed by the same mother. We like to think of Martha's Vineyard as the favorite. But then, of course, Nantucket likes to think of herself as the favorite. Martha's Vineyard. Harper. Reed Zimmer isn't on call at 7:00 p.m. on Friday, June 16, when Harper Frost's father, Billy, draws his final breath. Dr. Zimmer is at a picnic at Lambert's Cove with his wife's family. Apparently, they hold the same party every year at the start of summer. Bonfire, potato salad, chicken blackening on the portable Weber grill. Sadie Zimmer's brother, Franklin Phelps, is one of the vineyard's favorite guitar players. Harper always goes to hear him when he's playing at the Ritz, and Harper imagines Dr. Zimmer, his feet buried in the cold sand, singing along with Franklin to Wagon Wheel. Harper is still at her father's bedside when she sends Dr. Zimmer a text. It says, "Billy is gone." She imagines his shock followed by his guilt. He promised Harper it wouldn't happen tonight. He told her that Billy still had time. "Check in on him as usual," Dr. Zimmer had said that afternoon when he rose from Harper's bed, the white sheets tangled from their lovemaking. "But feel free to enjoy your weekend." He had looked out her window at the lilac bush, which, overnight it seemed, had exploded into a show-offy bloom. "I can't believe it's all starting again. Another summer." Feel free to enjoy your weekend? Harper had thought. She hated when Reed talked to her as though she were merely his patient's daughter, a virtual stranger. But isn't she a stranger to him, in a way? Reed only sees Harper when she's sitting by her father's hospital bed, or when they're making love in her duplex. They don't go on dates. They have never bumped into each other at Kroenig's. Reed claims he has never noticed her driving the Rooster delivery truck, even when she waves at him like a woman drowning. Harper and Reed have been sleeping together only since October, and so she isn't sure what another summer means to him. Today offered the first clue. His wife's parents, the elder Phelpses, are now in residence at their house in Katama, recently arrived back from Vero Beach. There will be family obligations, such as this picnic, when it will seem as though Reed is living on another planet. Harper waits a few moments before texting anyone else. Her father is right here, but he's gone. His face is slack. It looks vacated, like a house where there's no one home. Billy died while Harper was talking to him about Dustin Pedroia of the Red Sox. He took one great shuddering breath, then another. Then he looked right into Harper's eyes, into her heart, into her soul, and said, "I'm sorry, kiddo." And that was it. Harper put her ear to his chest. The machine issued its sustained beep, calling the game. Over. Reed doesn't text back. Harper tries to remember if there is cell reception at Lambert's Cove. She is always making excuses for him. Because of the 3 men now remaining in her life, he's the one she's in love with. She sends the same text. Billy is gone. To Sergeant Drew Truman of the Edgartown Police Department. Harper and Drew have been dating for 3 weeks. He asked her out while they were both on the Chappie Ferry, and Harper thought, why not? Drew Truman belongs to one of the most prominent African-American families in Oak Bluffs. His mother, Yvonne Truman, served as a selectman for more than 10 years. She is one of the 5 Snyder sisters, all of whom own brightly colored, impeccably maintained gingerbread cottages facing Ocean Park. Harper remembered Drew back when he was a high school athlete featured every week in the Vineyard Gazette sports pages. He then went to college and the police academy before coming home to Dukes County to serve and protect. Harper had thought that dating someone new might ameliorate the agony of seeing a married man. She and Drew have gone out 6 times. They've eaten Mexican food at Sharky's 4 times. It's Drew's favorite, for reasons Harper can't quite comprehend. They had lunch once at the Katama Airstrip Diner, and their most recent date was a fancy night out at the Seafood Shanty. Surf and turf, water views, singing waiters. Harper knows that Drew expected sex at the end of the night, but Harper has been able to hold him off thus far, citing her dying father as the reason she can't be intimate. Drew is keen to introduce Harper to his mother, his brother's wife, his nieces and nephews, his aunties, his cousins' children, the whole extended Snyder-Truman family. But this, too, is a step Harper isn't ready to take. Part of her does yearn to be taken in, fussed and clucked over, cooked for, admired and petted, even argued with and looked askance at because her skin is white. In short, there is appeal in being official with Drew. But the harsh reality remains. Harper loves Reed, and only Reed. Harper sighs. Drew is working the beat tonight. He makes double time on weekends, but with all the bozos out drinking too much and enjoying the first days of the summer season, Is it worth it? He'll go on 30 calls, she bets, and 27 of them will be drunken disorderlies, and 3 will be accidents involving taxi drivers who haven't learned their way around yet. The third man remaining in Harper's life is her precious, damaged friend Brendan Donegal, who is exiled over on Chappie. Harper wants to let Brendan know that Billy has died, but Brendan can't manage texting anymore. Like 26 killer wasps, the alphabet swarms him. He uses his phone only to tell the time. Nothing from Dr. Zimmer. Will Harper be forced to call? She calls Dr. Zimmer all the time because she has had many legitimate questions about her father's condition. Liver failure, kidney failure, congestive heart failure. Billy Frost's end has been a series of failures. Surely no one will fault Harper for calling Reed now, after her father has died. But she has an uncomfortable premonition. She waits. Billy Frost is dead at the age of 73. Harper takes a stab at writing his obituary in her mind as the nurses come in to clean him up and prepare him for the fun-filled ride to the morgue. William O'Shaughnessy Frost, master electrician and avid Red Sox fan, died last night at Martha's Vineyard Hospital in Oak Bluffs. He is survived by his daughter, Harper Frost, and his daughter, Tabitha Frost, and his granddaughter, Ainsley Cruz, and his ex-wife, Eleanor Roxy Frost, all of Nantucket, Massachusetts. What will surprise people the most? Harper wonders. That Billy has a daughter identical to but completely different from the cute screw-up who delivers packages for Rooster Express? Or that Billy used to be married to the famous Boston fashion designer Eleanor Roxy Frost, more commonly known as ERF? Or will the shocker be that the other half of Billy's family lives on the rival island, that fancy upscale haven for billionaires? Harper's twin sister, Tabitha, hasn't set foot on Martha's Vineyard in 14 years, and Harper's mother, Eleanor, hasn't been here since her honeymoon in 1968. Harper's niece, Ainsley, has never been here. Billy had been sad about that. When he wanted to see Ainsley, he had to go to Nantucket, which he did religiously every August. "You sure you don't want to come with me?" he used to ask Harper. "I'm sure," Harper would say. "Tabitha doesn't want me there." "When will you girls learn?" Billy would reply, and Harper would mouth along with him. Family is family. Family is family, Harper thinks. That's the problem. Nothing back from Reed. Harper imagines him eating pie. Reed's wife, Sadie, is famous for her pies. Her mother used to have a stand along the side of the road, and Sadie has capitalized on that artisanal pie-making endeavor and turned it into a gold mine. She rents a small commercial kitchen and storefront in Vineyard Haven. It's a scant mile from Harper's duplex, and cranks out the pies: strawberry rhubarb, blueberry peach, lobster pot. A lobster pot pie costs $42. Harper knows this because, near the end of his life, Billy Frost became a fan. One of his female admirers, and there were many, dropped off a lobster pot pie all warm and fragrant and filled with claw and knuckle meat in a thick sherry cream sauce under golden pastry, and Billy declared that he had died and, against all expectations, gone to heaven. When Billy got really bad but could still eat, Harper had felt it her duty to buy him a lobster pot pie. She had entered the shop, the upper crust, with trepidation, knowing she was most likely going to come face to face with her lover's wife for the first time. Harper was forearmed, but seeing Sadie had come as a shock. She was far shorter than Harper had expected. Her head barely cleared the top of the pie case. Her hair was cut short like a boy's, and her eyes bulged, giving her the expression of a cartoon character perpetually caught by surprise. Sadie didn't seem to have any idea who Harper was. She displayed no wariness, just a pleasant smile that revealed a gap between her two front teeth. Harper knew that some men found a gap like that sexy, although Harper never understood the attraction. If her own teeth had looked like that, she would have beat it straight to the orthodontist. "Can I help you?" Sadie had asked. "My father is dying," Harper blurted out. Sadie's eyes popped a little more. "He wants a lobster pot pie," Harper said. "It's the one thing he's been asking for. Mrs. Tobias dropped one off last week for him, and he can't stop talking about it." "Mrs. Tobias is an excellent customer," Sadie said. She tilted her head. "Is your father Billy Frost, by any chance?" "Yes," Harper said. She felt like she was on a roller coaster, cresting, cresting. "Mrs. Tobias told me he was sick. You know, he installed some light fixtures for me when I first opened this shop. He was the only electrician who was willing to do it. Everyone else said I had to call the contractor who had wired it back when it was a scented candle place, but that guy had long ago gone to jail." "Buttons," Harper said, almost involuntarily. Billy had absorbed much of Buttons Jones's business when Buttons was indicted for tax evasion. Sadie retrieved a lobster pot pie hot from the oven. For a second, Harper thought the pie would be free of charge, a gift for a man who had long ago done Sadie Zimmer a solid. "That'll be $42, Sadie said. Harper has a hard time imagining Reed and Sadie together at home. She knows which house is theirs. It's in West Tisbury, near the Field Gallery, but she's never been inside. She can more easily imagine the Zimmers sitting side by side in the sand in front of the fire at Lambert's Cove. Maybe Sadie has a beautiful singing voice, whereas Harper, although she loves to sing at the top of her lungs in the Rooster Express delivery truck, can't carry a tune. It isn't a competition, Harper knows, not in a column of pros and cons way. Love is a mystery. One of Billy's nurses, Dee, pokes her head into the room. "How you holding up?" Harper tries to nod. "Okay." But all she can do is stare. "I can't reach Dr. Zimmer," she says. Then she worries that she has just given it all away. "I mean, I know he's not on call, but I thought I should tell him. Billy was his favorite patient." Dee gives Harper an indulgent smile, and Harper nearly expects her to say that all Dr. Zimmer's patients are his favorites. That is the wonder of Dr. Zimmer. Then Harper worries that Dee is waiting for her to vacate the room. After all, she is no longer a paying customer. But instead, Dee says, "You were good to him, Harper. In some ways, you'll probably find this is a blessing." A blessing? Harper thinks angrily. She wants to tell Dee to go eat some more cake, but then she wonders if maybe Dee is right. For the past 10 months, Harper's entire existence has consisted of worrying that Billy was going to die. Now that he's gone, she is, in a way, free. There is nothing else to worry about. But she is left with a heavy mantle of grief. Sadness so intense and piercing it should have another name. Since her parents' divorce, when she was 17, Billy has been her parent. He was her friend, her hero, her unfailing ally, her everyday companion. She could not have dreamed up a better father. And now he's gone. Gone. Harper wipes away her tears, sucks in a sustaining breath, and says, like the brave soldier Billy believed her to be, "Onward." "Atta girl," Dee says. "I'll go fetch Billy's things." Onward. As per Billy's wishes, his body will be cremated, and his memorial reception will be held at the Farm Neck Golf Club. Once Harper sells Billy's house, she will be able to quit her job at Rooster Express, a desperation job she got 3 years ago when Jude fired her from Garden Goddesses following the Joey Bowen catastrophe. And then what will Harper do? She could, in theory, start her own landscaping company. She's sure the clients still ask for her, and not just because she used to mow their lawns in a bikini top. She is a nice person and a good person, despite circumstantial evidence to the contrary. Dee reappears with paperwork for Harper to sign and a large Ziploc bag containing Billy's clothes and belongings, including the gold 1954 Omega watch he inherited from his own father, which was the possession he had treasured the most. Billy Frost had come to Martha's Vineyard in 1995, left flat broke by his divorce from Eleanor, and he had floundered, Harper knew, just as she had that same year as a freshman at Tulane. Billy had scavenged work as an electrical contractor, picking up scraps and leftovers from people like Buttons Jones. He had befriended the guys who cut down trees and moved houses and insulated crawl spaces. He befriended the fishermen and first mates, the transients and junkies who hung out at the wharf pub and who, when they were flush, bothered Carmen, the bartender at Coupe de Ville. But Billy always wore his watch, the gold Omega, and this had set him apart. What will Harper do with the watch? She has no one to pass it on to. Tabitha has Ainsley, but what does a 16-year-old girl want with a gold 1954 Omega? Harper thinks of Ainsley's father, Wyatt. Billy had been fond of Wyatt, but can Harper ever suggest that Wyatt take the watch? No. Tabitha is a toothache that can't be ignored for another second. 6 weeks earlier, when Billy got really bad, Harper copied Tabitha's cell number out of Billy's contacts and, with the help of half a dozen Amity Island ales and 3 shots of Jägermeister, left Tabitha a voicemail informing her that if she wanted to see Billy one last time before he died, she had better do it soon. Tabitha had never responded. No surprise there. Harper wishes she had called Tabitha while sober, because she fears she slurred her words in the message, making it that much easier to disregard and delete. Billy's death warrants another phone call, but Harper is too angry to conduct one civilly. Did Tabitha deign to listen to the message? Did she come visit? Has she set foot on the Vineyard even once since the death of her son Julian 14 years ago? She has not. Nantucket is 11.2 miles away, so it certainly hasn't been an issue of proximity. Harper sends Tabitha the same text. Billy is gone. And then, once safely inside her Bronco, Harper breaks down and calls Dr. Zimmer. The phone rings 6 times, then he answers, voice hushed. Harper imagines he has stepped away from the bonfire and is standing in the shadows. He says, "I'm sorry, Harper. I thought there was more time. Weeks." What kind of doctor is he? She wants to believe him incompetent or hate him, but she can't. Reed gives everything he has to his patients. He stays late to do rounds. He never rushes. He is thoughtful, consistent, kind, clear. Not once in 10 months did Harper ever feel like he wanted or needed to be someplace else. Billy might have been his only patient. Dr. Zimmer would, on occasion, show up with a surprise or treat for Billy, the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, an arrowhead he'd discovered on a hike, a box of stoner food from Enchanted Chocolates, which he knew Billy loved and technically wasn't allowed to have. Reed Zimmer was like a doctor from TV, but better because he was real. He was both handsome and human. Sometimes he had bags under his eyes from staying up all night. Sometimes he had scruff on his face or mussed hair. Sometimes he showed up wearing jeans and a gray t-shirt under his white coat. How could Harper have done anything but fall in love with him? "Come to me," she says. "Not tonight. His voice breaks off, and Harper imagines Sadie snatching the phone from his hand. Harper has harbored a sense of foreboding since she woke up that morning. She feels like her Siberian husky, Fish, when his ears prick. That dog can hear a mouse fart 3 miles away. I have to stay here with my family. It isn't your family, Harper wants to point out. It's Sadie's family. My family just died, Harper says. Reed is quiet. Whether out of guilt or because he's distracted, Harper isn't sure. Have you called your sister? He asks. Or your mother? My mother, Harper thinks. Ha. If Harper calls Eleanor to say that Billy has died, her mother will sniff or cough in response. Maybe. There was a time, during the heavy shelling of the divorce, when all Eleanor had wanted was for Billy to drop dead. At her most gracious, she might say, I'm sorry for your loss, darling, but with all that smoking, Billy really had it coming. Eleanor hadn't always felt that way, of course. Once upon a time, Eleanor, Roxy Frost, and Billy Frost were a dynamic, magnetic couple. Eleanor, a prominent fashion designer, Billy, the owner of Frost Electrical Contractors, Inc. They lived on Beacon Hill in a house they inherited from Eleanor's parents, and there they raised identical twin girls. They did things properly. They attended Church of the Advent one Sunday a month, as well as on Christmas and Easter, like good Episcopalians. They sent the twins to Windsor, the private all-girls school where both Eleanor and Eleanor's mother had gone. Billy and Eleanor attended parties at the Park Plaza, the Museum of Fine Arts, and the Harvard Club. At social events, they were photographed so often that they developed a trademark stance. Eleanor would beam at the camera, while Billy snaked an arm around her waist and kissed her cheek. They were Boston's sweethearts. The city adored them. Ultimately, Harper supposes, it was success that ruined them. Eleanor's dresses became so popular that she was able to open a 3-story eponymous boutique on Newbury Street. For nearly 2 years, Eleanor was at the building night and day, overseeing renovations and designs. A photograph of Eleanor wearing a pencil skirt, stiletto heels, and a hard hat, giving the camera a working girl's come-hither look, appeared in Women's Wear Daily. That had been the first thing to set Billy off. Your mother, Billy said, holding the photograph up for display over the breakfast table, is only happy when she's 100% in control. The real issue, the twins soon learned, was that Eleanor hadn't hired Billy's company to do the electrical work on her boutique. She refused to do so on principle. She said she felt that working together would ruin their marriage. That's a bunch of baloney, Billy said. Your mother is a secret snob. She doesn't want the fancy photographers capturing a picture of her working-class husband. She has always thought she married beneath her. There were loud fights that year, Harper remembers. Billy accused Eleanor of abandoning her family for the store. Eleanor resented what she called Billy's foot on her throat. Why didn't he want her to succeed? He'd known from the first night he met her that she'd wanted a career. Billy decided that the only way to get Eleanor to stay home was for him to go out more. He started spending 3 and 4 nights a week at the Era pub in Dorchester with a group of men Eleanor characterized as thugs. Billy's friends were no better than Whitey Bulger and the Winter Hill Gang, she said. Au contraire, Billy said, his French accent impeccable even after he'd had 6 or 7 whiskeys, thanks to the many years he'd spent living with Eleanor. These friends of his from Southie were above board. They were encouraging Billy to run for city council. Over my dead body, Eleanor said. I should be so lucky, Billy said. Billy and Eleanor divorced the summer before the twins left for their respective colleges. The twins were 17, still minors, and with Tabitha heading to Bennington and Harper to Tulane, it would be 4 years at least until the girls were financially independent. It had been Eleanor's idea to split the girls. One would be Eleanor's financial responsibility and live with her during summer vacation, and the other twin would go with Billy. Then, on holidays, the girls would switch parents. What Eleanor could not abide was the thought of split time, both girls with one parent or the other. their possessions traveling between the households in a suitcase. It was unseemly, Eleanor said. What Harper realizes now is that her mother was terrified of being alone. Eleanor's parents had died. Her sister Flossie had moved to Florida. Eleanor had no friends, only business associates. What Eleanor did not bank on, however, was that both girls wanted to go with Billy. When they finally summoned the courage to announce this, Eleanor laughed dismissively and said, "All girls prefer their fathers. That's a known fact. I certainly preferred mine. But Billy can't afford both of you, so I'm afraid one of you is coming with me. I don't care which one of you it is, because unlike the two of you, I don't play favorites. I love you both the same. The two of you work it out between yourselves, please, by morning." There followed one of the most agonizing nights of Harper's life, an hours-long session of whispered pleading, debating, and bargaining, then finally an out-and-out fight with her sister. Harper argued that she had always been a smidge closer to Billy. She was the athletic one, and she was the one who liked the Red Sox. Tabitha argued that she had been named for Billy's mother, whereas Harper had inherited the maiden name of Eleanor's mother, Vivian Harper Roxy, who was formidable indeed. Therefore, Tabitha said, Harper should go with Eleanor and Tabitha should go with Billy. It had unspooled like that until finally the girls, just short of coming to actual blows, decided to settle the dispute the way they had been settling disputes for 17.5 years, by shooting rock, paper, scissors. It was a solution Billy had taught them. He claimed that any argument in the world could be solved by rock, paper, scissors. No need for fistfights, lawyers, or war, in Billy's opinion. All you needed was a hand and an understanding of the basic rules. Scissors cut paper, rock smashes scissors, paper covers rock. And then, if you don't like the outcome, Billy would say, you simply ask for the best of three. In determining who would go with Billy, Tabitha shot rock and Harper shot paper. Harper won. Tabitha accused her of cheating. Cheating how? Harper had said. By reading your mind? But she let Tabitha simply ask for the best of three. Again, Tabitha shot rock and Harper shot paper. Harper won. She was going with Billy. It was fair to say that Harper's relationship with Tabitha had never been the same after that. For a handful of years, they remained civil, but they were no longer friends. Billy left Boston altogether. He bought a house on Daggett Avenue in Vineyard Haven, while Eleanor stayed in the gracious 4-story townhouse on Pinckney Street. Then, when Eleanor sold her shoe line to Steve Madden, a deal her attorney had advised her to delay until after the divorce, she bought a second home on Nantucket. The girls stayed with their parent every summer, and, as per Eleanor's mandate, each traveled to visit the other parent during the holidays. Harper used to imagine their ferries bouncing over each other's wakes and the contrails of their planes crisscrossing in the sky. There had been one chance for the twins to reunite, and that was after Tabitha gave birth to her second child, a son, Julian, 3 months prematurely. Tabitha needed help, and Harper swooped in to save the day. But things had gone catastrophically wrong. Julian died, and Tabitha had seen fit to blame Harper, not only for Julian's death, but also for winning at rock, paper, scissors, and for causing every single other misery of her adult years. You ruin everything, Tabitha had said. Everything is your fault. That was 14 years ago, and the twins have barely spoken since. Harper realizes that Reed is waiting for her to respond. She doesn't like thinking about her sister or her mother, because this is what happens. It feels like someone has blindfolded and gagged her. I texted Tabitha, Harper says. She'll tell my mother, I suppose. Good, Reed says. Listen, I'm sorry, but I have to go. So you won't meet me? Harper asks. "You're going to make me call Drew?" This is a desperate, dirty thing to say. Harper told Reed that she has started dating Sergeant Drew Truman of the Edgartown Police Department, and it bothers Reed. Drew has the advantages of youth and a policeman's physique and bachelorhood and his large extended family. And he's a nice guy besides. Sergeant Truman and Dr. Zimmer know each other because of heroin overdoses. Drew has administered Narcan 3 times in the past year, after which he has taken the addicts directly to the hospital, where they were placed in Dr. Zimmer's care. "Don't call Drew, please," Reed says. "Just go home. Curl up with Fish." "Fish is a dog, Reed, not a person," Harper says. "Billy just died in the middle of my reading off Pedroia's stats. What you're asking me isn't fair, and you know it." "I'll come in the morning," Reed says. "Tonight," Harper says. "Fine, tonight," he says, "but late, midnight. And not to your house. That's too dangerous. I'll meet you in the parking lot at Lucy Vincent Beach." "Do you think that's safe?" Harper asks. Before Reed was comfortable coming to her duplex, they used to meet in the back parking lot of the ice rink after hours. It would be deserted this time of year for certain, whereas the beach... "It's nearly summer, Reed. There are people everywhere." "I realize this," he says, "but I'm not driving down island." He must realize how unkind that sounds, because he adds, "That's the best I can do if it has to be tonight." "It has to be tonight," Harper says. "Lucy Vincent at midnight." "For 5 minutes, so I can give you a kiss and tell you everything is going to be fine," he says. "Is it?" she says. "Yes," he says. Harper goes home briefly to let Fish out. He is a dog, not a person, yet he's standing by the front door waiting for her even though, more often than not these days, he sleeps on his Orvis bed and barely turns his head when Harper comes in. But today he's right there, paws on her thighs, licking her face, giving her all the love he can. He knows. This brings Harper to tears. Her dog knows Billy died, but she feels the need to deliver the news herself. She grabs Fish by the muzzle and looks into his glacier blue eyes and says, "Pops is gone, Bob." He keens and rubs his flank against Harper's leg, and she has to practically push him out the door to her front yard, where he pees on the biggest hydrangea bush on the property. Then he comes trotting back into the kitchen, where Harper says, "Lamb tonight, in honor of Pops." But Fish doesn't snarf down his food, as he normally does. Instead, he looks up at Harper, as if for permission. "Go ahead," she says. And with something like mournful dignity, Fish lowers his head to the bowl. When Harper leaves the house, she drives to our market to grab a 6-pack of Amity Island Ale and 3 nips of Jägermeister. The cashier, Robin, has known Harper for 20 years. But Robin is a close friend of Jude's, so Harper is always wary and reserved. "You want a bag?" Robin asks. "Please," Harper says. Maybe Robin has heard the news about Billy already, because she throws a milk bone for Fish into the bag for free. It's 8:30, and the sun has just set. Harper prefers winter, when it gets dark at 3:30 and is pitch black by the time she finishes her shift. The summer sun reveals too much. Harper opens one of the beers using the metal end of her seatbelt and chugs half of it. Then she upends one of the nips of Jaeger into her mouth. Her mother would be appalled. Harper should have taken Middle Road, because State Road brings her right by Jude's house, where Harper sees cars and trucks lining the street on either side of the Garden Goddesses sign. It's Jude's annual start of summer party for her staff. She has a pig roast and makes cornbread and green apple slaw from scratch, and there's a big galvanized tub filled with beer. Jude's partner, Stella, makes mudslides in the blender, and everyone listens to Jack Johnson, and the newbies think, wow, what a great place to work. Only the returning employees know that this is the last day they'll have off until Labor Day, when Jude throws a second party with lobsters. Harper hits the gas. She can't get past Jude's property fast enough. Siren. Lights. Harper checks her rear view. Police. She hisses and looks at the open container next to her, but there's no time to dispose of it and no place to hide it. She puts her blinker on and pulls over. This is the last thing she needs. Her reputation has already been shredded, sullied, and stomped upon with steel-toed boots. 3 years earlier, Harper was arrested for doing a favor for a man named Joey Bowen, whom she knew only casually. He was a frequent patron at Dahlia's, where Harper waitressed one night a week. The favor was to deliver a package to the son of one of Jude's landscaping clients, the Monacos. Harper was scheduled to mow the lawn and weed the beds at the Monaco house the following day. All she had to do was hide the package in her wheelbarrow beneath the mulch and fertilizer and bring it to the house. The Monaco's son would come outside to collect it. Harper was supposed to park the wheelbarrow outside the side door and turn her back, and for this, Joey Bowen would pay her $3,000. Harper realized she was probably delivering drugs, but the offer was too tempting to turn down. She needed the money. At that point, she was still living in Billy's house. She wanted a place of her own, but the Vineyard was expensive, and it was hard to get ahead. Little did Harper know that the state police and FBI had been watching the Monaco house for weeks, waiting for this particular delivery. When the son grabbed the package, agents hopped over the fence, dropped out of trees, and came charging across the lawn. The kid got cuffed, and so did Harper. During the interrogation, Harper explained to the police that this was the one and only time she had ever delivered anything for anybody. Joey Bowen was a customer at the restaurant where she worked, she said. They informed her that Joey Bowen was wanted for drug trafficking from the Upper Cape all the way down to New Bedford. Harper spent 18 hours in lockup until Billy found her an attorney. She was released, receiving only 6 months probation, but she lost her job, both at Garden Goddesses and at Dahlia's. Jude Hogan openly despises Harper for tainting her landscaping business. The other people who hate Harper are a scarier but far less visible lot, the people who used to buy their drugs from Joey. But the worst thing, perhaps, was that the Monaco's next-door neighbor was a woman named Anne Lane Crenshaw, who also happened to be Eleanor Roxy Frost's college roommate. Eleanor heard about Harper's arrest immediately, and she no doubt shared the appalling news with Tabitha. How could Harper not suddenly feel like the blackest of sheep? Anyone else would have left the Vineyard. It's a testimony to how pathetic Harper is that she has stayed. She has nowhere else to go. And her father is here. Was here. Tears arrive unbidden. Her father has just died. She'll just tell the officer that. Play the sympathy card. She puts down her window. She has pulled over about 100 yards beyond Jude's property line. She dreads anyone from that party seeing her. Hey, baby. She looks up. It's Drew. What? She says. She checks her rear view. It's an Edgartown police car, not a car from West Tisbury. She sinks back in her seat while relief drains through to her feet. Did you really have to pull me over? You're so beautiful you're breaking the law, he says. He leans in her window to kiss her. Plus, you were speeding. I was, she says. Why are you all the way out here? He asks. I've been trailing you since I saw you leaving our market. You have? She says. Drew is a little stalkerish by nature. Possibly he suspects she's keeping a secret. Don't you have work? I'm on break until 9, Drew says. I was driving out to meet you at the hospital, actually, when I saw your car. He eyes the beer. You'll want to be careful with that. I'm going to drive to Aquina. Clear my head, she says. It's sweet that you're worried about me, but like I said on the phone, I think I just need to be alone. Drew nods. She's a sucker for him in his uniform. He's so handsome, so upright, such a relentless do-gooder. Why can't she be in love with Drew? The aunties are making you a pot of lobster stew, he says. I'll bring it by tomorrow. You told them about Billy already? Harper asks. I called my mother to let her know, Drew says. Wanda and Mavis were over, helping her end beans, so they overheard. Wanda left right away to start the stew. It's their automatic response to death. A pot of something warm and comforting so you don't forget to eat and waste away to skin and bones. They don't have to go to the trouble, Harper says. They don't even know me. They know I like you, Drew says. He bends in for another kiss. That's all that matters. Harper smiles and puts up her window. At midnight, Harper is mostly asleep in the front seat of her Bronco, 5 of the beers and 2 of the nips consumed. Plus, she stopped at Allie's general store for a jar of their bread and butter pickles, her dinner. The aunties are right to be concerned. There has been no one in the parking lot since 9:45 when a bunch of high school kids came off the beach. Harper is relieved. Lucy Vincent is still perfectly safe. Reed pulls in at 12 o'clock on the dot. He's nothing if not prompt. Harper brings her seat back up and gets out. He said 5 minutes, and Harper knows that's what she'll get. No more, no less. He shuts off the engine of his Lexus, climbs out, and jogs over to her. He holds out his arms, and she collapses against him. He's gone, she says. I'm never going to see him again. That's the thing, I guess. The inconceivable thing. Reed squeezes her tighter. He's a doctor. Dealing with death is part of his job. Not every day, but often enough. He says, We're all going to die, Harper. Billy's end was peaceful. He had the person he loved most in the world right there with him, reading off Pedroia's stats. What a way to go. Harper raises her face, and their lips meet. Reed's lips are warm. Kissing him lights her on fire all the time. But tonight, because she is ragged from crying, the desire she feels is raw and overpowering. He responds to her, opening his mouth and searching out her tongue, pressing his lower body against hers. He moves his mouth to just under Harper's ear. His hands are all over her. They're going to have sex. Harper can't believe it. He must have had a couple of beers at the family picnic and maybe a scotch once he got home, since he's not on call this weekend. He's looser than normal, nearly reckless. His hands travel inside her blouse. He unhooks the front clasp of her bra. He plays with her nipples, then bends his head down and sucks her left nipple until she groans. She can't stand it. She strokes the front of his jeans. He frees a hand to unzip himself, and Harper reaches for the car door. No, he says. Outside. Outside? She says. Is this Reed? Reed Zimmer? He doesn't even bother with protection, something he is fanatical about. He simply thrusts inside her. Harper's back is pressed up against the door of the Bronco, and it's at that second that Harper sees headlights. Passing, she thinks. But no. A car is turning into the parking lot. It's approaching. Harper struggles to disengage, but Reed doesn't notice the lights or the sound of the engine. He's too intent on his rhythm, and his eyes are closed. He finishes with a grunt and a shudder, a soft cry uttered against Harper's neck. Harper pushes him away, but it's too late. A car door slams, and a woman is shouting, screaming, shrieking, "Read! Read! Read!" It's Sadie. Nantucket, Tabitha. She has been invited to a cocktail party on the Belle, a 77-foot wooden motor yacht built in 1929 that is now used for entertaining by members of the Westmore Club. This evening's soiree is being thrown by people Tabitha barely knows, and it's still rather chilly to be out on the harbor. But ever since Tabitha broke up with Ramsey, she has been desperate to get out of the house. Ramsey will be sitting at the bar at the Strait Wharf, waiting for Kaylee to finish her shift. Tabitha was the one to break things off, yet Ramsey has rebounded far more quickly. Instantly, in fact. For the 3 years Tabitha and Ramsey dated, Tabitha teased him about wanting someone younger, which he denied. And yet Kaylee, a name fit for a chew toy as far as Tabitha is concerned, is only 22. When Tabitha was 22, she was roundly pregnant. She had never had a chance to spend a summer bartending or get a tattoo. She never had the opportunity to break away from her mother's fashion empire and pursue her own passions, real estate, architecture, interior design. And then when she was 25, she endured a tragedy from which she still hasn't recovered. Ramsey knew about Julian, and he knew it was a void that could never be filled. Or so Tabitha had thought. But on a frigid night this past February, when they had both been sober, and there wasn't even alcohol to blame, Ramsey had said, "The only way to put your sadness behind you is to start fresh. Let's have a baby." There had been no point in responding. He didn't get it. He would never get it, Tabitha realized. She gave him the "we want different things" talk, and 2 days later, he moved out. The party isn't bad. The host and hostess are from Tallahassee, so by nature they find New England brisk. Hence, they've provided a pile of cashmere wraps in optimistic summertime hues, cantaloupe, fuchsia, aquamarine, for the female guests on the boat to borrow. There is an endless supply of very cold Laurent Perrier rosé and a piped-in soundtrack of Sinatra and Dean Martin that Tabitha just loves. Because she had no youth, she has adopted the tastes of her mother, Eleanor. Eleanor is a woman of refinement by anyone's standards, but she is 71 years old, and at times Tabitha fears that she has not only skipped her own youth, but her middle age as well, and landed squarely in the era of hip replacements and hearing aids. While Ramsey was packing up his things to leave, he delivered a speech in which he enumerated every one of Tabitha's flaws. She is egregiously snobby. She is uptight. She panders to the whims and wishes of her mother. She has spent her entire adult life in the woman's shadow. She has been a tireless handmaiden in service to Eleanor Roxy Frost Designs, LLC, yet the boutique on Nantucket loses money every year. Tabitha has no business sense. She has run the store into the ground. Ramsey himself had lent her $40,000 so that she might expand the store's inventory beyond the ERF label. "And don't forget, you still owe me that money," Ramsey said. "I know," Tabitha responded, although she was pretty sure Ramsey understood that with a child to send to college, it would take her a very long time to pay him back. As his parting shot, Ramsey had said, "It's a good thing you don't want any more children," he said. "You're a piss-poor mother, Tabitha." She knew he was angry and hurt and heartbroken, but the unbuffered cruelty of this statement forced her to respond, "How dare you?" He said, "Maybe with me gone, you can get your daughter under control." The food on the boat is delicious. Lamb lollipops, lobster corn cakes, gougere, deviled eggs. Tabitha helps herself judiciously. Ramsey was kind enough not to mention the 15 pounds she's gained over the past 3 years, as she scans the crowd for eligible men to talk to. Ramsay wasn't wrong about her lack of business sense. What she needs, more than anything, is to either hit the lottery or find a sugar daddy. Pickings on the boat are slim. All the men are older and seem well off, but they're also married. Then most of them are from Tallahassee, which rules them out immediately. Tabitha has the bartender fill her glass of champagne. Then she heads out to the bow of the boat alone. They are just rounding Brant Point Light, coming upon a vista so magnificent it takes Tabitha's breath away despite the hundreds of times she's seen it. She leans her elbows on the railing and holds her champagne out with both hands. She closes her eyes. She is not a piss-poor parent. Ainsley is merely at a trying age, and she is rebellious by nature. But if you were to strip Tabitha down to her starkest, most honest thoughts, the ones she would never dare share with another soul, she would admit that where Ainsley is concerned, she has created a monster. After Julian died, Tabitha poured all her energy into raising Ainsley. She was a helicopter parent, a second-generation helicopter parent, controlling Ainsley's every move the way Eleanor had controlled hers. But when Ainsley grew up, she did it fast. Ainsley was a runaway Mustang, and Tabitha felt the reins slipping through her hands. The way Tabitha chose to keep Ainsley close was to aid and abet her in her quest to be the most popular, most sophisticated child at Nantucket High School. Tabitha bought the makeup and the $200 jeans. Tabitha extended the curfew. The fact that Ainsley is now such a powder keg is nobody's fault but Tabitha's. Being out on the ocean always brings up these thoughts. Tabitha should have stayed on land. Suddenly, there's a man standing next to her. He's wearing a uniform. He offers his hand. "I'm Peter," he says. "The captain." "Tabitha Frost," she says. "If you're the captain, then who's driving the boat?" Peter laughs. "My first mate. I asked him to take over for a second so I could come down here to chat with you. Would you like to help me steer this beauty?" As they stand side by side at the ship's wheel, any time a crew member happens to wander in, Peter sends him off to fetch Tabitha more champagne or another plate of hors d'oeuvres. He unreels his life story. Coast Guard at 19, married by 22, 2 boys, named PJ and Kyle, divorced by age 30, ex-wife number 1 lives in Houston. Tabitha wonders how many ex-wives there are in total. The music she can hear has changed to top 40, the stuff Ainsley listens to when she's in a good mood, and Tabitha envisions the champagne going to everyone's head and the Tallahasseans contorting their bodies in awkward, embarrassing ways that approximate dancing. "Go on," she says to Captain Peter. Married again at age 32. The daughter from that marriage is a shooting star, 19 years old and a sophomore at Northwestern. Ex-wife number 2, the mother, runs a glamorous campground on the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Then, at age 35, Peter had a bit of a midlife crisis. He moved to Maui, captained a whale-watching ship for 10 years, lived with a local girl named Lupalai, and had another couple of kids, a boy and a girl, ages 14 and 11, although he and Lupalai never married. He sends checks, he says, but he hasn't seen the kids since he moved east 5 years ago. He has been the captain of the Belle for 5 summer seasons, and in the winter, he goes down to the Bahamas and runs a bareboat charter. "I just celebrated my 50th birthday in April," he says. "How about you?" "I'm 39, Tabitha says. Captain Peter laughs. "All women are supposed to say that, I guess." "No," Tabitha says. "I actually am 39. I turned 40 in December." "Oh," the captain says. He's caught by surprise, and Tabitha's spirit flags. She looks older. She acts older. She's wearing a white linen shift with an OB belt. It's the cornerstone of her mother's collection and has been for 30 years. It's called the Roxy. It's meant to convey a classic timelessness, and while it may certainly do that, it is neither youthful nor sexy. Tabitha should have worn the haute hippie sequined miniskirt with the hot pink Millie blouse, but she had wondered that would make her look like she was trying too hard. Instead, she looks like she's headed to the early bird special before making a fourth for bridge. The captain says something, but Tabitha doesn't hear him. "I'm sorry?" "Would you like to go get a drink after we dock? I'm about to turn this old gal around now, so you'll have to go down to the deck." Tabitha tugs on her obi. She feels pursued and dismissed at the same time. Does she want to go for a drink with the captain? She's not sure. It's obvious he's bad news. He probably preys on every halfway decent-looking woman who boards the Belle. He's a 50-year-old man who still plays the seasonal back-and-forth game. He either rents a cottage somewhere on island or he lives in employee housing provided by the Westmore Club. He likely doesn't own any real estate. He may drive a small pickup truck. That kind of life is okay until one turns. Tabitha randomly picks the age of 28. After 28, it's time to grow up. And how many children does Captain Peter have to support? Tabitha lost count. 4? 5? If Eleanor were here, she would veto Captain Peter immediately. Eleanor had disapproved of Wyatt because Wyatt was a house painter, and Eleanor wanted Tabitha to marry a professional man, a lawyer or someone in private equity. Now that Wyatt owns a painting contracting business that covers the entire Cape and the South Shore from Plymouth to Braintree, Eleanor is more favorably disposed toward him. She adores Ramsay, who works for his family's insurance business on Main Street. Ramsay wears a tie to work, and his family belongs to the Nantucket Yacht Club. This guy, Captain Peter, isn't the kind of guy Tabitha would ever hook up with. He's the kind of guy Harper would hook up with. Harper has no standards. Harper's bar, for everything in life, isn't just low, it's lying on the ground. Tabitha should say thank you, but no thank you. "Have you ever lost anyone?" she asks. "Lost anyone?" Peter says. He seems confused and anxious to get back up to the controls. "We can talk about it later," Tabitha says. "I'd love to go for a drink." As they're walking to the Nautilus, Tabitha regrets her decision. She has a text on her phone from Ainsley that says, "When are you coming home?" Ainsley has been grounded for a week after taking Tabitha's FJ40 for a joyride in the middle of the night without permission and, more egregiously, without having a license. Tabitha discovered the transgression the previous Sunday morning when she had gotten in her car to go to a sunrise yoga class. The gas tank was empty, and the interior reeked of cigarettes. Tabitha had woken Ainsley up and demanded a confession, which Ainsley had handed over without a fuss. "Yes, I took the car. I drove to Emma's." Emma's. Tabitha and Ainsley live in the carriage house behind Eleanor's grand home on Cliff Road, and Ainsley's friend Emma, whose photo should appear in the dictionary next to the phrase bad influence, lives at the end of Jonathan Way in Tom Nevers, which is just about as far away as 2 points can get on Nantucket. Tabitha had shuddered, imagining Ainsley having an accident in the FJ40 while she was driving unlicensed. What if she had hit someone? What if she had killed someone? Tabitha would have been sued, and Eleanor would have been sued. The business would have been sued, their livelihood destroyed. And yet Ainsley displayed no guilt. Tabitha had snapped Ainsley's phone up off the nightstand. That had gotten Ainsley's attention. She was up and out of bed in a flash, chasing Tabitha through the house, trying to wrest the phone from her mother's grip. She had scratched Tabitha's face in her frenzy, and Tabitha had been so incredulous, struck basically by her own child, that she had dropped the phone, and Ainsley had reclaimed it. "I need this," Ainsley said. "You may be happy to have no social life, but that won't work for me." "Oh, it won't?" Tabitha said lamely. She touched the scratch on her face and looked at the smear of blood on her finger. "Well, Too bad. You're grounded. Ha! Ainsley said. I'd like to know how you plan on keeping me in the house. Tabitha had been infuriated, but she also recognized her own impotence. How would she stop Ainsley from walking out the door? Tabitha could cut off her allowance, but Emma had a steady source of income from her father, Dutch, who ran the restaurant at the airport and was never home, thus resorting to cash parenting. Emma would lend or give Ainsley money for cigarettes or weed or beer or whatever else they were buying to enhance their evening hours. If you set foot out this door, I'll have your cell phone service suspended, Tabitha said. You'll have your physical phone but no signal. No texting, no calls, no Snapchat, no internet. And I'll change the password on the Wi-Fi here at the house. Ainsley had narrowed her eyes skeptically. You would never do that. Tabitha had recalled Ramsey's piss-poor parenting comment. Watch me, she said. Ainsley had then brokered a bargain. She would stay home for a week as long as she was allowed to keep her phone service. Fine. Tonight, Friday, is the last night of the grounding, thank God. Ainsley has been verbally abusive and surly all week. She eats whatever she wants, but never carries a dish to the sink. God forbid she make her bed. Tabitha has had to ask the housekeeper, Philippa, to come for 3 extra hours this week to clean up after Ainsley, and Tabitha is just waiting for Eleanor to call and give Tabitha a hard time about adding to Philippa's load. Tabitha texts Ainsley back, home late. Immediately Ainsley responds, what's late? Midnight? Yes, Tabitha texts back. Her daughter thinks she has no social life. Midnight at the earliest. Then Tabitha worries that maybe Ainsley is lonely. She grew up afraid of the dark. This fear developed right after Julian died, and Tabitha never gave her another sibling to keep her company. Tabitha always had a companion growing up, Harper. Weird, Tabitha thinks. Harper has popped into her mind twice in the past hour. When is the last time that happened? And then even weirder. Weird bordering on sorcery. Tabitha's phone pings, and Tabitha, although knowing it's rude to keep texting when she's on a sort of date but thinking it's a response from Ainsley, checks her phone. It's a text that is identified only as Vineyard Haven, MA. It's Harper. There's someplace else you need to be? Captain Peter asks. No, Tabitha says. She tucks her phone into her clutch. She'll read the text later. Tabitha picked Nautilus because it's a place she never went with Ramsey, and what she needs, more than anything, is a fresh start. She has heard only good things about the restaurant, artisanal cocktails, inventive food, and she has always wanted to try it, so why not tonight? Nautilus is crowded, and the scene is young. Captain Peter hesitates before they enter. You sure this is where you want to go? He seems almost intimidated, which is not an attractive trait. Tabitha feels her temperature being dialed down from lukewarm to cool. She nearly resorts to asking, well, where do you want to go? But she doesn't want to stand outside hemming and hawing, and she does not want to end up at the Anglers Club. Yes, she says, here. And she leads him inside. The music is loud, and the 20-somethings and 30-somethings are hooting and hollering and ordering drinks at the bar. Tabitha is still a 30-something, she reminds herself. She approaches the hostess. Table for 2? The hostess says, 90-minute wait for a table. You're welcome to try your luck at the bar. Tabitha strolls to the bar, holding her chin up, scanning for seats. There is one empty seat half hidden among a throng of people. Tabitha wiggles her way in and claims it. She sets her clutch confidently on the bar as if planting a flag and turns to see if Captain Peter has followed her. He has, but he looks miserable, as if she were leading him on a leash. She beams at the bartender, determined to make this work. "Menu?" she says. A menu appears. Tabitha peruses it. Normally, she orders a vodka gimlet or a glass of rosé, but come to think of it, those are drinks that Ramsay introduced her to. Before Ramsay, she drank a Mount Gay and tonic if she wanted a cocktail, or red wine with dinner, because that was what Eleanor drank. Tonight, she will have something called the Naughty Dog. She hands the menu to Peter and points at the drink. "I'll have one of these." He whistles. $15? Tabitha closes her eyes, dialing down from cool to cold. She's okay with the fact that Peter isn't wealthy, but she can't handle anyone who complains about the price of a drink. Peter says, "I'll just have a beer. A Cisco." He hands the menu back to Tabitha. Is she supposed to order? She wonders. She is closer to the bar than Peter is, but Peter is the man. Peter invited her for drinks. She turns back to him. He raises his eyebrows expectantly, as if he has never seen her before, then says, "I'm going out front to have a cigarette. Be right back." A cigarette, Tabitha thinks. It's the final nail in the coffin for this date. She gets the bartender's attention, cute guy, bearded, smiley, and orders the drinks. When he brings them, the Naughty Dog a glorious deep red color, thanks to the Campari and the freshly squeezed grapefruit juice, Peter is still outside, which leaves Tabitha to pay. She forks over $25. The bartender gives her change, and she says, "Keep it." "Thanks, Bay," he says, and he gives her another smile, looking into her eyes. Bay, not ma'am. She loves him for this. Could she date the bartender? Tabitha wonders as she takes a sip of her drink. He might be 30. Maybe. Is that too young? Tabitha tries to imagine Eleanor's reaction when Tabitha announces she is dating a 29-year-old bartender from Nautilus. Tabitha would have to explain it for what it is, a rebound from Ramsay. But no matter the circumstances, Tabitha doesn't sleep with bartenders. Harper does. Tabitha wonders about the text from Vineyard Haven. Tabitha and Harper have barely spoken since the horrible weeks following Julian's death, 14 years earlier. Then Tabitha remembers the voicemail from 5 or 6 weeks back, also from Vineyard Haven. It was Harper, saying that their father, Billy, was having trouble with his kidneys and had to go to the hospital. Tabitha had meant to call Billy, but the news had come at a busy time. She was having the carpet in the boutique replaced and trying to finish up all the summer buying. And then Tabitha hadn't heard anything else, so she'd assumed the problem had cleared up. Tabitha is tempted to pull her phone out to see what Harper wants, but there is nothing more pathetic in the world, in Tabitha's opinion, than a woman alone at a bar checking her phone. She takes a long swill off her drink, and when the bartender swings back by, she says, "What's your name?" "Zach," he says. Zach. Probably he's younger than she thought. Zach is a name that became popular in the 90s. She turns around to see what's become of Captain Peter, but the crowd is thick and she can't locate him in it. The couple next to Tabitha stands up, and Tabitha wonders if she should snag one of the stools for Captain Peter, but before she has a chance to do so, another couple sits down. Tabitha blinks. It's Ramsay and Kaylee. Ramsay grins. "What luck?" Kaylee swivels around. She smiles at Tabitha. "I'm sorry. Were you saving this seat for someone?" She is so pretty, her teeth white and straight, her hair long and shiny, tucked behind one ear. But it's her skin that Tabitha really envies. If she could go back in time and change one thing, it would be this. She would have worn sunscreen. Lots of it. "Yeah," Ramsay says. "Who's the beer for?" His voice is so familiar. his wicked smirk so easy to interpret that it's as though Kaylee unwittingly inserted herself between a long-married couple. Ramsay is the ideal life partner for Tabitha in nearly every way. But there are deal-breakers. It's not only that he wants a child. It's also that he has never lost anyone, and he's incapable of understanding the depth and intensity of Tabitha's emotions. There are things that activate her Julian anxiety. Julian's birthday, obviously, and the day of his death, but also babies and boys who are now the age that Julian would have been, 14. Ramsay was impatient with Tabitha's emotional lows as they related to Julian. The more she tried to talk it through and make him understand, the more he urged her to get over it and move on. That Tabitha is now so unhappy without Ramsay has come as a surprise. That she is fiendishly jealous of Kaylee, honestly, Tabitha would like to cut her, is a shock. "That's my dates," she says. "Captain Peter." She wants the title to make him sound like a figure of authority, but it comes across as goofy. She might as well have said Captain Crunch or Captain Kangaroo. "Guy wearing a white uniform like Merrill Steubing's?" Ramsay says. "I just saw him out front. He left." "He left?" Tabitha says. Have you ever lost anyone? She thinks. She has now lost Captain Peter, but she feels only a wave of relief. Thank God he's gone. If only this news hadn't been reported by her ex-boyfriend, she would be a very happy woman indeed. She picks up Captain Peter's beer and drinks the entire thing in one pull. She has, officially, turned into her twin sister. Kaylee looks impressed. Ramsay surprised. Tabitha hides her burp behind a cupped hand. "I'm out," she says, grabbing her clutch and blowing a kiss to young Zach. "You two have fun." "Tabitha," Ramsay says. Tabitha looks at him. He loves her. She can see it written all over his face. But love isn't enough. "Good night," she says, and she heads for the door. Tabitha can hear the music, feel the music. Hell, she can practically taste the music from 2 houses away. It's rap, or whatever kids call rap these days, but there are fewer tricky lyrics and a heavier bass line. When Tabitha pulls into the driveway, the music is so loud that the walls of the house seem to expand and contract. It looks like the house is breathing. Or maybe that's the effect of the naughty dog. Then Tabitha sees the cars. One is the black Range Rover that overindulged, unparented Emma drives, and the other is a white pickup that Teddy, Ainsley's boyfriend, drives. Tabitha gets out of her car and steadies herself with a hand on the hood. How has Eleanor not heard the music? She really is going deaf. It's so loud Tabitha can't believe the neighbors haven't called the police. She opens the door into a miasma of pot smoke. This is just not possible, she thinks. But of course it is possible. Ainsley is 16. She is grounded, and what she will no doubt say is that she hasn't left the house. She didn't ask if she could have friends over, because if she had asked, Tabitha would have said absolutely not. But because Ainsley didn't ask, and Tabitha didn't say no, Ainsley will argue that she is not technically breaking any rules. Tabitha kicks off her kitten heels. The layout of the carriage house is upside down. The bedrooms are on the ground floor, the living space upstairs. Oh, how Tabitha would love to slip into her room, take an Ambien, and go to bed. She doesn't have the energy to deal with this. "You're a piss-poor parent," she hears Ramsay say. Then she hears something else. A hollow thocking noise. Thock, thock, thock. Thock, thock, thock. No, Tabitha thinks. She ascends the stairs stealthily, thinking she would like to appraise the situation before anyone realizes she's home. She grips the handrail as the thocking continues, then stops, then starts again. The song ends. There are a few seconds of silence during which Tabitha freezes. Then Megan Trainor starts singing that song from the previous summer, My Name Is No. Tabitha congratulates herself for recognizing her daughter's music. Then she thinks, My name is No. No, 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 no. She peers between the spindles of the banister at the top of the stairs to see at least a dozen kids smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, drinking cans of PBR, and yes, the source of that sickening sound, kids playing beer pong on her Stephen Swift table. No, Tabitha says. She steps into the room and wonders which transgression to address first. She wants to turn off the music, but she is drawn over to the beautiful table, her prize piece of furniture. She grabs the paddle out of the young man's hand on his backswing, and he is so stunned that he accidentally knocks over one of the cups of beer on the table. An amber lake spreads across the sumptuous polished cherry. Whoa, he says. It's Ainsley's friend, B.C. He's cute, dark-haired, wearing a t-shirt from Young's Bicycle Shop. Tabitha has the urge to beat him with the paddle. She races to the kitchen for a towel, and she finds Ainsley's phone hooked up to the iPod dock. Tabitha yanks it off, and the music stops. Tabitha is so angry that she dumps Ainsley's phone into one of the cups of beer on the kitchen counter. Someone from the living room calls out, Music! Another voice says, Her mom is home. Yes, Tabitha says, Her mom is home. Hey, Tabitha, Emma says when Tabitha comes back into the living room to mop up the beer. Emma is slit-eyed, high as a kite, sitting on the Girvan, Tabitha's excellent turquoise tweed mid-century style sofa, between two boys. Emma, Tabitha says. Tabitha hates that Emma calls her by her first name. But back when Ainsley was small, Tabitha had been so young that she couldn't fathom being called Ms. Frost, and she had never married Wyatt, so she wasn't able to use the name Mrs. Cruz. Eleanor had always insisted that Tabitha's and Harper's friends call her Mrs. Roxy Frost, which was another reason why Tabitha didn't want to call herself Ms. Frost. It was so pointlessly formal. But what Tabitha realizes now is that a title inspires respect. If Tabitha had long ago trained Emma and Ainsley's other friends to call her Ms. Frost, maybe they would have thought twice before playing beer pong on her dining room table and infusing the tweed of her sofa with the smell of marijuana smoke. Emma, Tabitha says, Where is Ainsley? Emma says. Then Tabitha figures it out. She's downstairs with Teddy. Tabitha surveys the mess. The other kids are standing in a posture of tense observation, waiting to see how she'll react. Friend or foe, they must be wondering. Will Tabitha be the cool mom, or will she call their parents? She wants to order them all out of the house. She wants them gone. But the specter of a lawsuit lingers. Emma is not okay to drive. Is anyone here sober? Tabitha asks. She herself isn't sober, not by a long shot. She had 4 glasses of champagne on the bell, then the Naughty Dog and Captain Peter's beer. She can't offer to drive any of these kids home. So what does that mean? They'll spend the night? Unthinkable. She'll have to call the parents. I'm sober, a voice says. Tabitha turns. It's Candace Beasley. Tabitha nearly smiles. Ainsley and Candace were friends years and years ago, best friends, until one day, in middle school, if Tabitha remembers correctly, they weren't. Ainsley had grown up and moved on to snarkier, faster girls like Emma. Candace's mother, Stephanie, had been a great friend of Tabitha's, but they drifted apart when the girls did. Part of this was circumstance, part was by design. Tabitha felt extremely uncomfortable when she bumped into Steph at the grocery store or the dry cleaner and Steph said, "Candace really misses Ainsley." How was Tabitha to respond to that? She tried. "They're girls. Their moods change like the weather. I'm sure they'll be close again before we know it." And look, Candace is here at the party, and she is sober. Of course she's sober. She has been raised with love, attention, and, most important, boundaries. She's obedient by nature. She and her mother have the kind of relationship in which they're best friends, but Candace still knows who's boss. "Candace," Tabitha says, "Hi." Just looking at Candace, with her grosgrain ribbon headband and her coltish legs, makes Tabitha feel like 10,000 straight pins to the heart, the ways she has failed as a parent. "Can you make sure nobody leaves, please? I need to find Ainsley." Candace nods. Her expression tells Tabitha that she is used to being the responsible one among her peers. Is it wrong to treat Candace as a second adult? Probably, but Tabitha can't fret about that now. She races down the stairs. The door to Ainsley's room is open, putting her unmade rat's nest of a bed on display, along with the piles of clothes, many of them Eleanor Roxy Frost originals, strewn all over the floor. At first, Tabitha thinks Ainsley has run away, and Tabitha panics. Then Tabitha notices the closed door of her own bedroom. She tries the knob. Locked. No, Tabitha thinks. This is not happening. She pounds on the door with the flat of her hand. "Ainsley!" she screams. "Ainsley!" She places her ear against the door. She can't tell if she hears rustling or if the noise is simply her brain scrambling for purchase. Would it not be bad enough if Ainsley and Teddy were having sex in Ainsley's room? Does it have to be the horror show of them screwing in Tabitha's room? In Tabitha's bed, which hasn't been used for carnal purposes since Valentine's Day, which was the last time Tabitha slept with Ramsay. She pounds again, then the door opens, and Tabitha nearly slaps her hand against Teddy's face. "Miss Frost," he says in his country and western star accent. He looks shocked. "I thought you were Emma." Teddy is bare-chested, but he has jeans on, and Tabitha can see the waistband of his boxers sticking out of the top of his jeans. His red hair is messy, and he's flushed. He has clearly just had his way with Tabitha's daughter, but Tabitha can't hate him. Teddy is sweet. Teddy is polite. She notices that he called her Ms. Frost, and Teddy is the victim of some pretty tough circumstances. He and his parents lived in Oklahoma City, but there was a fire at the Nestle Purina factory, and Teddy's father, a captain with the OCFD, was killed. That is why Tabitha likes Teddy. Teddy has lost someone. Teddy's mother subsequently fell apart and tried to take her own life. She is now at a psychiatric hospital in Tulsa, and Teddy was shipped to his only other living relative, his father's brother, Graham Elquat, who is a scalloper here on Nantucket. In the summertime, when scalloping season is suspended, Graham works as a raw bar shucker for all the fancy cocktail parties. Tabitha saw him in action over Memorial Day weekend at the Fagawi tent, but she didn't have the courage to introduce herself as Ainsley's mother. Behind Teddy, the room is shadowy. "Get your clothes on, Teddy," Tabitha says. "Are you sober?" "Yes, ma'am," Teddy says, and Tabitha believes him. "I want you to drive some kids home. You take half, and Candace will take half." Teddy nods. "Send Ainsley out, please," Tabitha says. Her daughter emerges 30 seconds later wearing a vintage Janet Russo sundress of Tabitha's. She has had sex in Tabitha's bed, raided Tabitha's closet, and turned the living room into a Jersey Shore arcade. Tabitha worries that Ainsley will be defiant, but she looks ashamed. Actually, that might be overstating it. She looks mildly contrite. "You said midnight at the earliest," Ainsley says. I planned on having everyone out and everything cleaned up by then. As if that makes it okay, Tabitha says. Please, Ainsley says, please don't be a buzzkill. Candace takes half the kids, including Emma, home in Emma's Range Rover, and Teddy takes the rest of the kids home in his uncle's truck. Tabitha tells Ainsley she's not going to bed until the upstairs is spotless. There are rings on the Stephen Swift table that will never come out. Do you have any idea how much money this table cost me? Tabitha asks. Then, before Ainsley can answer, she says, $20,000. Do you ever listen to yourself, Tabitha? Ainsley says. You are so materialistic. Do you ever listen to yourself? Tabitha thinks. You sound like a privileged, entitled snot. Do not, Tabitha says. Call me that. Why not? Ainsley says. Emma calls her father by his first name. It shouldn't be your aspiration to be like Emma, Tabitha says. That girl is bad news. Always has been, always will be. Always has been, always will be, Ainsley says in a high, mocking tone. You're so judgmental. Tabitha is about to say that she's supposed to be judgmental where Ainsley is concerned, because how else will Ainsley figure out what's acceptable behavior and what's not? But this will no doubt end up sparking angry responses, coming one after another like an endless string of firecrackers. Tabitha lets it go. They get the table returned to its usual place, moving it together, which feels sort of okay. 30 seconds of a common goal. Tabitha empties the ashtrays and tosses out the roaches. She and Ainsley throw the beer cans in the recycling pile. So, Ainsley says, you came home early. How was your night? Oh, how Tabitha would love to change the tenor of the evening by sinking into the Girvan and telling her daughter about her night. The party on the Bell, meeting the captain, going to Nautilus, bumping into Ramsay. But Tabitha recognizes Ainsley's words for what they are, a strategy. Ainsley has never once asked Tabitha about her night. Ainsley is painfully self-absorbed. Ainsley asking now is Ainsley wanting to butter Tabitha up so that Tabitha forgets she's supposed to punish Ainsley. It doesn't matter how Tabitha fields the question, because at that moment Ainsley finds the cup in the kitchen that contains her submerged phone. The scream could shatter glass. Tabitha feels a childish sense of triumph. Gotcha, she thinks. Later, when Tabitha is lying in Ainsley's bed, she isn't about to sleep in her own bed after what happened, and Tabitha is wondering just whose flawed genes her daughter inherited. She remembers Harper's text. She checks her phone. It is now 12:15 a.m., the hour she was expected home. She clicks on Vineyard Haven, M.A. The text says, Billy is gone. Ainsley. They are going to Martha's Vineyard. Billy is dead. Billy is the only grandfather Ainsley has ever known because her father's father, Wyatt Sr., died before Ainsley was born. Ainsley, Tabitha, and Ainsley's grandmother, Eleanor, take the fast ferry from Nantucket to Oak Bluffs. While standing in line, Ainsley accidentally refers to it as Oaks Bluff, and she is reprimanded by a woman even older than Grammy who is standing behind her. This woman puts a hand on Ainsley's shoulder and says, "One tree, many bluffs." Or more likely, one kind of tree, many bluffs. "Whatever," Ainsley says. Eleanor pipes up, "One needs to know." Ainsley nearly rolls her eyes in her mother's direction until she remembers that she hates her mother. Tabitha intentionally destroyed Ainsley's phone, and thus Ainsley has no way to get hold of anyone, not Emma, not Teddy. Her mother kept her in the house all weekend, even though it was beautiful weather. Her mother didn't go to yoga class and, even more shocking, didn't go to check on things at the boutique. Ainsley had said, "You can go into the store for a few hours, Tabitha. I'm not going to go anywhere." This was a barefaced lie. As soon as Tabitha pulled out of the driveway, Ainsley intended to ride her bike to Teddy's. Tabitha said, "Grammy is going in for me." "Grammy?" Ainsley said. "Eleanor is a designer. She is an artist and a genius, but she has not, to Ainsley's knowledge, ever gone into the boutique to manage or supervise. That has always been Tabitha's job." "Yes," Tabitha said. She had given Ainsley her fakest smile. "I'm staying here with you." Spending 2 days shut up in the house without a phone had been a living hell. Because Billy had died, Tabitha spent most of the time mooning around. She pulled out old photo albums. All photo albums were old, Ainsley knew, but these were really old, displaying pictures of her mother and Aunt Harper when they were babies. Tabitha had encouraged Ainsley to join her on the sofa, which smelled like marijuana smoke and probably would forever, a fact that secretly pleased Ainsley. Tabitha had said, "You should see these. These are pictures from when we were a whole family. Your grandparents are married, and Harper and I are wearing matching outfits." Ainsley did not deign to respond. Her mother could ground her, and her mother could drown her phone, but her mother could not make her speak. Ainsley spent the majority of her time in lockdown worrying. Ainsley and Teddy had planned on going to dinner at the Jetties, where, it was rumored, G-Love was going to play a surprise set. They had heard this from Teddy's Uncle Graham, who would be shucking oysters and clams at the Raw Bar. With Ainsley grounded, Teddy might offer to take Emma to the Jetties instead. As Ainsley lay in bed watching reruns of Chopped on TV, Emma and Teddy might be drunk and swaying together in the crush of people energized by G-Love's magical appearance. They might kiss. Emma is a thrill-seeker without morals. She would think nothing of stealing Ainsley's boyfriend. Ainsley wants to hate Emma, but she can't, so Ainsley hates Tabitha. Tabitha had started drinking wine at 5 o'clock, the expensive Nicholas J. Pinot Noir from the Willamette Valley in Oregon that she used to drink before Ramsay put her on rosé. Tabitha had then asked Ainsley if she wanted a glass. Ainsley had thrown her mother a look of contempt. What mixed messages she was sending. The whole reason Ainsley was under house arrest was because she had been drinking and smoking weed and turning the living room into a frat house. And what does Tabitha do? Offer Ainsley a glass of wine. Ainsley was so agitated about the Emma-Teddy scenario forming in her mind that she could have used a drink. But 3 years earlier, when Ainsley was first experimenting with alcohol, she had consumed a bottle and a half of the Nicholas J. Pinot Noir. It was delicious, she'd thought initially, like a rich, plummy juice. But shortly afterward, she'd started puking purple. She would never drink red wine again. Tabitha passed out by 9, and Ainsley would have sneaked out at that point, except that Eleanor had been alerted to her granddaughter's escapades, and an alarm had been activated that would sound if anyone broke the threshold of the driveway in either direction. There would be no coming or going that night. Ainsley had ended up paging through the photo albums by herself, and she had to admit it was fascinating. There were clippings of Billy and Eleanor on the society pages of the Boston Globe. In every photo, Billy leaned in to kiss Eleanor's cheek while she gave the camera a brilliant smile. They looked pretty much in love to Ainsley. There was another photo in the album that showed Eleanor, enormously pregnant, the size of a hippo really, draped in a yellow dress that might also have been a pup tent. Billy wore square wire-framed glasses and white bell-bottoms and a white patent leather belt, and he held up 2 fingers over Eleanor's shoulder. So, this was the day they found out they were having twins. The dates were stamped onto all the photos, and this one said, October 10, 1977. Ainsley felt like she knew that Grammy didn't discover she was having twins until very late in the pregnancy. and now she sees it was only 6 or 8 weeks before the twins were born. This is what baffles Ainsley about the olden days, before technology. People didn't know anything. There were no ultrasounds to tell Grammy she was having 2 babies instead of 1. There was no internet. How did anyone know anything without the internet? Really, Ainsley can't figure that one out. And there were no cell phones. How did a person live without a cell phone? Ainsley was doing it right now, and it was very stressful. She might have logged onto her laptop and checked Facebook or Instagram to see if Emma had posted anything about going to the jetties with Teddy, but Tabitha had changed the Wi-Fi password just as she'd promised. Most of the rest of the pictures were of her mother and Aunt Harper. They looked exactly alike. There was no possibility of telling them apart, and Ainsley wondered if when they were babies their identities had been switched, then switched again, maybe switched infinite times, until the day they were old enough to speak and say their names out loud. Then whoever they happened to be that day stuck. Eleanor always dressed them in matching outfits that she made herself, using her turquoise Singer sewing machine, which she still had, and always claimed she was going to donate to the Smithsonian. There were green gingham jumpers with giraffes appliqued on the front. There were pretty pink party dresses with borders of purple sequins at the bottom. There were black velvet dresses at Christmas. Who put 2-year-olds in black? Ainsley wondered. Only Eleanor. It was well documented that Eleanor Roxy Frost got her big break in fashion when Diana Vreeland happened across the twins wearing yellow linen shifts during a playground outing on Boston Common in 1980. Those dresses were miniature versions of what would become the Roxy. It had been in the era of women's lib, and Eleanor Roxy Frost became a textbook case. She went from being a stay-at-home mother of twins, designing clothes for her daughters and herself, to a fashion design sensation featured in Vogue nearly every month. When the twins were in high school, Eleanor found retail space on Newbury Street and opened her flagship store there. The store had been a good thing and a bad thing, because Eleanor became so busy being a famous fashion designer that something in her life had to go. That something was Billy. Ainsley's grandparents got divorced, a fact that Ainsley always found embarrassing. Around half of her friends' parents were divorced, but grandparents were meant to stay together until they keeled over from being so old. Even stranger and more unsettling was that, after the divorce, Aunt Harper had gone with Billy and Tabitha had stayed with Eleanor, a custody agreement that seemed to have been borrowed from the Parent Trap. The Frost family had split right down the middle, like one of these photographs torn in half, Billy holding one twin, Eleanor the other. When Ainsley had gone to replace the photo album, she came across a tattered envelope wedged between 2 other books on the shelf. The envelope had an important secret look, so Ainsley pulled it free. Inside was a plastic hospital bracelet bearing the inscription, Julian Wyatt Cruz, 5/28/03. It was her baby brother's bracelet. Also in the envelope were 3 snapshots, one of a teensy tiny Julian at the hospital enclosed in what looked like a plastic display case with tubes and wires running from his mouth, nose, chest, and feet. The second was a photograph of Tabitha holding Julian in 2 hands. Really, he was no bigger than a submarine sandwich. He had only weighed 1 pound and 10 ounces when he was born, she knew. The third photo was of Tabitha, Wyatt, Ainsley, and Julian, all together in a house Ainsley didn't recognize, although they were sitting on the dark brown leather sofa that had predated the turquoise tweed Gervin. Julian was free of wires, and he was a little bigger, maybe the size of a bag of flour. Ainsley was a pudgy-faced toddler with barely enough hair to make pigtails. But the real shocker was how young Ainsley's parents looked. There were seniors at Nantucket High School who looked older than Tabitha and Wyatt did in that picture. Both of them were smiling, laughing even, as though the photographer had just said something funny. Who took the picture? Ainsley wondered. Not Eleanor, certainly. She didn't believe in joking around. Ainsley scrutinized the photo for another moment. It was the only photograph of her nuclear family that she had ever seen. She knew why it was hidden away. Tabitha found the loss of Julian, and maybe the loss of Wyatt, too painful. Ainsley was grateful that Tabitha hadn't kept Julian's death certificate or anything morbid like that. The hospital bracelet was jarring enough. Ainsley returned everything back to the envelope, then the envelope back to its hiding spot between the two books on the shelf. She turned to check on her mother, who was still snoring softly on the sofa. She resisted the urge to kiss her mother's forehead, although she did gently nudge Tabitha awake. "Hey," Ainsley said. "It's time to go to bed now, Mama." And like a dutiful child, Tabitha had risen and followed Ainsley down the stairs. Now it's Monday, and Ainsley should be at school, where she finally might discover what had happened during the remainder of everyone's weekend. Maybe she hasn't been the only one to get punished. Maybe the unthinkable happened and Emma has been grounded as well. Although Ainsley doesn't think so, because it had been Emma's father, Dutch, who provided the weed and the beer for the party. He had actually asked Emma if she wanted any Coke. Not the drink, he said, wink wink. But Emma had used common sense and said no, thank you. Ainsley had really liked Dutch until she heard that. Now she questions his ethics. To provide beer and weed to your 16-year-old daughter makes you not only a cool parent, but also kind of a criminal. To offer Coke makes you only a criminal. Ainsley wonders if Teddy got into any trouble, and decides the answer is also no. Graham is an uncle. The whole parenting thing was thrust at him because his brother died fighting a fire, and his sister-in-law, Teddy's mother, is a suicidal, depressed anorexic back in Oklahoma. Graham is only now mastering the basics: food on the table 3 times a day, making sure Teddy gets to school and sports practice on time. He's a star at baseball, which is big in Oklahoma, whereas lacrosse is big in Nantucket. Make sure he's doing his homework, take him to get his driver's license, give him chores so he learns responsibility. This summer, Teddy is going to work as a bellhop at the boutique hotel 21 Broad. Teddy is so grateful for Graham's steadying presence in his life that he doesn't like doing anything that might land him in trouble. He did borrow Graham's truck and say he was going on a date with Ainsley, and Graham did hand him $40, which Teddy gave to BC to buy cups and vodka. But Teddy didn't smoke or drink anything. He only came to the party to be with Ainsley. Candace Beasley probably got in trouble. This time last year, Ainsley would never have invited Candace to a party. Candace and Ainsley had been best friends when they were little girls. They had the same teachers, participated in the same activities. In 4th grade, when Tabitha took Ainsley to Los Angeles for spring break, Candace came along. They rode the Ferris wheel on the Santa Monica Pier together. They ordered room service in their suite at Shutters on the Beach, while Tabitha went to the bar to conduct business meetings. They went to the spa and got their nails painted the same color. They used to pretend they were sisters. They used to pretend, at Ainsley's insistence, that they were not only sisters, but also twins. But there had been some essential difference between Ainsley and Candace, and it concerned the way they were being raised. Ainsley, because she spent so much time with her mother and grandmother, was always encouraged to act older than she was. She accompanied Tabitha and Eleanor to the galley for lunch and, when they were in Boston, to tea at the Four Seasons. Ainsley had been allowed to stay home by herself during the day, starting when she was 8 years old. She could use the microwave to make popcorn and then melt extra butter. She was allowed to watch Gossip Girl. She had a triple-decker pink aluminum case filled with makeup that Tabitha had bought her. Once, when Candace had been over for the afternoon, on what Candace's mother, Stephanie, still called a play date, Candace had gone downstairs made up with foundation, powder, blush, eyeliner, eyeshadow, mascara, and lipstick, and Stephanie had screamed as though Candace were missing a limb. She had yanked Candace into the powder room and scrubbed her face right there and then with one of the blue soaps shaped like a scallop shell that nobody ever used. Tabitha had laughed and said, "Don't you think you're overreacting? They're little girls playing dress-up." Stephanie had said, "You can let your daughter walk around looking like a prostitute, but I'm not going to." Tabitha had shrugged the comment off, but it had taken root in Ainsley. She knew Stephanie thought there was something inappropriate about the way Ainsley was being raised. Candace, also an only child, was being raised like a baby. She had 10,000 rules to abide by, 4 bites of everything on her plate, including broccoli and lima beans, PBS Kids and Disney Channel only, no Nickelodeon of any kind, bedtime at 8 o'clock, even on weekends, teeth brushing and flossing, and a schedule of chores that earned Candace $1 a week deposited into her college fund. Ainsley found much in Candace's house to admire. The meals were homemade and delicious. Stephanie and her husband, Stu, said a nice short grace before eating and then kissed each other. The bath towels were fluffy. The sheets on Candace's bed were always crisp and neatly made. And always, Stephanie would read to them before bed. Tabitha, by contrast, watched every morsel that Ainsley put in her mouth, forbidding donuts, pancakes, and baked potatoes. Ainsley had learned the term empty calorie by 3rd grade. Tabitha dressed Ainsley in smaller versions of her grandmother's designs, dresses that would have fetched $500 or more on eBay. She gave Ainsley lessons in how to walk in high heels and how to throw French phrases into everyday conversation. À tout à l'heure. Probably Ainsley's fondest memory of growing up is coming home from school, drinking Coke Zero on the sofa with Tabitha, and paging through the new issue of Vogue with Tabitha covering the captions with her hand and quizzing Ainsley on the designers. Once Ainsley got to middle school, she was able to turn the unorthodox way she'd been raised to her advantage. She was the coolest person in 6th grade, the prettiest, the most developed, and the best dressed by far. Candace had cried on the first day because she got lost changing classes and missed their 5th grade teacher, Mr. Bonaventura. Like countless middle school girls before her, Ainsley secured her position as Queen Bee by stepping on the people below her, and her favorite rung had been Candace. Stephanie had changed her tune over the course of that year. She called Tabitha incessantly, hoping to get the girls together. "I'm not sure what happened," Stephanie said. "I think they had some kind of falling out, but I'm sure it can be fixed, right?" Through middle school and into high school, Candace had sought Ainsley's attention and approval, but to no avail. Ainsley didn't say hello, didn't acknowledge Candace's presence in the hallway, in the cafeteria, in the classroom. Ainsley became friends with Emma Marlowe, and they had their disciples, BC, Maggie, Anna, and Teddy. But just this past spring, something happened with Candace. Her father's online hotel booking business had been bought up by Orbitz, and suddenly the family was very well off. Stephanie and Stu took Candace to Aspen to ski in February and to St. Bart's in April, and while they were away, Candace had acquired a set of sophisticated habits. She had, apparently, slept with the son of a sheik in Aspen, drunk Dom Perignon at lunch with her parents at a place called Nikki Beach in St. Bart's, and started smoking clove cigarettes. Over the course of a few short months, Candace had become cool, so Ainsley, out of fear of being overthrown more than anything else, had invited Candace to her house for the party. Candace might have exaggerated her vacation exploits, because at the party she was the only person other than Teddy able to drive when Tabitha got home. Tabitha had given Candace the keys to Emma's Range Rover. Emma might be angry at Ainsley for that, and no one is more intimidating when angry than Emma. Ainsley has no way of knowing what's going on in her world without her phone. The ferry is nearing land, and Tabitha goes to stand at the window. Ainsley refuses to join her. but she cranes her neck. There's an expansive green park to the left with a white gazebo in the middle. Ainsley touches her grandmother's arm. "Have you ever been to the Vineyard?" "Not since my honeymoon," Eleanor says. "Your grandfather and I traveled to both Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard on a motor yacht my father chartered for us. I'm sure you can guess that I preferred one island and Billy the other. This was Billy's place." Ainsley processes this. Eleanor and Billy not only split up their possessions, their money, and their twins, they also split up the islands. Nantucket for Eleanor, the Vineyard for Billy. "Has my mother ever been here?" Ainsley asks. "Oh, certainly," Eleanor says. "Back before—" "Before what?" Ainsley asks. "Before everything happened," Eleanor says. "I believe the last time she came to visit Billy here was when she was pregnant." "With me?" Ainsley says. "Or with Julian?" "Who can remember?" Eleanor says. She waves a hand laden with rings. Eleanor is 71 years old and the most elegant woman Ainsley knows. She has traveled to Paris and Milan and Shanghai and Bombay and Marrakech and Sydney and Rome and Tokyo. She has boutiques in Nantucket and Palm Beach. The Nantucket store closes in the winter. The Palm Beach store closes in the summer. Eleanor's flagship store, on Newbury Street, shut down for good last year because of declining sales. Ainsley suspects her grandmother's designs are becoming dated. Ainsley is shocked that her mother and grandmother are even attending Billy's memorial reception. It's not a funeral. Billy has been cremated, and his ashes will be kept in an urn. Ainsley saw the photos of Eleanor and Billy together in the album, but for as long as Ainsley can remember, there has been a Hatfield and McCoy-type feud between the two halves of the family. Tabitha hates Harper for reasons Ainsley isn't privy to, and she assumes that Eleanor hated Billy as well. She would ask Eleanor, but she's too intimidated. Tabitha turns to Ainsley. "Oak Bluffs has this thing called the Methodist Campground," she says. "It's all these different colored gingerbread houses, and in the center is the tabernacle, which is a large outdoor church-type thing." "It sounds like a cult," Eleanor says. "Oh, dear God," Tabitha says, looking at the people who have amassed on the dock to await the ferry's arrival. There she is. Ainsley sees her mother's double standing in the crowd. The sight is so surreal that Ainsley turns to look at her mother to make sure she is standing right there. Then she looks back in the crowd at Aunt Harper. Aunt Harper wears her hair just as her mother does, long, heavy, and dark, but of course her clothes are different. Tabitha wears the Roxy, the linen shift with the obi, in black, and a pair of black patent leather Manolo Blahnik pumps that she normally reserves for the city. Aunt Harper is wearing a pair of black pants that looks like something a waitress at a Red Lobster might wear, and some kind of black lace shell that Ainsley, who has developed a pretty sharp eye when it comes to other people's poor fashion choices, suspects came off the sale rack at Banana Republic. The top and pants don't make sense together. The pants utilitarian, the shell dressy, and black lace, according to Eleanor, always references lingerie, which makes it inappropriate for a funeral or memorial reception. Despite Aunt Harper's pitiful outfit, or perhaps because of it, Ainsley's heart is captured. Aunt Harper is the underdog here, the first one Ainsley has found herself rooting for in 16.5 years. Harper looks very tense as Eleanor, Tabitha, and Ainsley, in that order, step off the ramp. "Hello, Mommy," Harper says. Eleanor takes an appraising look at her daughter. "Hello, darling," Eleanor says. She leans forward to air-kiss Harper's cheek. Then she takes the lace material of Harper's top between her fingers. "Where did you get this?" "I don't know," Harper says. "At the store?" "I'm roasting in it." When she plucks the top away from her body, Ainsley notices that her aunt is wearing her grandfather's gold watch. Evidently so does Eleanor, because she says, "I can't believe your father managed to keep that watch out of hock. He left it to you?" "He did," Harper says. "Be certain to follow his example and hold on to it no matter what circumstances you find yourself in," Eleanor says. "That watch is valuable. It belonged to his father, Dr. Richard Frost. It was Billy's prized possession." "I realize this, Mommy," Harper says. "I'm saving it for when Ainsley has a son." She looks past Tabitha to Ainsley. "Hello, Ainsley." Ainsley hasn't seen her aunt in 3 years. Somehow, Ainsley had been allowed to go with Billy to Fenway, and Aunt Harper had been there. 4 years before that, when Ainsley was 9, she had gone to the Cape with Billy, and they met Harper for lunch in Woods Hole. So this is only the 3rd time Harper can remember seeing her aunt. Yet Ainsley feels comfortable rushing into her aunt's arms and, inexplicably, starting to cry. "I loved Gramps," she says. "He loved you," Harper says. She gives Ainsley a hug that feels more maternal than any hug she has ever received from Tabitha. When Ainsley pulls away, she watches her mother and aunt face each other. The moment is so awkward, so awful, that Ainsley's insides twist. Hug each other, she thinks. Her mother hates Harper, but is the opposite true? "Tabitha?" Harper says. "Harper," Tabitha says. They do not move toward each other, and in fact it feels like the air between them is thrumming with bad energy. It's like they're two magnets with the same poles, repelling each other. "All right then," Eleanor says, clearly already weary of the reunion. "Shall we go?" Ainsley is delighted to see that Aunt Harper drives a vintage navy blue Bronco that has been impeccably restored. Since Ainsley has been dating Teddy, she has logged in a lot of hours watching Barrett Jackson live. "Is this a 68? Ainsley asks. "It is," Harper says. "Good eye." "I thought you were hiring a car," Eleanor says. "Martha's Vineyard executive transport was booked," Harper says. "I assure you I did call them." "I'm sorry, Mommy, but you'll have to slum it." "Sit up front, Mother," Tabitha says. "Ainsley and I will squeeze in the back." Ainsley doesn't want to squeeze in anywhere with Tabitha, but she obliges because her grandmother is a senior citizen and belongs up front. The back of the car is basically a dumpster for coffee cups, old issues of the Vineyard Gazette, greasy paper bags that look and smell like they might contain half of a week-old tuna fish sandwich, chew toys, and empty airline-size bottles of Jägermeister. Tabitha tries to wrap up all the junk in a sheet of newspaper just so she can find a place to put her feet in their $800 shoes. The back seat has a sheet over it, but the floor is covered with dog hair. "Do you have a dog?" Ainsley says. She has been asking Tabitha for a dog ever since she could talk. "Fish," Harper says. "You have a fish?" Ainsley says. "A dog named Fish," Harper says. "He's a Siberian Husky." "That's certainly an odd name," Eleanor says. "It sounds like something your father would dream up. You always were exactly like Billy." "I'd love to give you a tour of the island," Harper says. "I want a tour," Ainsley says. She had sort of been dreading this day, but already the payoff has been tremendous. Her mother's and grandmother's obvious misery has cheered Ainsley up. "But we really don't have time," Harper says. "The reception starts at noon, and your ferry back is at—" "Not soon enough," Tabitha murmurs. 4 o'clock, Eleanor says. "But I feel we should return to the dock no later than 3:15, don't you, Pony?" "If not earlier," Tabitha says. Harper snorts. "She still calls you Pony?" "Who is she?" Eleanor asks. "The cat's mother?" Harper catches Ainsley's eye in the rearview mirror. "You know the story behind that nickname, right?" "Please don't," Tabitha says. Mom wanted a pony, Ainsley says. Your mother not only wanted a pony, your mother also became a pony, Harper says, for most of 3rd grade. Ponytail, brown Shetland sweater, brown corduroys. She neighed and whinnied. She trotted, cantered, and galloped. She did everything shy of eating hay. The way people were able to tell us apart that year was that your mother acted like a horse and I didn't. I remember it differently, Tabitha says. We must leave the reception at 3 o'clock sharp, Eleanor says. You needn't worry about driving us. I'll happily pay for a taxi. Ainsley looks out the window, trying to take it all in. There's a pond, a bridge, a field. It looks like Nantucket, but it's not Nantucket. 6 towns, Harper is saying. 17,000 year-round residents. The greatest ice cream in the world at Mad Martha's. You've never tasted the ice cream at the juice bar, Ainsley says. Or have you? Have you ever been to Nantucket, Aunt Harper? I have, Harper says, but not in a long, long time. Who's going to be at this reception? Tabitha asks. I'm not sure, Harper says. Daddy wanted this, not me. But an announcement went up on Islanders Talk and my Facebook page, so... So mostly Billy's friends or mostly your friends? Tabitha asks. Daddy's. Do you have any friends? Tabitha asks. Mama, Ainsley says, forgetting that she's not speaking to Tabitha. I have friends, Harper says. I'm not talking about the men you're screwing, Tabitha says. Tabitha, Ainsley says, more to get her mother's attention than to be disrespectful. I'm surprised anyone talks to you after that drug bust, Eleanor says. I still can't get over a daughter of mine. Arrested. Your grandparents are rolling over in their graves, I assure you. What do you know about it, Mommy? Harper says. Honestly, what do you know about it? Anne Lane told me everything, Eleanor says. You do realize she lives right next door to the family whose child you corrupted, don't you? She says the state police were there and the FBI. The FBI? Ainsley thinks. Her aunt is way more interesting than Ainsley realized. I didn't corrupt any child, Harper says. The child in question was already plenty corrupted when I encountered him. Anne Lane can stick a Pop-Tart up her ass, and I can assure you she will not be at this reception, unless you invited her. Did you invite her? No, Eleanor says. Who is Anne Lane? Ainsley asks. A busybody, Harper says. My roommate, Eleanor says, from Pine Manor. There is a loaded silence, during which Harper's driving becomes markedly more aggressive. She honks her horn and flips people off. By way of explanation, she says, it's so early in the season that the taxi drivers don't know where they're going. There are accidents waiting to happen. So, Tabitha says, leaning forward, are you seeing anyone? You haven't said boo to me in 14 years, Harper says, and now you want me to answer personal questions? She puts on her turn signal and makes a left down a long driveway bordered on both sides by white fencing. The sign says, Farm Neck Golf Club, private. We're here, Harper says. She seeks Ainsley's eyes out in the mirror again. This was your grandfather's favorite place on the island. Farm Neck. This is private? Eleanor asks. Yes, Mommy. How did your father manage to get in? He knew people. Unfortunately, you can't pass the membership on. This died with Billy, but we get to use it one last time. I didn't even know Gramps golfed, Ainsley says. He was an abominable golfer, Eleanor says. He downright embarrassed himself at the country club with my father in 1968, the summer we were married. He was a better drinker than a golfer, Harper says. I'll agree with you there. Made him popular in a foursome. Everyone could beat him, and he told good stories at the clubhouse. Please don't glorify alcohol consumption in front of my daughter, Tabitha says. Ainsley rolls her eyes. Harper parks the Bronco, then hurries around to help Eleanor out. When they are all standing in the parking lot, Harper holds her arms akimbo. She looks off balance, like she might topple over. "Welcome to Farm Neck," Harper says. The grounds of the club are pretty. There's a line of golf carts, some with bags of clubs in the back, and there's a putting green by the front entrance. The air smells like cut grass and French fries. Ainsley marvels that Billy managed to belong to a private club when she knows that both Eleanor and Tabitha have been languishing on the list at the Nantucket Yacht Club for nearly a decade. "Obama played here," Harper says, "and Clinton." "I wouldn't advertise that," Eleanor says. The reception is being held in a tent off the side of the clubhouse, and although it's a much smaller affair than Ainsley anticipated, it's still very nice. The tent is decorated with white lanterns and potted plants. There are high-top tables scattered throughout, and a waitress holds a tray of champagne flutes filled to the brim, greeting people as they walk in. There's an easel holding a picture of Ainsley's grandfather in his later years after he'd lost his wire-rimmed glasses and his white patent leather belt. In this photo, he's on a boat. He wears a visor, his face is tan and weather-beaten, and he's holding up a striped bass. Above the photograph, it says, "Remembering William O'Shaughnessy Frost, April 13, 1944 to June 16, 2017. There's a table beneath the easel on which rest blank name tags and a Sharpie marker. "Are we doing name tags?" Ainsley asks her mother. "Heavens, no," Tabitha says. She lifts a flute of champagne off the tray. "Hello, gorgeous." The waitress seems to think Tabitha is speaking to her instead of to the champagne. "Harper?" she says. "I don't think I've ever seen you wear heels before." "I'm not Harper," Tabitha says. "I'm her twin sister, Tabitha." "Seriously?" the waitress says. Ainsley picks up a name tag and writes, "Billy's granddaughter," but she doesn't leave enough room for granddaughter, so she has to crumple it up and start over. She affixes the name tag to the front of her black Millie butterfly sleeve dress. The tent is hot. She's going to melt. She wishes she'd worn something more summery, but Tabitha and Eleanor had insisted on black. They are the only people who dressed up. Everyone else is in regular daytime clothes. There is a group of men in golf shirts, a couple of middle-aged women in slacks and comfortable shoes, and a frosted blonde woman of a certain age wearing a Lily Pulitzer sundress and sandals. Harper is over in the far corner of the tent talking to a policeman, and for a second Ainsley wonders if her aunt is in trouble. But then Ainsley sees tender gestures. First, the officer touches Harper's cheek, then the two of them start kissing. If Eleanor sees them, she'll have a conniption fit. She deplores public displays of affection, and although Eleanor isn't blatantly racist, she is old-fashioned. She calls black people Negroes, no matter how many times both Ainsley and Tabitha have informed her that the term is not acceptable. Will Eleanor care that Harper is kissing a black policeman in front of the assembled guests? Was that the reason Harper deflected Tabitha's question about whether she was seeing anyone? Eleanor and Tabitha are busy signing the guest book, each with a glass of champagne in hand, and they don't notice Harper and the policeman going gangbusters in the corner. Ainsley misses Teddy. She feels a dull pain, like her heart has a cramp, when she thinks about Teddy with Emma. Finally, Harper pulls away. The policeman strolls out of the tent past Ainsley, close enough for her to hear the static of his walkie-talkie and smell his aftershave. He's cute. He's young. Possibly closer to Ainsley's age than her aunt's. Go Aunt Harper, Ainsley thinks. Tabitha broke up with Ramsay, which is another reason Ainsley hates her mother. She brought Ramsay into Ainsley's life, encouraged her to love him, and Ainsley did love Ramsay very much. Then she gave him the boot. Now Tabitha jokes about taking a younger lover. She jokes about the guy who teaches surfing lessons at Cisco Beach and about Mr. Bly, Ainsley's chemistry teacher. Every time Tabitha brings it up, Ainsley thinks, ew. But thinking about her aunt dating a policeman does not inspire the same distaste. Tabitha could never catch or keep a guy that young and hot, Ainsley thinks, despite the fact that she and Harper are identical twins. Tabitha is too stuck up and absolutely no fun. Harper speaks to the gentleman in golf shirts. She says something that makes them laugh. Then she approaches Ainsley. "Would you like a glass of champagne?" she asks. "I ordered the good stuff, Tattinger, and there are supposed to be finger sandwiches and sliders. I kept it waspy for your grandmother's sake. No spring rolls, no quesadillas." "Nothing with any actual flavor," Ainsley says. She gives Harper a conspiratorial smile. It's so bizarre. Her mother's face on a much nicer, cooler person. "So, was that guy, the policeman, your boyfriend?" Harper's expression changes. She looks anxious, like she's been caught. "Boyfriend?" she says. "You mean Drew?" "I'm sorry," Ainsley says. "It's none of my business." Harper takes a long look at Ainsley, as if she's trying to see inside her somehow. "I wish I could go back to your age," she says. "Start over. I do things differently." Ainsley nods. "I'd love some champagne," she says. "And I'll even eat pale triangular sandwiches. I'm starving. We didn't have breakfast." Harper says, "Just take a flute of champagne, and if anyone gives you trouble, tell them your grandfather wrote it into his will that you're not only allowed to drink champagne at his memorial, you're also supposed to." Ainsley nods, knowing full well that this explanation will not work with her mother or grandmother. "I'm going to check on things back in the kitchen," Harper says. "Cut some crusts off myself if I have to." Harper leaves the tent, and Ainsley feels abandoned. She sees her grandmother and mother standing off to the side, holding their champagne flutes in front of them as they would hold crosses in the presence of vampires. They aren't speaking to each other or to anyone else. God forbid they actually engage with Billy's friends. Why did they even bother coming? Ainsley grabs a flute of champagne from the waitress's tray and heads over to the men in golf shirts. "Hello," she says. "I'm Ainsley, Billy's granddaughter." Ainsley drinks that flute of champagne. Then Smitty, the ringleader among Billy's golfing buddies, procures her another. The champagne goes right to her head on an empty stomach, but she doesn't care. She kind of likes it. She is a celebrity here, at least among these men and all the people Smitty introduces her to, such as the woman in the Lily Pulitzer shift, presented to Ainsley, with a nudge and a wink that make Ainsley think she should pay special attention, as Mrs. Tobias. "I loved your grandpa," Mrs. Tobias says. "He was a dreamboat." Mrs. Tobias is very tan. She's somewhere in her mid-50s, which is too old to pull off the kind of sundress she's wearing. It's best suited for someone Ainsley's age, and her frosted blonde hair is styled like Rachel's from Friends. But she's pretty. She's a heck of a lot younger and sexier and more attractive than Eleanor, although she lacks Eleanor's elegance and grace. Dreamboat, Ainsley thinks. Was this her grandfather's girlfriend? Or maybe just his paramour? What to make of the name Mrs. Tobias? Where, if anywhere, is Mr. Tobias? But before Ainsley can formulate the kind of probing questions that will yield more specifics, her attention is snagged by something happening over by the entrance. The tent has filled up with people, and servers are now passing trays of hors d'oeuvres, shrimp cocktail, radish sandwiches, pigs in a blanket, so it's hard to see. Plus, Ainsley's vision is hazy, thanks to the champagne. But she hears a woman shouting, "Where is she? Where is she?" The voice carries over the polite cocktail party chatter, and soon heads turn and voices are hushed. Ainsley sees a couple enter the tent, the woman petite, with very short hair and bug eyes, and a man in a suit and tie following her, reaching for her arm, trying to quiet her down. Who is this? Ainsley wonders, and at the same time, Mrs. Tobias murmurs, "Oh shit, here it comes." Here what comes? Ainsley's eyes widen in wonder, then shock, as the bug-eyed woman approaches Tabitha and Eleanor. "You!" she says. The person she seems to be addressing is Tabitha. What? Ainsley thinks. She sees Aunt Harper enter the tent just as the bug-eyed woman throws a full flute of champagne all over the front of Tabitha's black Roxy dress, and then, with a whip-quick motion, slaps Tabitha across the face. The sound of the slap reverberates through the tent. The crowd gasps, then goes silent. Harper. She understands the timing is bad. Her father's memorial reception is held only 3 days after Sadie catches her and Reed together in the parking lot of Lucy Vincent. 3 days is long enough for the rumor to spread, but not long enough for people to forget about it and move on. She considered canceling the memorial reception, but Billy had wanted only one thing, and it was a farewell party at Farm Neck. And besides, in a text sent late Sunday night, when Harper was lying face down in bed, determined never to rise again, Reed said that he'd managed to calm Sadie down. He said he'd convinced her that what she saw wasn't Reed and Harper screwing, but rather Reed embracing Harper in an attempt to comfort her after the death of her father. Yes, he understood it seemed odd and possibly unprofessional, meeting a patient's family member at midnight in the parking lot of Lucy Vincent Beach, but that was why they loved the Vineyard, right? Because it was a close-knit community where people genuinely cared for one another, and Reed had a long-established history of going above and beyond the call of duty for his patients. Sadie should also remember that she'd had a lot to drink at the barbecue at Lambert's Cove. A lot, and therefore she couldn't trust anything she thought she'd seen. She was lucky she hadn't been pulled over. With these assurances from Reed that Sadie had been neutralized, Harper proceeded with her plan. That Sadie had then, apparently, gone all Nancy Drew on him, checking Reed's phone records and quizzing Dee, Harper's favorite nurse at the hospital, who said that yes, she had been suspicious about an affair all along, came as a surprise to Reed, but not to Harper. Sadie's outburst at the reception had, initially, worked in Harper's favor. It was wildly inappropriate, bursting into a beloved Islander's funeral, dousing his daughter in drink, then striking her. In the seconds after Sadie slapped Tabitha, not Harper, a mistake Harper deeply regretted, Drew had appeared out of nowhere to subdue Mrs. Zimmer. He pried the empty champagne flute from her hand. No one wanted to see any breaking glass, and gently restrained her by holding both wrists. Sadie spat in Tabitha's general direction. "That woman is an evil bitch!" "That woman," Drew said, "is my girlfriend." "No," Tabitha said, "not me. My twin sister." She offered her hand to Drew. "I'm Tabitha." Harper had been amazed that Pony had been able to regain her composure so shortly after being slapped. Her cheek was a hot, blazing red. It was one benefit of spending so many years with Eleanor, Harper reasoned. Tabitha knew how to take a hit. Despite Harper's mortification, she had the wherewithal to take the crowd's temperature. The friends and neighbors assembled to mourn the passing of Billy Frost seemed aghast, not at Harper or Tabitha mistaken for Harper, but rather at Sadie Zimmer. The island girl, who had made such a success of her mother's pie business, was revealed to be a raging psychopath. She had slapped one of Billy Frost's daughters, the wrong daughter as it turned out, the one who lived on Nantucket. As distressing as the matter had been 30 seconds earlier, now that Mrs. Zimmer had been restrained, people became titillated rather than alarmed. Billy's friend Smitty turned to Roger Dorr, who was standing next to him, and said, "This has to be the greatest story from any memorial reception ever." Roger Dorr raised a glass. "Leave it to Billy," he said. But it was Eleanor who had the final word. Oh, how Harper disliked her mother at times, yet she couldn't dispute the fact that Eleanor had the countenance of a queen, a regal bearing, an unassailable authority. She had been raised a Brahmin and remained one to her core. Eleanor approached Sadie and said, "I don't know who you are, but showing up at an event like this to air your personal grievances is nothing short of disgraceful. A man has died and deserves to be remembered fondly and cheerfully, so please take your petty drama elsewhere." Sadie's bulging eyes narrowed with this reprimand. "Your daughter is a tramp," she said. "I don't care," Eleanor said. "Please go." Sadie allowed herself to be escorted from the tent by Reed and Drew. A waiter brought Tabitha an ice pack for her face. Some genius in the clubhouse found a way to pipe in music, and immediately Mozart restored civility to the proceedings. Harper, for a second believing she had survived the worst-case scenario unscathed, helped herself to another glass of champagne. The slap must have knocked Tabitha into a state of shock, but no sooner did she set her ice pack down on one of the high tops than she returned to her usual self. She glared at Harper. "What the hell was that?" Harper regarded her sister. "I liked you better when you were a pony," she said. "Remember how I used to ride on your back?" "Who was she, Harper?" Harper debated. Lie or tell the truth? Eleanor and Ainsley were both waiting for an answer as well. Could Harper get away with saying she had no idea? Suddenly they were approached by Kendall, the general manager of Farm Neck. "I'm sorry about that little scene with Mrs. Zimmer," he said. "None of us had any idea she was so agitated. Dr. Zimmer is a member in good standing here. We had no reason to expect any trouble." "Of course not," Harper said. "It's not your fault." "Is this your sister?" Kendall asked. He offered his hand to Tabitha. "So nice to meet you. Please accept my condolences about your father. The entire staff here at Farm Neck were big Billy Frost fans." Tabitha gave Kendall a patient smile. "My father was one of a kind." "He was a rapscallion," Eleanor murmured, "an incorrigible hooligan." "Mother," Harper said. Then she remembered that Eleanor had always been a disaster when drinking champagne. "Well, anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Tabitha," Tabitha said. Kendall gave her a little geisha bow, and Harper thought maybe he was flirting with Tabitha. Would that be such a terrible match? Kendall, properly Kenneth Daw, was recently divorced from Penny Daw, who worked at the Dukes County Courthouse in Edgartown. Kendall was as handsome as his namesake, but so fastidious that many Vineyarders thought Kendall and Penny had divorced because Kendall was gay. But he wasn't gay. He was merely particular about how he looked and presented himself, which was appropriate for the GM of an exclusive golf club. And it also made him a potential match for Tabitha. But no further words were exchanged. Kendall moved off to chat with Smitty, and Tabitha got her verbal machete out and held it to Harper's neck. "Mrs. Zimmer? Dr. Zimmer? Were you sleeping with Billy's doctor? His married doctor?" Harper said, "I think you'd better go." "Yes," Eleanor said. "For once, Pony, I agree with your sister." At 6 o'clock that evening, when Harper pulls her Bronco up to her duplex and unloads the bakery boxes filled with leftover tea sandwiches, she understands that there will be backlash. Drew is sitting on her front step in street clothes, jeans, a blue chambray shirt, and navy espadrilles that he wears despite the ribbing he receives from the other officers and from Harper. He is also wearing the face of dejection. "You were sleeping with Dr. Zimmer?" he asks. "No," Harper says automatically. "Dr. Zimmer is such a great guy. I love that guy. I look up to that guy. He's a hero of mine. He wanted to work with me on a drug awareness program in the middle school because he agreed with me that we have to reach kids while they're at their most impressionable." "Drew," Harper says. She steps around him, opens her front door, and carries the bakery boxes to the kitchen, with Fish in hot pursuit. Fish has never met a bakery box he didn't like. Billy used to buy a dozen donuts and give a third of them to the dog. The white powdered sugar variety is his favorite. "These are sandwiches," Harper says. She tosses Fish one made from egg salad and watercress, which he devours, then a radish and butter sandwich, which he sniffs, then leaves on the floor. "Yeah, I don't blame you." Drew stays on the front porch. No, Harper thinks. Whatever is going to transpire here will not happen in full view of the street. "Come in, please," she says. "I tried calling your cell phone," he says. "I called 17 times and left 11 messages because I want to know if what Mrs. Zimmer was accusing Dr. Zimmer of is true." Harper's mind wanders, as it tends to do when she is hearing something unpleasant. She sings off-key. "I saw her today at the reception, a glass of wine in her hand." Drew says, "She said you were having an affair with Dr. Zimmer. She said she has proof." Harper's insides freeze with fear. Proof? Harper pulls Drew by the arm back to the front door. There's no sign of a vehicle. "How did you get here?" she asks. "I had the chief drop me off." "The chief?" Harper says. "Chief Oberg?" Drew nods. "When we started dating, he tried to warn me about you. He told me you used to be a coke dealer." Harper shakes her head. "Not even close." "But you did something wrong." "If I had, Drew, the last person I would admit it to is you." "I want you to confess that you were having an affair with Dr. Zimmer." "No," Harper says. "There was a misunderstanding." "That's crap." "Please don't go around talking about what happened at my father's reception," Harper says. "People love to gossip on this island, Drew. Even good, well-meaning people like Chief Oberg." "Why would Sadie Zimmer act that way if she didn't have proof?" Drew says. "You were having an affair with Dr. Zimmer. You've been lying to me, Harper. I thought we were exclusive. My aunties made lobster stew for you." "Please," Harper says, "please, Drew, do not talk about this to your family." She closes her eyes as she imagines Drew 4 aunties and his mother Yvonne, Oak Bluff's all-time favorite selectman, gathered around the kitchen table with their coffee and their homemade cinnamon rolls, 1 minute thinking, "Isn't it nice that handsome child Drew found a woman he likes, even if she does live in Vineyard Haven?" The next minute learning that the woman is a cheat, sleeping with nice, kind Dr. Zimmer, who prescribes their blood pressure medicine. And as it turns out, the woman is not only a cheat, but also a former criminal, which escaped their previous notice because Joey Bowen only sold drugs to white people. Once the aunties and Yvonne get hold of the story, it will spread like a raging forest fire through the Methodist campground, through their church, through the town administration building, the public library, the hair salon, the steamship authority terminal, and finally to the lookout, where every local person Harper knows likes to go for a drink in the summer. The influence of the Snyder sisters knows no bounds. "People are going to find out no matter who I tell or don't tell," Drew says. "I'm an officer of the law. I can't date a woman with a reputation like yours. We have to break up." This pronouncement comes as an unexpected relief. "Okay," Harper says. "Okay," Drew says. "You're just going to let me go?" "You don't trust me," Harper says. "You believe the talk. There's no hope for a relationship without trust, Drew." "But Drew says. I'm too old for you anyway, Harper says. Find someone younger. Get married. Have a baby. I don't want a baby, Drew says. I want you. Don't second-guess yourself, Harper says. You're doing the right thing. But I think I might be in love with you, Drew says. I'll call you a cab, Harper says. She and Fish eat the rest of the tea sandwiches for dinner, and Harper throws back a six-pack of Amity Island Ale. The beer makes her brave, at least temporarily. She turns on her cell phone. She sees the 11 voicemails from Drew. There is also a voicemail from her boss, Rooster, and a voicemail from a local Vineyard number that Harper suspects is Sadie Zimmer's cell phone. There are 7 text messages from Drew and a text from Reed. This last message is the only one she cares about. It says, Sadie on a rampage, telling everyone about catching us at Lucy Vincent. I just got a call from Greenie. Please don't contact me for a while. I'm sorry. Harper squeezes her eyes shut. It's over with Drew. And now it's over with Reed. Greenie, Adam Greenfield, is the president of the hospital's board of directors. Uncharted horrors and humiliations lie ahead. How did Harper not understand this 3 days ago? Her phone rings and she thinks, Reed. He loves her. Of this she is certain. She felt it most keenly in the parking lot. It was more than sex. It was love. Would it be naive of Harper to believe that Reed might leave Sadie for Harper? Reed and Sadie don't have children. They don't even have a dog. So what reason would there be for Reed to stay? But when Harper checks her display, she sees that the person calling is Tabitha. Harper groans. Nothing from the woman in 14 years, and now she's blowing Harper up. What are the chances that Pony is calling to check on Harper, see how she's doing, ask if there is anything she can do to help? What are the chances that Tabitha is calling for any reason other than to thank Harper for mucking up her own life so badly that Tabitha became a victim? 0 chance, Harper decides. She lets the call go to voicemail. Tabitha. She hopes things will get better once they leave the golf club and are on their way home, but instead, things get worse. Once the taxi driver, who doesn't know where he's going and nearly gets into 3 separate wrecks, delivers them to the ferry, Tabitha and Ainsley go to the office to exchange their tickets so they can take the earlier boat, and Eleanor wanders away like a person with Alzheimer's. They find Eleanor sidled up to the bar at Coupe de Ville, where she has ordered a glass of champagne. Tabitha assumes that at this establishment it's Prosecco, and is telling the buxom young bartender, Carmen, that she is Billy Frost's widow. I knew Billy well, Carmen says. He came in here all the time. That was his usual stool over there. She points to an empty stool at the far end of the bar, farthest from the dock and closest to the TV. Well then, Eleanor says, that is where I shall sit. Ainsley nudges Tabitha. Grammy is drunk. Apparently so, Tabitha thinks. Her mother holds her liquor better than anyone Tabitha has ever known, but champagne has always been her Achilles heel. She loves it, but it gets her blotto. Tabitha only saw her drink 1 glass, maybe 2 at the reception, but Eleanor is sneaky and may have consumed as many as 4 or 5 glasses, making this her 6th glass. Mother, we have to go, Tabitha says. The ferry is leaving. You have 12 minutes, Carmen says. But even so, she writes out a tab. $5. Cheap Prosecco, Tabitha thinks. Eleanor continues to drink on the boat. The High Line has upped its food and beverage game over the past couple of years. All the soups and sandwiches are made from scratch, and one can even get a decent-looking cheese and fruit platter as well as good wine by the glass or bottle. They serve Veuve Clicquot, Eleanor announces from her place in line. "Mother, please don't," Tabitha says. She nudges Ainsley. "Can you encourage your grandmother to drink water?" "I'm not doing your dirty work for you, Tabitha," Ainsley says. "I hate you." "You hate me? Really? You think because Grammy ruined your life that now it's your job to ruin my life," Ainsley says. "Aunt Harper was smart. She went with Gramps. I'm thinking about going to live with Dad for the summer." Tabitha nearly says he doesn't want you. But that is cruel, primarily because it's true. Wyatt has remarried, sired 3 sons, ages 10, 7, and 4, and lives with his wife, Becky, in a gracious home overlooking Craigville Beach on the Cape. Becky has a problem with Ainsley. She hates her for no apparent reason other than petty jealousy. She doesn't want Ainsley around the boys, and Wyatt does little in the way of championing his daughter. When he has painting jobs on Nantucket, he will take Ainsley to lunch or dinner. But he never invites Ainsley to the Cape, not even for the weekend. "Okay," Tabitha says neutrally. Eleanor sits down next to Tabitha, sips her champagne, then starts to cry. "Your father is gone," she says. "He's dead." Ainsley leans forward. "Did you love him, Grammy?" She seems genuinely interested. "With all my heart," Eleanor says. "I met your grandfather on December 22nd, 1967. He was my cousin Rhonda's date to my parents' annual Christmas party at the country club. Rhonda showed up stoned and my parents made her leave." Eleanor closes her eyes, and Ainsley can feel her transporting herself to another time, back when people went to parties in horse-drawn carriages. "Your grandfather stayed, and we danced all night." "That sounds romantic," Ainsley says. "And you know who else I love?" Eleanor says. "Your Aunt Harper. I've missed her desperately." "Really?" Ainsley says, delighted. "No," Tabitha says. "That's the champagne talking." Eleanor reaches across Tabitha to lay a hand on Ainsley's knee. "Here's the secret to all human relationships," she says. "We humans want what we don't have. Harper went with Billy, and I've longed for her ever since." "Mother," Tabitha says, "that is simply not true." "You aren't privy to the secrets of my innermost heart," Eleanor says. "Aunt Harper is so cool," Ainsley says, "but I'm not talking about how she dresses, obviously." Eleanor nods. "Her ensemble today was a travesty. I'm going to send her some inventory tomorrow." She turns to Tabitha. "What size are you, dear?" "I'm a size 4, Mother," Tabitha says. "You know I'm a size 4. "I'm going to send Harper 2s, Eleanor says. "She looked a little thinner than you." "It's just that she acts cool," Ainsley says. "She's chill. By which I mean the opposite of uptight." Tabitha can't believe she's hearing this. Eleanor has been pining for Harper ever since Harper left with Billy? That is revisionist history at its most interesting. Tabitha knows for a fact that Harper used to go visit Eleanor regularly in Boston, although she probably hasn't been since the ghastly drug bust. But still, it's hardly as though they've been kept from each other. The champagne is turning Eleanor into something from Lady Sings the Blues. And Ainsley thinks Harper is chill? Harper is cool? Did Ainsley miss the part of the reception when the wife of Harper's lover, who also happened to be Billy's doctor, slapped Tabitha across the face, mistakenly believing it was Harper? Is it cool to be called a tramp? It's possible that Ainsley doesn't realize the quagmire Harper got herself into 3 years ago, delivering 3 pounds of cocaine to a landscaping client. Harper should rightly have gone to prison. They should be going to visit her at Framingham instead of Martha's Vineyard. Would that be chill? Ainsley may not realize that her aunt now delivers packages for a living. She didn't get hired by UPS or FedEx because she had no decent references, so instead she works for a local operation called Rooster Express. Billy had shown Tabitha a picture of Harper on his phone. Harper was wearing a red-collared shirt and a baseball cap emblazoned with an offensively grinning bird. The job is not chill. It is not cool. Harper's life is a shit show. If Tabitha is the only person here who can see that, then fine. Tabitha goes to stand by the window and gaze at the water, which is probably a mistake because the feelings of intense self-reflection return. Billy is dead. Everyone assumes that Harper is the only one who feels this loss, but Tabitha is grieving as well. He was her father, too. She wasn't present for his illness. She wasn't at his bedside the way Harper was, but still Tabitha aches. One more person who was related to Julian is dead. During his annual visits to Nantucket, Billy accompanied Tabitha to the cemetery to place flowers on Julian's grave every August 15, the anniversary of the day Julian died. They would bow their heads, and Billy would say a simple prayer and squeeze Tabitha's hand until she thought it would break. "He's with my mother in heaven," Billy would say. "She's taking care of him. You can count on that." Tabitha had never been particularly religious, but the ritual of going to the cemetery with Billy had comforted her, as nothing else had. Have you ever lost anyone? Tabitha has now lost her father. And Harper, Tabitha admits to herself. Seeing her sister today was a trial. Years of anger and hatred had blanketed the truth, which lay underneath like a sediment, nearly disguised but not quite. Tabitha lost her best friend, her sister, her twin. Did Tabitha remember the way Harper used to ride on her back when she was a pony? Of course. Tabitha remembers a lot more than that. She remembers their switching classes at Windsor. Tabitha would double up on art, Harper on English. She remembers them both candy striping at the Brigham, intentionally confusing senile Mrs. Lawson. Tabitha would walk out one door at the same time Harper walked in another, and giving themselves side stitches from laughing so hard. She remembers summer camp at Wyanagonic, and how the other girls thought Tabitha and Harper would hate each other, as the twins in The Parent Trap did. But they had been best friends, inseparable. They waded together in their bathing caps at the end of the dock before diving into freezing cold Moose Pond in perfect tandem. They paddled together in the canoe, Tabitha in the stern, Harper in the bow. Tabitha would steer, Harper added power. They lined up side by side in archery, their bows poised exactly the same way. She remembers rock, paper, scissors, and Harper rolling away with Billy, leaving Tabitha behind to suffer through a future of living up to Eleanor's impossibly high standards. Tabitha had waved goodbye, standing on the brick sidewalk in front of the house on Pinckney Street. But Harper hadn't bothered waving back. She had been too busy fiddling with the radio. Tabitha remembers Harper showing up on Nantucket to help Tabitha take care of Julian. Tabitha stops herself there. When they get home, there's a brown box sitting on the front porch of the carriage house. It's Ainsley's new phone, which cost Tabitha $700, making it more punishing to Tabitha than to Ainsley. "My phone!" Ainsley shrieks, and she jumps out of the FJ40, which still smells like cigarettes, while it's moving. Tabitha slams on the brakes. She tries to remind Ainsley that she is grounded from her phone until Friday, but there will be no taking it away from her now. Or rather, Tabitha can take it away, but it will no doubt involve a physical fight in which Tabitha may well get struck for the second time. She isn't up for it. "You're right, Ramsey," she thinks. "I'm a piss-poor parent. I crumble like a day-old cookie every time." She watches Ainsley disappear into the carriage house with the box. Tabitha continues down the long white shell driveway to her mother's house, seamless. A 4,500 square foot edifice with 3 floors, 6 bedrooms, 6.5 baths, and a glassed-in porch that perches on the edge of a cliff, offering uninterrupted views of Nantucket Sound. Tabitha has always assumed that someday this house will be hers, as well as the townhouse on Pinckney Street, although lately Eleanor has been dodgy about money. The ERF boutique on Newbury Street folded the year before, and Eleanor must have sustained a hit to her finances and her ego, although she was predictably stoic about both. Tabitha has always assumed that Eleanor is sitting on a comfortable cushion of cash, but obviously it wasn't enough to save the flagship store. The Nantucket store will be the next to sink, short of a miracle, despite Tabitha's efforts to diversify the inventory. The Palm Beach store is just fine because the clientele in Palm Beach is old. Older. "Do you need help getting inside, Mother?" Tabitha asks. Eleanor inhales dramatically. "You have no idea how today taxed me." "It taxed all of us," Tabitha says. "I got slapped," she thinks, "and doused." Her dress looks pretty good, considering. Another selling point for the Roxy. It can absorb a full glass of champagne without showing a stain or a wrinkle. "He was my father." "He was my husband," Eleanor says. "Ex-husband," Tabitha says. "You were divorced from Billy longer than you were ever married to him." "I don't expect you to understand," Eleanor says. "I don't understand," Tabitha says. "I find this sudden mourning and this heartbreak a little manufactured and more than a little self-serving. Billy lived 11 miles away. Did you ever go to see him? When he was here on Nantucket, did you ever offer to take him to lunch? Or to invite him inside this house? No. When his name came up, you insulted him. You outgrew Billy long ago. You divorced him, then you forgot about him, Mother. I can't believe you're now telling my daughter that you loved him with all your heart." "You've never been married, Pony," Eleanor says. She reaches into her purse and pulls out a newspaper clipping. She hands it to Tabitha. "What's this?" Tabitha says. She unfolds the clipping. It's well worn, softened, and smudged. It's a photograph of Billy and Eleanor. Eleanor smiling as though she's won $50 million in the lottery. Billy kissing her cheek. The caption reads, "Boston Royalty. Fashion designer Eleanor Roxy Frost and husband Billy Frost enjoy an evening out at Loch Ober to raise funds for the Boston Public Library. Ms. Roxy Frost wears a gown of her own design." Tabitha has seen dozens of such photographs of Billy and Eleanor together, and she always thinks the same thing. Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end. But end they did. Still, this photograph prompts Tabitha to acknowledge her mother's sorrow. Eleanor thought to bring this clipping to Billy's memorial reception. It means something to her. Even after all the years of contempt and disregard, she might still have loved him. Tabitha can't deal with the emotion right now. She's too exhausted. So instead she says, "I don't think I've ever seen that dress." It's a long, strapless column of dark silk with a pleated top reminiscent of a Japanese fan. "I still have it," Eleanor says. "Someday it will go to the Smithsonian." "I'm sure it will," Tabitha says. "It's very—" She nearly says pretty, but pretty has never meant anything to Eleanor. "Strong. Makes a statement. Perhaps you should bring it back." She returns the clipping to Eleanor. "Perhaps I should," Eleanor says. She tucks the clipping into her purse before laboriously getting out of the car. She's less steady on her feet these days, especially when she's wearing heels, slingbacks at that. And she's had at least half a dozen glasses of champagne. Tabitha should walk her to the door, help her get situated inside, make her a cup of tea, fix her a snack, fetch her a robe. But no, Tabitha won't do it. Not tonight. She's too angry, and the things Eleanor has said today are too hurtful. Eleanor longs for Harper. Fine. From now on, when Eleanor wants something, she can ask Harper for it. Harper can manage the Nantucket store, maybe sell meth or heroin in addition to the Eleanor Roxy Frost label. That, at least, would put an end to their cash flow problems. "Have a good night, Mother," Tabitha says. Eleanor makes her wobbly way up the flagstone path toward the steps of the front porch. Tabitha studies the grandness of the house and decides that she will throw a party there in a few weeks when Eleanor goes to New York to meet with the Taylors and ERF manufacturing people. Ha! Tabitha is no better than Ainsley. But really, Eleanor's house is ideal for entertaining. Cocktails on the porch, buffet dinner in the dining room, dancing in the living room. Maybe Tabitha will invite Captain Peter. Maybe she'll invite young Zach, the bartender from Nautilus. She will definitely invite Stephanie Beasley now that Ainsley and Candace are friends again. And maybe Teddy's Uncle Graham while she's at it. She needs more friends, she thinks. Ainsley is right. Eleanor has ruined her life. Eleanor climbs the stairs holding on to the rail. It's like watching paint dry, Tabitha thinks. She'll invite the Tallahasseans. Harper has been conducting an affair with Billy's married doctor. Does no one but Tabitha find this disgusting? Eleanor reaches the porch and turns around to wave, or maybe not wave, maybe signal, because she is now crying. She steps forward. Possibly she wants to apologize to Tabitha, or maybe she's left her reading glasses in Tabitha's car. But she misjudges her footing and falls down the porch stairs, landing in a heap at the bottom. Ainsley. She is so busy getting her phone up and running that she doesn't know anything is wrong until she hears the ambulance sirens. At first they're distant, and she barely registers them. But then they get closer, and then they're basically on top of her, and she looks out the window and sees the flashing blue and red lights pull into their driveway. She spies the distant figure of her mother waving the ambulance over in the direction of Grammy's house. Ainsley dashes out the front door in time to see the paramedics sliding Grammy onto a stretcher and into the back of the ambulance. Tabitha gets in her car, does a donut in the driveway, and follows the ambulance out. When she sees Ainsley, she puts down her window. "Grammy fell. I'm going with her to the hospital. Do you want to come with me or stay here?" "Stay here," Ainsley says. She feels bad for that choice, but her mother actually looks relieved. "Does your phone work?" "Yes." "I'll call you," Tabitha says. And off she goes. Ainsley goes back into the house alone. This is what she's been waiting for since Friday night, to be left alone with a mode of communication. Yet she regrets the answer she gave her mother. She should have gone to the hospital. What if her grandmother dies? What if she loses both of her grandparents in the same week? She waits for her phone to boot up. She's expecting a host of texts and missed calls, but only one text comes in from Emma, dated Sunday at noon. It says, "Head hurts. Call me." That's it? Ainsley thinks. Nothing from Teddy? He doesn't know her phone was drowned, although maybe he guessed. He doesn't know her grandfather died and that she went to the memorial on the Vineyard. She has been completely out of touch. She assumed he would try to contact her, yet her phone shows nothing. Did he go to the Jetties to see G-Love with Emma? Emma complained of a headache at noon on Sunday, but that doesn't mean she didn't rally for a big rager on Sunday night. Maybe Teddy lost his phone privileges as well. Maybe Uncle Graham finally went to the library and checked out a parenting manual. But somehow Ainsley doesn't think so. Teddy didn't do anything wrong except spend his date money on vodka. Maybe Teddy's mother showed up, fresh out of Brookhaven Hospital in Tulsa, and took Teddy back to Oklahoma with her. This is what would happen in a Charles Dickens novel. Ainsley has been paying enough attention in English class to know this much. Ainsley calls Teddy. When he answers, he sounds weary. "Hey, Ainsley." "Teddy?" she says. "My mom sunk my phone on Saturday night, which is why I haven't called. And then we found out on Sunday morning that my grandfather died, but I still had no way to reach you. I missed school today because we went to the memorial reception on the Vineyard. I just got back, and my new phone was here, so that's good news. But the bad news is that my grandmother got drunk at the reception and fell down. An ambulance came, and now she and my mother are at the hospital. I'm here alone." She swallows. "Can you come over?" She's asking not because she wants to have sex, but rather because she could really use some companionship, a friend. Her mother doesn't want her at the hospital, and can Ainsley blame her? On the ferry, Ainsley told Tabitha she hated her. "Please, Teddy?" "Ainsley," Teddy says, "I've got something to tell you." Ainsley understands how her mother must have felt earlier that afternoon, struck out of the blue for no discernible reason. "I want to break up," Teddy says. "What?" Ainsley says. "Why?" "Why?" Teddy says. "Why?" Ainsley says. "Is it Emma? Did you take Emma with you to see G-Love at the Jetties?" "I didn't go to the Jetties, and G-Love never showed anyway," Teddy says. "And this has nothing to do with Emma. I like someone else." Ainsley sucks in her breath. "Someone else?" she says. "Who?" "Candace," Teddy says. "I like Candace." Candace, Ainsley thinks. Candace Beasley? Measly Beasley? Ainsley thinks Teddy must be kidding, but then he launches into a monologue about how he needs positive influences in his life. He can't get caught up with the drinking and the smoking. If he gets in trouble and Graham kicks him out, he's looking at foster care or a group home. Candace is an A student and an altar girl at St. Mary's. She and Teddy were the only ones at Ainsley's party who stayed sober. Teddy called her on Sunday, and they met for a walk on the beach. They talked. He tried to kiss her, but she wouldn't let him until he'd properly broken up with Ainsley. "She doesn't want to hurt you," Teddy says. "She doesn't want you to be able to say she stole me from you, because it isn't like that." Ainsley is speechless. She is stuck back on the phrase positive influences. Isn't Ainsley a positive influence? Was she not the one who befriended Teddy when he first arrived on Nantucket? He could have been an outcast, a weird loner from Oklahoma, but Ainsley had introduced him to all her friends. She had included him. And then soon afterward, once they started dating, she had given him her virginity. She understands that he doesn't want to mess up and get in trouble. He doesn't have to drink or smoke. She has never pressured him to do so. Maybe Ainsley isn't on the honor roll. Maybe Ainsley isn't an altar girl at St. Mary's. Her mother never had her baptized, much less confirmed, but she has a heart, and her heart loves Teddy. Candace Beasley. Backstabber, Ainsley thinks. She will destroy Candace Beasley. She will destroy Candace and Teddy together. They can be good people, but they will be alone. Ainsley recognizes those last few thoughts as those of an evil, vengeful person, which is exactly what pushed Teddy away. Ainsley takes a deep breath. "I'm sure she doesn't want to hurt me. Candace and I used to be best friends. Then we drifted apart. When I invited her over on Saturday, it was because I wanted to try to get close to her again." "That's what she told me," Teddy says. "She also told me that you and Emma have been pretty mean to her." "We have been," Ainsley admits. And now she's exacting her revenge. "I'm sure you guys will be happy together. Happier than you and I were. I wish you the best." "Ainsley," Teddy says. "Goodbye, Ted," Ainsley says, and she hangs up. Ainsley stares at her phone for a few seconds. She's proud of herself for not kirking out, She handled herself exactly as her grandmother might have. But wow, she hurts. Tears sting her eyes. She's upset about Teddy and Candace. She's worried about her grandmother, and she is so sad about Billy. The only good thing that has happened is that she got to see Aunt Harper, but even that visit was cut short. Ainsley picks up her phone to call Emma. But Emma isn't good at commiseration. She doesn't know how to be comforting or supportive. Neither do BC and Maggie and Anna. Ainsley has chosen friends who are too cool for any kind of genuine human emotion. Should she call her father? Ask him if maybe she can spend the summer on the Cape? She could work as a nanny for her half-brothers. Right now, she's supposed to put in 40 hours a week at the ERF boutique, but Ainsley would love to tell her mother she's found a better job. Tabitha probably doesn't want Ainsley to work at the boutique anyway. If Ainsley goes to the Cape, Tabitha will be able to hire someone reliable and competent, someone she will be able to trust rather than doubt. What does it say when your own mother doesn't believe in you? Ainsley dials her father's number, but after 6 rings it goes to his voicemail. Ainsley hangs up. She's not sure whether Tabitha has told Wyatt about Ainsley stealing the car and throwing the party, but if she has, then it's safe to say a summer on the Cape is out of the question. Becky, Ainsley's stepmother, or more accurately, Wyatt's wife, hates Ainsley. She doesn't allow Ainsley within 5 feet of the boys. Ainsley's phone rings. It's her mother. Grammy broke her hip, Tabitha says. Ainsley exhales. But she's okay otherwise? She's alive? She's alive, but the break is bad, and they're flying her to Boston on the med-flight helicopter. I have to fly to Boston, too. I would have you come with me, but I don't want you to miss any more school. So, what do you think? Can you stay home by yourself tonight? There's cash in the tea tin if you want to order a pizza for dinner, or there's a hunk of low-fat Gouda in the deli drawer. No rice crackers, though. We finished those up last night. Will you be home tomorrow? Ainsley asks. I'm not sure, sweetheart, but I have to go with your grandmother. She doesn't have anyone else. Please, please just be good until I get back. Do your homework, take the bus to school. No smoking, no drinking, no parties. Okay? Okay, Ainsley says. I promise. She hangs up. Broken hip. Not the worst news, but still serious. Ainsley gets that. Why do old people always break their hips? It's like a thing. So now Ainsley has the house to herself, overnight and maybe longer. 3 hours ago, this was exactly what Ainsley dreamed of, but right now, well, she feels more miserable than she has in all her life. Harper. When she wakes up the morning after Billy's memorial reception, the answer is clear. She has to leave the Vineyard. Harper's phone continued to blow up the night before, to the point where she wished her phone would physically blow up. There were texts from Drew and from an unfamiliar number, which turned out to be Drew's cousin Jethro, the son of Wanda, the aunt who made the stew. Harper deletes these texts without reading them. She feels anew the shame of 3 years earlier. What had she learned then? The Vineyard is a great place to live, until you screw up. Being part of a community means you have a responsibility to behave, to obey the laws, to act like a decent human being, and when you don't, you let everyone else in the community down. There was a text from the other Rooster Express driver, a former addict named Adele, that said, "Is it true?" There was, most frighteningly, a text from Jude, Harper's former employer. Harper wasn't sure why she even kept Jude's contact information in her phone. They had agreed never to communicate again. Harper stupidly thought that maybe Jude had heard about Billy's death and decided to reach out, but the text said, "Scum." After that, Harper was determined to flush her phone down the toilet. But then a text came in from Rooster, her boss, and Harper thought it might have been a change to her work schedule. The text said, "Listen to your voicemail, please, Harper. Or just call me back." Harper sighed, then played her voicemail. "Hi, Harper. It's Rooster. Sorry I missed Billy's reception. I was in the weeds with you taking the day off. I heard some pretty weird shit went down at the golf club, and it sounds like maybe you have some personal issues you need to work out. So anyway, I'm relieving you of your delivery duties for the foreseeable future. Sorry about that, Harper." Harper replayed the message because she couldn't understand what he was trying to tell her. Relieving her of her delivery duties for the foreseeable future? Was he firing her? Yes, it seemed he was. There was also a voicemail from Tabitha. It had come in at 2:30 in the morning. Harper hadn't listened to it because how much abuse really was she expected to take? Reed gone. Drew gone. Her job gone. She has to leave. Where she'll go is less of a concern than the steps she needs to take to wrap up her life here. She has to go over to Chappie to see Brendan, but that will need to wait. She has to pay Kendall at the golf club, as the reception was far from free, but she'll deal with Kendall by email because by now he's probably heard the reason for Sadie Zimmer's outrageous behavior. It was justified. Harper had been sleeping with her husband, the wonderful member in good standing, the island's favorite doctor, a man as squeaky clean as Marcus Welby, M.D., Dr. Reed Zimmer. No, Harper thinks, Sadie's behavior was not justified. Showing up at Billy's memorial to slap Harper in front of the assembled guests? Unacceptable. And why is Harper the only one being held accountable for the infidelity? She isn't married. She isn't betraying anyone at home. Well, okay, she was betraying Drew. He thinks they agreed to be exclusive, but they've only been dating for 3 weeks. They haven't even slept together, and Harper knows the word exclusive never crossed her lips. But why isn't anyone vilifying Reed? Why is it Harper who is cast as the evil seductress? Does it go all the way back to Nathaniel Hawthorne? Yes, she supposes it does. The house. She has to sell Billy's house, and fast. She needs a real estate agent. Is there anyone left on the Vineyard who might still speak to her? She snaps her fingers. Polly. Polly Childs has been through this. Back when she was a sales associate at Shipshape Real Estate, she slept with her boss, Brock, while Brock and Polly were married to other people. Both marriages broke up, and Polly took a trip to Ethiopia, where she traced her ancestry back to the royal family, at least that was the rumor, and did some humanitarian work. When she returned to the Vineyard, she had reinvented herself enough to get a job at Up Island Real Estate, where her African princess self proceeded to make a killing. She immediately sold a harborfront home in Edgartown to the famous talk show host Sunday Stewart. This had been major Vineyard news. It was made even bigger when Polly and Sunday were caught fooling around in the master bedroom suite by Sunday's actress lover, Cassandra Kay. The public relations frenzy had been insane on a national level. The supermarket tabloids, TMZ. For a full celebrity gossip news cycle, 9 days, Polly Childs' name was mentioned everywhere you looked. Harper would have locked herself in a car and driven off Dyke Bridge, but Polly had held her head high. Harper had seen her in the produce section of Kronig's that week, and in an attempt at normalcy, Harper had asked Polly the best way to tell if a pineapple is ripe. Polly had informed Harper in a normal, cheerful voice that if a whole pineapple gives off a sweet fragrance, it's ready to eat. Harper calls Polly and says, "Polly, it's Harper Frost. I'm looking to sell my father's house. I need to get off this island." There is silence from Polly, and Harper thinks that maybe even Polly Childs is unwilling to do business with her. for she's certain that Polly has already heard the rumors. The real estate offices are hotbeds of gossip. If Polly can't help, then Harper has truly sifted down to join the cast of Untouchables. Finally, Polly says, "I know the house. Daggett Avenue? I'll meet you there in 15 minutes. Polly arrives first, as Harper had to feed Fish and let him out, then change her clothes. She had fallen asleep in the black outfit she wore to the reception, and brush her teeth and wash her face in an attempt to make herself look respectable. Harper is wearing white denim shorts, a pale blue golf shirt that used to belong to Billy before Harper requisitioned it for gardening purposes, a Red Sox hat, and her father's watch. She is the world's most underwhelming mistress. Polly, by comparison, is wearing, well, here Harper blinks. She's wearing one of Harper's mother's designs, the Roxy, in amethyst purple, a color that makes her skin look like polished bronze. Harper knows nothing about fashion, but she would know her mother's dress, that dress, anywhere. It's a linen shift with an obi. Obis were a fashion statement made popular by geisha girls in Japan. Eleanor's entire empire is based on reworking a symbol of female subservience and turning it into something empowering. "I like your dress," Harper says. "I like your watch," Polly says. "Stylish. Makes a statement. I should get a man's watch." "It was my father's," Harper says. "You have my condolences," Polly says. "I heard I missed meeting your mother yesterday by a minute or two. I went to Farm Neck for a late lunch." "That's not all you missed," Harper says. Polly smiles in an inscrutable way. Now would be the time for Polly to say something encouraging, maybe dust off the old chestnut about the man who sees his friend down in a hole and jumps into the hole with him because he's been there before and knows the way out. Polly clearly found her way out. She looks fantastic. Harper wonders if she's still seeing Sunday Stewart. Sunday and Cassandra Kay have split. That much has been well documented, at which point Polly vaporized from the story. Maybe Harper doesn't have to leave. Maybe she can ride this out. But then she thinks of Jude's text, scum. Scum, like you find in a ring around the bathroom sink, or like peanut butter that has collected inside the lid of the jar. Harper has to go. "Anyway, here it is," Harper says, pointing to the house. It's only now that she thinks to worry about the state of things inside. Harper has been here periodically to grab things for Billy, but no one has been in to clean, and the weather has warmed up considerably. But Harper hadn't thought to open any windows. So when she unlocks the door and she and Polly step inside, they are both assaulted by a wave of stale, hot, foul-smelling air. Polly keeps her game face on. Surely this isn't the worst house she's seen on the island, right? "Your father was a smoker?" Polly asks. "Pack a day," she says. Hence the congestive heart failure at age 73. "Did he have a dog?" Polly asks. "No," Harper says. "No dog." Technically this is true, but Fish was over here all the time, and Billy had no rules, so Fish used to lie across the sofa like a fat pasha. Polly can probably smell him, and although huskies aren't known as shedders, Fish still leaves hair wherever he goes. Harper knows that Polly will not approve of the wall-to-wall carpeting, but Billy was adamant that he liked the feel of it under his feet. "Much friendlier than wood floors," he said. Harper is sure Polly will also not approve of the recliner, or the clunky old coffee table reclaimed from the dump, or the Jaws poster hanging on the wall in the powder room. Billy had been inordinately proud that the movie was filmed on the Vineyard. If Harper closes her eyes, she can hear Billy's voice clear as day. "You're gonna need a bigger boat." Harper says, "I'll give you the grand tour." She leads Polly through the living room into the dining room, where the table is covered with old onion lamps, broken fixtures, wires, cords, outlet covers, bulbs of various shapes and sizes, and a pile of unpaid invoices. Harper will have to deal with what's owed, referring Billy's current customers elsewhere and dismantling the business. It might be a good thing she got fired. The dining room has 4 tall, skinny windows that look out onto the backyard, which is a nice size but completely unkempt. Woods and unmowed grass, in the midst of which is a patch of overgrown vegetable garden. Billy had allowed Harper to put it in back when she was still working for Jude, and in the first season they harvested zucchini, cucumbers, cherry tomatoes, and one enormous misshapen pumpkin that won honorable mention at the Ag Fair. Windows, Polly says, like a toddler learning new words. Yard. They head into the kitchen, which Harper knows is the weak link. It features peeling linoleum floors, stained Formica countertops, and particle board cabinets, several of which are loose on their hinges. With a stranger standing next to her, Harper can see how terribly the house presents, but she never gave it any thought because it was what it was. Billy's house. The fridge is 100 years old, but it kept Billy's beer cold. Billy would rather have eaten takeout from the home port every night than spend money on renovating the kitchen. But the kitchen looks so bad that Harper feels she should apologize. Needs work, Polly says with a rise of her perfectly plucked eyebrows. Rest of the house? They wander through the 3 bedrooms upstairs, including the lavender bedroom that belonged to Harper before she finally moved out a week after her 37th birthday. They peek in the 2 underwhelming bathrooms. The tile floors are fine, but the sinks and tubs and toilets are outdated. And one of the bathrooms is Billy's and still has a can of shaving cream on the sink, along with his green comb. The green comb had been Billy's since the beginning of time. It probably cost him 5 cents at a drugstore on Charles Street in Boston in 1978, but it's so deeply ingrained in Harper's mind as Billy's comb that it's as if his beating heart is there on the bathroom counter. Harper struggles not to lose her composure in front of Polly Childs. They peer into the shallow linen closet, then into the deeper closet that holds the washer and dryer. Laundry, Polly says. Good. Well, yeah, Harper says. The house is an eyesore. She understands this anew, but at least they aren't hanging out at the laundromat every Saturday. Polly turns to Harper and says, Listen, I'm not going to bullshit you. Harper nods. Good. Although really, she could use a little candy coating, a little pie in the sky. You have 2 options, Polly says. We sell this as a tear-down, lot only. Listings in Vineyard Haven have taken a nosedive lately. This town can't decide what it wants to be. And Daggett Avenue is, meh. So it would be listing at 6, closing at $500,000. Oh, Harper says. This is far less than she anticipated. The other option? You got it. New kitchen, obviously, new bathrooms. The whole house needs a new coat of paint. You pull up the carpet, restore those wood floors, buy new furniture, every stick, and hire a landscaper. If you pour $125, $150 into this place, I would list it as 1.1, and you walk with $1 million, guaranteed. Harper stares at Polly's feet. She's wearing Jack Rogers sandals, the same color purple as her Roxy, and her toenails match as well. How does she do it? Harper wonders. How, with all she's been through, does she keep on keeping on? Can I sleep on it? She asks. Absolutely, Polly says. Call me tomorrow. Harper drives home slowly, and all the while, her phone buzzes. It's Drew calling. What did he not understand about their last conversation? They went on 6 dates, and now the relationship is over. The phone rings again, and Harper thinks that's it. She's going to throw the phone out the window, then back up over it. She checks the display. Nantucket, MA. It's not Tabitha's phone, but maybe it's the landline. Maybe her mother's landline. Despite Harper's conflicting emotions, she needs to talk to someone with taste and good business sense about Billy's house. She answers. Hello? Aunt Harper? It's Ainsley. Grammy fell and broke her hip. Mom's with her in Boston at the hospital, and I'm here on Nantucket by myself. I was wondering, well, is there any way you can come over? Come over? Harper says. She's not sure what Ainsley means. To Nantucket, you mean? Yes, Ainsley says. Can you please? Harper is taken hostage by the novelty of the situation. Someone is seeking out her company. But then reality intercedes. What does your mother think about this? She asks. She says it's totally fine, Ainsley says. She would appreciate your help. There is no way this is true. Tabitha could be bleeding out in a school of great white sharks and she wouldn't appreciate Harper's help. But then Harper remembers the voicemail that came in at 2:30 in the morning. She hasn't bothered listening to it, but maybe it is indeed Tabitha, asking for help. Really? Harper says. Really? Ainsley says. Tabitha. The break is bad, and after Eleanor is seen by Dr. Karabinis, the orthopedist at Mass General who specializes in geriatric hip breaks, it is determined that Eleanor will need surgery. There is no one to operate tonight, so they've stabilized the leg, managed Eleanor's pain, and they will operate in the morning. Recovery takes 6 to 8 weeks and involves bed rest and physical therapy. Thankfully, Eleanor is knocked out and can't argue with her treatment plan, though argue she will, eventually. Tabitha accepts this news stoically, although inside her is a 3-ring circus of despair, angst, and resentment. Eleanor is, essentially, out of commission. And not only that, she's going to need help. Hiring a live-in nurse comes to mind, although Eleanor is finicky about strangers and will, no doubt, want Tabitha to serve as the nurse. A live-in nurse is also expensive, probably more than $1,000 a day, $7,000 a week, $30,000 a month, adding up to a grand total of $45,000 to $60,000, depending on how quickly Eleanor heals. Eleanor may have that kind of cash lying around, but if she does have it, she won't want to spend it. At the end of the day, there's no one more frugal than a Yankee wasp. And if she doesn't have it, that's even worse news. Tabitha will have to live in Boston this summer with her mother. But if Tabitha does that, who will run the Nantucket store during its peak season? They can't close the store. They owe $80,000 in rent. There's the manager, Megan, who is perfectly capable, but she's 8 months pregnant. First babies are often late, so Tabitha had hoped to make it through the 4th of July weekend, during which time Megan would teach Ainsley everything she knows, and Ainsley would take Megan's place with Tabitha right there overseeing. Ainsley. If Tabitha moves to Boston for 6 or 8 weeks, what will happen to Ainsley? She's too young to stay by herself. She would burn the carriage house down and turn Eleanor's house into an opium den. Tabitha shudders as she imagines the Snapchat photos. Ainsley and Emma in string bikinis pounding cans of Coors Light, doing bong hits, modeling Tabitha's entire wardrobe. It might even get worse. Nude photos, cocaine, older men. No, Ainsley can't stay alone. But Ainsley will refuse to come to Boston. Of this, Tabitha is certain. Would Wyatt agree to have her live with him on the Cape? That might work, except Tabitha really needs Ainsley to work at the store. If Tabitha were still with Ramsay, there would be no problem. Ramsay would have stayed with Ainsley and kept her in line. He would have had her reading Ayn Rand. He would have taught her to make her bed with hospital corners. He would have delivered her to and from work, and then, once the weather grew consistently clement, he would have made her ride her bike. He would have taken her to dinner at the yacht club on Friday nights and made certain she ordered Shirley Temples. But Ramsey is gone. Ramsey is with Kaylee, and even someone as young and freewheeling as Kaylee would probably not be okay with her new boyfriend caring for his ex-girlfriend's teenage daughter. Tabitha can't worry about the summer right now. Right now, she has to see Eleanor safely through her surgery. Tabitha will stay in Boston tonight, tomorrow night, and maybe Wednesday night as well. She needs someone to go stay with Ainsley. Whom can she ask? Ramsey is out, which leaves... Well, the girl has a father. Tabitha calls Wyatt. "Tabitha?" he says. He sounds surprised, wary. She rarely phones him. Most of their communication about Ainsley is done via email. "Everything okay?" "Not really," Tabitha says, and she bites her bottom lip. Like her mother, Tabitha sees no point in dwelling on the past or reflecting on what might have been, but for some reason, hearing Wyatt's voice takes her back. She's 22 years old, and he's a year older, standing on a ladder painting the trim on the next-door neighbor's house. Tabitha has wandered over to the Coleman's yard to gather up Blaise Pascal, Eleanor's dachshund, who has run off. Wyatt is wearing wraparound Oakleys and a Cornell University visor. His brown hair has flecks of white paint in it. "Do you go to Cornell?" Tabitha asks. "Nah," he says. "This is my roommate's." Tabitha knew right then what she should do. Ask this guy to give his roommate Tabitha's number. But Wyatt is cute, and Tabitha doesn't want to offend him. Wyatt smiles. "You live next door, right? I've noticed you walking your dog. If you're not busy later, the Radiators are playing at the Mews. I have an extra ticket." "I'd love to go," Tabitha says. That's the thing about relationships, Tabitha thinks. They start innocently, based on shared interests, hormones, and the prospect of fun. She and Wyatt go to see the Radiators at the Mews. They dance and drink cheap draft beer. They kiss in the front seat of Wyatt's Jeep, in front of Steamboat Pizza. They have sex for the first time 3 days later on the tiny harborfront beach in front of Sales Seafood, on top of an overturned kayak. Wyatt doesn't have an Ivy League education or a college education of any kind. Painting houses, smoking weed, and seeing bands are the way he spends his time. He has no ambitions, but Tabitha convinces herself it doesn't matter. No matter where this relationship goes, it will end on Labor Day. They become boyfriend and girlfriend and drive out to see the sunset in Nantucket and go to bonfires with the guys Wyatt paints with and go to the Dreamland Theater to see Armageddon on the one day that it rains. When Tabitha leaves for Boston to start working for her mother, she stands at the railing of the ferry waving a fond adieu to Wyatt, and she marvels at what a storybook summer romance she has just enjoyed. A week later, she will discover that she is pregnant. When Tabitha tells Eleanor she expects her mother will insist she and Wyatt get married, but Eleanor does just the opposite. She doesn't think Wyatt is good enough for Tabitha to marry. She says, "Don't make," but then she trails off, leaving Tabitha to finish the thought. Don't make the same mistake I did. Tabitha is incensed by this. She is sick of Eleanor's innate sense of superiority, just because Eleanor's father was a bank president and her mother a miserable matron of Beacon Hill. Tabitha nearly marries Wyatt out of spite, but in her heart, Tabitha knows she doesn't love him enough to stay married forever, and she will not get divorced, as Eleanor and Billy did. Not ever. "Is it Ainsley?" Wyatt asks. "Is she in jail? Did she run off and elope? Did she OD?" Tabitha laughs, though, sadly, none of those guesses is out of the question. "Ainsley is fine. Or sort of. So, I should have told you this earlier. My father died." "And I should have called you earlier," Wyatt says, "because I saw your sister's post on Facebook." You're friends with my sister on Facebook? Tabitha says. Tell me you're kidding. Tabitha, stop. Tabitha has a lot of old hurt inside her, and this man knows how to tap into it. You're right, she says. You should have called. He's your daughter's grandfather. You should have told me, Wyatt says. I shouldn't have had to find out on social media. He huffs. Listen, I'm sorry about Billy. He was a great guy. Whenever I had jobs on the Vineyard, I met him for lunch. You met my father for lunch? She says. I'm sure you saw Harper while you were at it. Tabitha, stop. Stop, she thinks. Pursuing this particular strain of conversation will lead to no good. Tabitha takes a sustaining breath. I can't begin to explain what happened at the memorial reception, so all I'll say is that my mother drank too much, and when we got home to Nantucket, she fell down the front steps of her house and broke her hip. Oh, geez, Wyatt says. And so now I'm in Boston, and she's having surgery tomorrow, and I won't be able to get home until Wednesday night at the earliest, and I'm wondering if you might be able to go over to the island and keep an eye on Ainsley. Wow, Wyatt says, and Tabitha immediately knows what's coming. I wish I could, she mouths. I wish I could, he says, but I have a project in Orleans that's on deadline. Then Carpenter has pink eye, so our house is kind of on lockdown. I wasn't suggesting Ainsley go there, Tabitha says. I know Becky doesn't like her. Becky likes her just fine, Wyatt says in a combative tone. But I have 3 kids, Tabitha. You have 4 kids, Tabitha says. You had 5 kids, she thinks. She wonders how often Wyatt thinks about Julian. And one of them needs you. Don't be this way, Tabitha, please. You're her father, Tabitha says. Act like it for once. Goodbye, Tabitha, Wyatt says, and he hangs up, leaving Tabitha to watch his name vanish from her cell phone screen. She supposes that asking Wyatt to take Ainsley for the summer is out of the question. Whom else can Tabitha call? The next person who comes to mind is Stephanie Beasley. Candace had been at that party, which is both good news and bad news. It's good news because apparently Ainsley and Candace are friends again, and it's bad news because if Stephanie has found out about the details of the party, she will never let Ainsley stay there. Tabitha has to ask. She will not have Ainsley staying with Emma Marlowe and her father. Tabitha imagines more Snapchat photos. Ainsley and Emma and Dutch all doing shots of Jack Daniels and snorting lines of cocaine off the granite countertops in the kitchen. Ainsley in lingerie sitting on Dutch's lap. No. Tabitha is too emotionally spent to have a reunion phone call with Stephanie, so she sends a text. Hey, stranger. My mother broke her hip. I'm in Boston at MGH, and Ainsley is at home on Nantucket. Is there any way I could impose on you and Stu and ask you to take Ainsley in for 2 to 3 nights? I know it's an enormous favor out of the blue, but I'm desperate. I'll make it up to you. Thanks, XO. She's a coward, sending a text. They're talking about the well-being of Tabitha's only child. Tabitha hates herself. She should have called. Yes, it would have been awkward. It's easily been 4 years since Tabitha and Steph have had any kind of meaningful conversation, but sending a text was too casual. As if to punish Tabitha for her cavalier handling of the situation, her phone pings with a response. I checked with Candace. She doesn't think having Ainsley here is a good idea. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. XO. Oh, sure, Tabitha thinks. Blame it on the 16-year-old. In her heart, she knows this is the answer she deserves. Tabitha will have to call Megan and ask her to stay at the carriage house. There is simply no one else. Megan is as big as a house, and her pregnancy has been a trial. She has developed carpal tunnel syndrome and gestational diabetes. Her ankles are so swollen that she can't wear shoes, only flip-flops. She has to pee every 10 minutes, and when she leaves the other sales associate, Mary Jo, in charge of the store while she goes to the bathroom, something inevitably walks out of the store unpaid for. Mary Jo is 78 years old and myopic. Tabitha has to fire her, but she's worried about getting slapped with a lawsuit for being ageist. Megan will watch Ainsley. She is beholden to Tabitha because Tabitha is paying her through her maternity leave despite the fact that she is a seasonal employee. But Megan won't want to do it. All Megan wants to do when she gets home is eat the low-sugar snacks she's allowed to consume and watch Ellen. On the one hand, Tabitha thinks it would be good for Megan to get some hands-on parenting experience, albeit at the other end of the spectrum. This is what your child will be like at 16 if you're very unlucky. On the other hand, Tabitha knows she should let Megan enjoy her last 2 or 3 weeks of caring for herself and enjoying quiet time with her husband, Jonathan. But if not Megan, then who? The next day finds Tabitha in a different waiting room, alternately paging through back issues of Town and Country and dozing with her head up against the concrete block wall. Eleanor is expected to be in surgery for a few hours, but Tabitha is afraid if she leaves the hospital, something awful will happen. If she stays here and suffers, Eleanor will be fine. At 12:30, Tabitha's phone rings. She checks the display. It's Ainsley. 12:30 means Ainsley is at lunch. No doubt she's wondering how much longer she's going to be left an orphan. "Hi, sweetie," Tabitha says. "I'm trying to find someone to stay with you." "I called Aunt Harper," Ainsley says. "She can be here tomorrow night and stay for as long as you need her to, but she wants to make sure you're okay with it." "No," Tabitha says, "not Harper." "Just let her come, Tabitha. Mama, I mean, sorry. Please, 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 please. That way you can take care of Grammy and not worry about me. Aunt Harper can stay as long as you need her to. She quit her job." Quit her job? Tabitha thinks. More likely she got fired. Tabitha doesn't want Harper to be the one to fix things, because Harper never actually fixes things. She only makes things worse. Look at her life. Tabitha caught the doctor's wife's champagne in the face. And yet, having Harper come to watch Ainsley is an answer of sorts. It would allow Tabitha to go back to the townhouse on Pinckney Street once Eleanor is safely out of surgery to get some much-needed sleep. But then the memories assault Tabitha. Harper walking into the rental cottage on Prospect Street with a bouquet of wildflowers. Harper singing a song in Julian's tiny ear as she rocked him. The song was "If I Had $1 Million" by the Bare Naked Ladies. It calmed Julian immediately. It was the only thing that could. Harper making cioppino with clams and mussels, the tomato-rich broth, the first real food Tabitha had eaten since Julian's birth. Harper braiding Tabitha's hair and ironing Tabitha's dress. A bottle of champagne with their bare feet dangling off the end of Old South Wharf. Dinner at 21 Federal, all eyes on the two of them. Dancing in the front row of the chicken box to a band that played old U2 songs. Harper's arm crooked around Tabitha's neck as they belted out the lyrics to "With or Without You." Tabitha can't think any further. It is simply too awful. "No," Tabitha says to Ainsley now. "I'm sorry, but no. Not your Aunt Harper." "But Mom," Ainsley says. "No," Tabitha says, and she hangs up. Harper. Tabitha must be really desperate if, as Ainsley said, she approved of Harper staying with Ainsley for the summer. So Harper packs up just what she will need for the season. Clothes, shoes, toiletries, books, computer, one good kitchen knife, her food processor, her cast-iron skillet, leashes, chew toys, rawhides. What else? She is nearly 40 years old. but she has acquired very little in the way of material things. Will she need her surf-casting pole or her mountain bike? Doubtful. Fish follows Harper around as she tucks things in boxes. "Go lie down," Harper says, pointing to his Orvis bed. But he won't. "I'm not going to leave you behind," Harper says, and she kisses his snout and rubs his back, his mostly black fur silvered now. She throws away everything in the fridge and most of what's in the cabinets. What should she do with Billy's ashes, she wonders. She doesn't want to leave them here, in the nearly empty duplex, but taking them off the Vineyard feels wrong as well. She decides to take them over to Billy's house, where she places the urn on his mantel. Billy's clothes she'll donate, but later. When? When she comes back? Yes, she decides. She will come back in a few weeks, a month or two, by the end of the summer. For now, she takes Billy's invoices and accounts payable file. She can work on his paperwork while Ainsley is at school this week. Before she leaves the house, she snaps a bunch of pictures. Every room and the yard, so she has them for posterity. She has decided to sell the house as a teardown, which pains her. As bad as it might have been, it was Billy's. But the idea of a gut renovation, finding talented, available, reasonably priced people to hire, then managing them, is simply not an option. Harper has been fired. She has no income. She doesn't have the money to pay for a renovation. Billy has around $90,000 in his savings account, but according to Polly Childs, it will cost nearly double that to do the work required. Harper will have to sell the house as is, pay off Billy's mortgage, and split the difference with Tabitha. That part can't be avoided. Harper had taken Billy to his lawyer in Edgartown, and they went over the terms of the will. Everything was to be split down the middle with Tabitha. Mrs. Tobias had served as a witness. If they sell the house as is, they will each walk with $100,000, maybe a little more. Would it be nice to sell it for $1 million and get triple that amount? Sure. But she's not up for the challenge. Harper wants to see Reed, but she can't call him and she can't text him. She cannot walk into the hospital to confront him in person, which is what she has wanted to do since he left the reception. But Harper does drive through the hospital parking lot. Reed's Lexus is there. It looks the same. Nothing about it announces a major upheaval in his life. What is it like for him at home now? Harper imagines the air is crackling with things unsaid. How has he explained the affair to Sadie? Has he said it was a mistake? A lapse in judgment? Has he blamed Harper, called her a vixen, a temptress? Has he told Sadie he loves Harper? Has he admitted to being torn and confused? And what has he said to Greenie? Reed isn't a demonstrative man. He is serious and discreet. He is a doctor. Being caught like this, talked about, discussed as the object of gossip and rumors, must be soul-shredding for him. Harper blames the whole affair on the Morning Glory farm market. In the weeks preceding the visit to the farm, Harper had logged in a lot of hours at the hospital with Billy, back when his problems were treatable. Dr. Zimmer had been the man in charge of Billy's medical care. He explained what was going on with Billy's kidneys, his liver, and his heart. He went over the medications in meticulous detail with Harper. Also, he talked to her about Billy's diet and exercise, what he was allowed to do and what he wasn't. It was all very professional. Only once had he laid a hand on Harper's arm and said, "He's lucky to have a daughter like you." Harper had responded, "He's been an excellent father to me my entire life. I'm the lucky one." When Harper bumped into Dr. Zimmer at the counter at the Morning Glory farm market, she had recognized him but couldn't place him. He was wearing a tight, colorful biking outfit and a helmet and wrap-around sunglasses. Harper was standing at the counter where she was about to order a Morning Glory muffin fresh out of the oven. The market was engulfed in the aroma of cinnamon, raisins, orange zest, and toasted pecans. "Harper," Dr. Zimmer had said. He smiled at her, and Harper thought, wait a minute, who is this guy? Then, an instant later, she figured it out. "Dr. Zimmer!" She checked out his spandex. He looked like he was wearing the flag of Uganda. "I didn't know you biked." Dr. Zimmer nodded at his Fuji, leaning up against a tree. "Stress-relieving hobby," he said. "Do you have time for a cup of coffee? My treat?" "Sure," Harper said. "Thank you." She rarely hung around the Morning Glory because there was too great a chance she would bump into Jude or Jude's partner, Stella, or someone who worked for Jude. And sadly, Harper didn't have friends she could meet at the farm for coffee and a muffin. She occasionally brought Fish with her for companionship, but Fish always attracted attention because he was so darn good-looking, and attention was precisely what Harper wanted to avoid. To sit with Dr. Zimmer was a good thing, though, she thought. Dr. Zimmer was a revered member of the community, and he would lend Harper respectability by association. They had sat at the picnic tables under the oaks for the better part of an hour. They started out talking about Billy. Harper confessed that Billy was still smoking 1 cigarette a day, despite the fatwa on tobacco. Then they wandered off topic, experimentally at first. Dr. Zimmer had said, "Do you have siblings? Other family?" Harper sipped her pumpkin-flavored coffee. This was the first time it had been available since the previous fall. It was a natural question to ask, she supposed, but it put the pleasantness of the encounter at risk. "I have an identical twin, actually. She and my mother live on Nantucket." Dr. Zimmer had slapped a hand down on the green-painted wood of the picnic table. Like most doctors, he had beautiful hands. He didn't wear a ring, but Harper knew he was married to the woman who owned the pie shop in Vineyard Haven. She had, at least, done that much research. An identical twin on Nantucket? Harper pulled off a chunk of muffin, then opened one of her 3 foil-wrapped pats of butter. Normally, Harper dragged the muffin through the butter, making a mess of the butter and her fingers. But that day, in the polite company of Dr. Zimmer, Harper had used a plastic knife. The muffin was already rich and moist, and adding butter was like dipping jelly beans in icing. "You wouldn't be able to tell us apart." "Come on." "I'm serious. We look exactly alike. The teachers at our school never figured it out. Neither did our camp counselors or our friends. Our own parents. Lots of other people." "And she lives on Nantucket with your mother. That's crazy, right? You and your father live here, and your identical twin and your mother live on the other island?" "Crazy," Harper said in agreement. "Are you close?" "No," Harper said. "Our parents' divorce drove a wedge between us. Then my sister and I had a pretty serious falling out 14 years ago now." "That's too bad," Dr. Zimmer said. Harper shrugged. "I talk to my mother periodically, although she's tough. Her name is Eleanor Roxy Frost. Have you ever heard of her?" "No," Reed said. "Should I have?" "I guess not," Harper said. "She designs dresses. She's a pretty big deal in the fashion world, or she used to be." "You're single, right?" Dr. Zimmer asked. "Are you dating anyone?" Again, Harper shrugged. "I date here and there. I've never been married. No kids. Do you have kids?" "No, no kids," Dr. Zimmer said. "I want them. My wife doesn't. And to be fair, when we got married, I didn't want them either. Apparently, changing one's mind about wanting children isn't allowed." He let his voice drift off. "What do you do for work?" He was changing the subject. No kids with Mrs. Zimmer was a sore spot. Harper smiled. He obviously hadn't heard about her involvement with Joey Bowen. "I deliver packages for Rooster Express." The next time Harper saw Dr. Zimmer, They were back at the hospital. It was late evening, and Billy had been urinating blood. Dr. Zimmer had him admitted and told Harper she could go home for the night. He was leaving the hospital as well, and he had walked her to her car. It had been the quintessential autumn night, cool but not yet cold, the air smelling of wood smoke and leaves. "Would you like to get a drink?" Dr. Zimmer asked. They went to the brick cellar at Etria, a place Harper liked, but where she would never go alone. Reed ordered a glass of wine, and Harper followed suit, although she preferred a beer and a shot. Reed, as soon as they got out of their respective cars to go inside, he had insisted Harper call him Reed instead of Dr. Zimmer, said he was hungry, and since Harper could always eat, they ordered a grilled Caesar salad, the lobster tacos, and the peach blueberry cobbler, and shared everything. When Harper groaned over the cobbler, which was a rather orgasmic groan because the cobbler was so good, Reed turned to her and said, "You know that's arousing, right?" That had been the start of things, Harper supposed. Her inadvertent food groan elicited Reed's choice of the word arousing, which automatically gave their new friendship a sexual edge. It had been Reed who had ventured there first, not Harper. They each had another glass of wine, then a glass of some persimmon cordial that the bartender pressed on them. She had received a complimentary bottle from her wine rep and was anxious to be rid of it. And the next thing Harper knew, she and Dr. Zimmer were kissing like teenagers in the back seat of his Lexus. The details were hazy, but Harper knows that she did not invite herself into his car, so he must have enticed her. It went on like that. Clandestine meetings whenever Reed worked late. They would meet by the East Chop Beach Club or in the back parking lot of the ice rink. And then, in the spring, Reed finally agreed it would be safer to meet at her duplex. 3 weeks ago, when Harper told Reed she was going on a date with Sergeant Andrew Truman of the EPD. You know him, right? Reed had left the hospital to meet her at her duplex in the middle of the day. He was jealous, he said. He knew it was unfair, but he didn't want Harper to start dating Drew. She had laughed. "You can't ask me to do that," she said. "You can't ask me to do anything. You're married." Harper stares at the Lexus a few seconds longer. It's a black car, baking in the sun. Goodbye, Reed, she thinks. Her stomach is hollow and sour. She wants to leave him a note or a sign, a heart drawn in the yellow pollen on his back window. But she can't. She pulls out of the parking lot and considers driving by the upper crust to see if it's open, if Sadie is there. Harper would just as soon believe that Sadie is back at work as that she has hung a sign on the door that reads, "Closed. Husband cheated on me." Harper is afraid to drive by the shop. She's afraid that Sadie will see her. She's afraid to drive around the island. She could bump into Dee, Billy's nurse, who sold Harper and Reed out, or she could bump into Franklin Phelps, Sadie's brother, whom Harper had always counted as a friendly acquaintance. She loved going to hear Franklin sing at the Ritz. Now she can't show her face in the audience again. She could bump into Drew or Chief Oberg or one of the Snyder sisters, all of whom would know by now that Harper is a faithless catastrophe. But Harper has to drive through Edgartown, right down Main Street, in fact, to get to the Chappie Ferry. There's simply no way around it. Before this week, Harper had loved Edgartown. There are certainly things to love about the rest of Martha's Vineyard: the low stone walls, the farms, the cliffs of Aquina, the wild beauty of Great Rock Bight, the gritty fishiness of Menemsha, the Methodist campground and tabernacle in Oak Bluffs. But Edgartown is still the crown jewel of the vineyard, in Harper's mind. Or maybe that's just because of a snobby aesthetic preference she inherited from Eleanor. Edgartown is like Nantucket. It has an architectural integrity and an elegance that Harper finds powerful. The old Whaling Church and the Daniel Fisher House are like the grandparents of town, old, white, and stately. Harper loves all the clapboard homes with the voluptuous window boxes on North Water Street. Main Street has the best shopping and the restaurants with the most delicious food. Edgartown has the prettiest harbor front and the most picturesque lighthouse. Edgartown would be a fine place for Eleanor to open a boutique. Harper had long thought this and even suggested it once, but her mother had merely laughed. "Not on Billy's Island," she'd said. "That would be the last place I'd pick." Harper lines up for the Chappie Ferry. She has to say goodbye to Brendan, not only for her own peace of mind, but also because she can't stand to think of him wondering why she's disappeared. How can Harper explain what exists between her and Brendan Donegal? Harper had known Brendan when she was younger, in her 20s, and spending every spare moment on South Beach. This was before she worked for Jude. Back in Harper's first days on the Vineyard, she scooped ice cream at Mad Martha's and sold tickets at the Flying Horses Carousel. On her days off, she cultivated a group of friends at South Beach, surfers and the girls who loved them. Among this group, Brendan Donegal was legend, the best surfer the Vineyard had seen in 50 years. He had been sponsored by Rip Curl since he was in high school, and although he had traveled all over the world, Oahu, Maui, Tahiti, Sydney, Perth, South Africa, he always spent the month of August at home on South Beach. He drank and smoked pot at the bonfires. Everyone did. Harper lost track of Brendan for a bunch of years. They had never been close, never hooked up. Harper had been downright thrilled when Brendan had, one day, wandered into Mad Martha's, ordered a double scoop of Shark Attack ice cream, vanilla ice cream colored blue, with white chocolate chunks and raspberry swirl, a wonderfully sick joke and very, very popular, and called Harper by name. He had returned to the Vineyard for good, people said, to establish a surfing school. But shortly thereafter, he had an accident. He'd been high on something stronger than weed, and he'd gone out in pre-hurricane swells. The waves were real monsters, although presumably nothing Brendan Donegal couldn't handle. But the combination of the drugs and the waves got him. People spotting thought he was gone. He was under forever, his buddy Spider said. But then they saw his board pop up, and shortly thereafter Brendan became visible in the washout. Spider dragged him out and performed CPR. The Edgartown Fire Department showed up seconds later and brought him back from the dead. It was a tremendous story, until it became clear that Brendan wasn't the same after that. Simple tasks eluded him. He could watch TV but couldn't read. He could ride a bike but couldn't tie his shoes. He could not surf, could not own or operate a surf school. That dream was over. Thank goodness Brendan's mother, a woman who was only ever referred to as Mrs. Donegal, was wealthy and owned a house on Chappie's East Beach that had a guest cottage where Brendan could live. He went to occupational therapy once a week in Falmouth to try to regain at least part of what he once had. After Harper got fired by Jude, she was left with nowhere to go during the day. It was autumn, and Harper had wanted to ride her mountain bike, but she feared that one of Jude's work trucks would run her off the road. She couldn't take fish to Great Rock Bite or take yoga, too public, nor could she drink all day at the wharf or the Ritz because Joey Bowen still had friends there. And so, at that confusing and painful time in her life, Harper went to the place many Vineyarders go when they want to get away, Chappaquiddick. She started out by packing up for the day with fish and heading out to Cape Pogue with her surf casting rod. But the weather soon grew too chilly, at which point Harper sought refuge at My Toy. My Toy, owned and operated by the trustees of the reservations, is a full-fledged, beautifully maintained Japanese garden, complete with a koi pond spanned by an arched wooden bridge, a stone sculpture garden, and benches well placed for introspection, even as autumn deepens, even as snow falls in December. It had been snowing when Harper first saw Brendan there, the snowflakes light and dry, so pretty against the steel-gray sky. Harper had gone to sit on what she thought of as her bench, a long red wooden seat with a curved back that overlooks the koi pond and bridge, but someone else was sitting on it. This was the first time Harper had encountered another soul in the garden. Although it was a magical place and, she thought, transformative, it was largely ignored in the off-season. Who was this, then? Harper's first instinct was to leave. The whole point of My Toy for her was solitude. She approached, and then she saw it was Brendan Donegal. "Hey," she said. He was far less intimidating since his accident. Not an object of pity exactly, at least not to Harper. More of an accessible god. He wore a knit cap and a Carhartt work jacket over a flannel shirt. His feet were in sturdy work boots. She wondered if he had tied the laces himself or if he'd had to ask his mother to do it. "Brendan?" Harper said. "Hi, it's Harper. Harper Frost." A slow smile spread across Brendan's face. He was still good-looking, gorgeous, really, with his light blue eyes and his sandy blonde hair kept long and shaggy. "Harper," he said. "Hi." He patted the spot on the bench next to him. She knew enough, somehow, not to bombard him with questions, and they sat in silence for a long while as the snow fell and the wind rippled the surface of the pond. Finally, Brendan turned to her. "Why do you come here?" "To get away," she said. "I made a bad decision, and I lost my job and most of my friends." "Really?" Brendan said. "Me too." When Harper went back to My Toy the next day, Brendan was there, and Harper sat with him again. The third day it was bitterly cold, and Harper nearly skipped her trip to Chappie, but it had become a ritual of sorts, so she bundled up and went. Brendan was there yet again, but after a few minutes of sitting and shivering side by side on the bench, Brendan stood up and offered Harper his hand. "We're going," he said. "Okay," Harper said. "Where?" "My house," he said. "I'll make you an Irish coffee." Harper had been hesitant because of Mrs. Donegal. Mrs. Donegal was wealthy and well-connected. Harper feared she had heard about Harper's fall from grace. She might have been friends with Jude or one of Jude's clients. It was impossible to comprehend the millions of circuitous routes that gossip traveled on the island. But it had been fine. The Irish coffee Brendan made was strong and hot, and Harper had 2 mugs of it. When she was finished with the second, Brendan took her mug and set it in the sink. "I'm not the same," he said. "I'm not the same as I was." "It's okay," Harper said. She had no idea if it was okay or what kind of scrambled messages his brain might be transmitting. "I like you the way you are now." "You do?" he asked. "Yes," Harper said. And he had kissed her on the cheek. They spent time together on Wednesday evenings and Sunday mornings, always meeting at My Toy, then going back to Brendan's house for Irish coffee. After a few months, Harper introduced Brendan to Fish. Dogs weren't allowed at My Toy, so Fish slept across the back seat of the Bronco in the parking lot, and it was love at first sight. Fish had cuddled up to Brendan immediately, his tail wagging as though he'd found a long-lost friend. Harper has been going over to see Brendan twice a week for nearly 3 years. Their relationship has no name. It has depth, but no breadth. Harper isn't about to suggest that she and Brendan go to dinner or grab coffee or spend a summer day on Lobsterville Beach. There is only My Toy and the coffee and a kiss on the cheek when she leaves. The Chappie Ferry is a platform barge that holds 3 cars and travels the 527 feet that separate Chappaquiddick from the rest of the Vineyard in 90 seconds. Harper prefers the on-time 2 to the on-time 3 because her favorite ferrymaster, a woman in her 70s named Indira Mayhew, works on the 2. Indira is as salty as they come, but after 3 years of Harper's regular Chappie visits, summer and winter, spring and fall, she knows Harper and even grants her a smile or two. "Missed you last week," Indira says. Harper feels a swell of tenderness. Perhaps Indira hasn't heard the rumors about her and Dr. Zimmer. Or maybe she has, but she doesn't connect the name Harper Frost with the brunette in the navy blue '68 Bronco. "I missed you too," Harper says. Then she feels guilty. She missed a visit for the first time ever. She will have to explain it to Brendan, or try to. A few minutes later, Harper is driving off the barge onto Chappie. Her heart is pounding. If Brendan isn't at My Toy, she will have to go to his house unannounced, which makes bumping into Mrs. Donegal, something Harper has managed to avoid up to this point, except for a few waves from afar, a valid concern. Harper pulls into the parking lot. Hers is the only car, but that doesn't mean anything. Brendan walks from home. Okay, she thinks, here goes. The gardens are another place altogether now, at the start of summer. The cherry trees are blushing pink. Their luscious blooms and fragrance are almost indecent. The ferns have unfurled, and the dell planted with camellias is in its full glory. The pond is full to brimming and nearly overflowing with fat koi. The fish swim with renewed energy, flashing the silver and tangerine of their scales. There are butterflies flitting and a concert of birdsong. Harper meanders over the newly packed dirt trail around to her spot, their spot, and she sees Brendan sitting on their bench with another woman. What? Harper thinks. She hasn't been here for a week, it's true, but she never thought she'd be replaced. As she gets closer, she sees the woman is older. It's Brendan's mother. Harper considers turning around and going back to her car, but then Brendan sees her and waves her over. There is no escaping. It's okay, Harper thinks. She can do this. Maybe Mrs. Donegal knows who she is and what she's done, but maybe she doesn't. Smile and the world smiles with you. That had been one of Billy's favorite sayings. Harper smiles. Hello, she says. Both Brendan and Mrs. Donegal stand up. My mom, Brendan says. Harper offers her hand. Mrs. Donegal, it's lovely to finally meet you. The pleasure is mine, Mrs. Donegal says, and please, call me Edie. Brendan has told me so much about you. You've been such a good friend to him in a dark time. Oh, Harper says. This is the opposite of what Harper expected. She expected Mrs. Donegal, Edie, to be protective and territorial. Does Edie think that Harper and Brendan have been sleeping together? She hopes not. She doesn't want Edie to see Harper as a woman taking advantage of Brendan, but rather as what she is. Someone who is attracted to the stillness of Brendan's mind and the gentle nature of his soul. I've known Brendan for nearly 20 years. We used to hang out together at South Beach. She flails for a second. She and Brendan don't talk about the days when he used to surf. She probably shouldn't bring it up now. I was happy to reconnect with him. Edie nods and offers a warm smile. You've made quite an impression. At this, Brendan springs to life. He reaches out for Harper's hand. I thought you were lost, he says. Lost to me. Harper's heart cracks. Lost to you? She says. She looks him in the eyes. His are a kaleidoscope of blue and gray. Never. Okay? Never. Okay, he says. He holds her gaze for an instant, then stares down at his feet. He's wearing flip-flops. His feet are pale. His toenails need cutting. "Shall we sit?" Harper asks. "Would that be okay?" Brendan and Edie settle on the bench, and Harper sits next to Brendan, closer than she might have if they were alone. They're still holding hands, which is also something that never happened before. "My father died last week," Harper says. She looks at Edie. "He was an electrician here on island, Billy Frost." "I didn't know him personally," Edie says, "but I knew of him. He was spoken of very highly." "Thank you," Harper says. Is this true? Billy was known mostly for his Carnival Barker presence at the bar, although he also would take a service call at 9 o'clock on a Sunday night, making him popular and well-loved by his clients. Harper sighs. "In addition to my father dying, my mother broke her hip, so I'm leaving tomorrow for Nantucket." She tries to catch Brendan's eye. "I may be gone for a while." "A week?" he says. "Probably longer," Harper says. She envisions being on Nantucket for a week or so, and then, once Tabitha has figured things out, she'll move on, maybe go to Vermont or Maine. She will have to come back at some point to close on her father's house. "I love Nantucket," Edie says. "We rented a house on the beach at Cisco for 3 or 4 summers when Brendan was growing up. Do you remember that, Brendan? That's when you and Sophie learned to surf. On Nantucket, at Cisco Beach." Slow nod from Brendan. Edie says, "We bought you a white surfboard with a green stripe down the middle." "From Indian Summer," Brendan says. "The owner had a dog, a Great Dane." Edie smiles at Harper. "Yes." "We drank mudslides at the Atlantic Cafe," Brendan says. "Good," Edie says. "You do remember Nantucket." Brendan turns to Harper. His eyes take on a sharp focus. Harper sees a lucidity. "Come back," he says. "Please." Ainsley. She is a 16-year-old left to fend for herself. Make no mistake, Tabitha is far from domestic. She and Ainsley eat takeout or go to restaurants nearly every single night, and when they do stay home, it's cereal or cheese and crackers for dinner. Tabitha never cooks, and Eleanor is even worse. She has never prepared a meal in her life. Neither does Tabitha clean. She has Philippa for that. 4 days a week, Philippa is the housekeeper at Eleanor's, but on Wednesdays, she cleans the carriage house tits to tail. She changes the sheets, does all the laundry, cleans the kitchen, including, once a month, the inside of the nearly empty refrigerator, and she dusts, vacuums, straightens, and plumps the pillows, and replaces the vases of fresh flowers. So on Wednesday, when Ainsley gets home from school, the house is clean and quiet. Ainsley's bed has been made up with fresh sheets, and all the clothes strewn across her room have been folded and put into her drawers. In Ainsley's top drawer is a bag of weed and rolling papers. Ainsley has a 10-page paper about Zora Neale Hurston due in the morning, but she can hardly be expected to worry about her schoolwork when she is dealing with family emergencies and a breakup. She rolls a joint, smokes half of it, then takes the keys to Eleanor's house off the hook in the kitchen and walks down the white shell driveway to Seamless. It's 3:30, which means Philippa will be in her room watching Gran Hotel, the Latino television series she's addicted to. Ainsley eases open the front door and tiptoes into the living room. The house smells like Lily of the Valley and Lemon Pledge. The only sound is the ticking of Eleanor's clocks. There's the grandfather clock, the grandmother clock, 2 banjo clocks, a beehive clock, and a brass carriage clock on the mantel. Every 15 minutes, these clocks provide a mini concert of chiming, which Ainsley used to find mesmerizing, But now that she comes into her grandmother's house only on surreptitious missions to steal alcohol, cigarettes, her grandmother keeps a Delft blue cup filled with individual cigarettes on the coffee table, as though it's 1955, or cash, crisp hundreds in an envelope in the secretary. The chiming nearly always gives Ainsley heart palpitations, and the ticking makes her feel like she's walking through the inside of a time bomb. One day, she assumes, she will get caught. The weed isn't helping with her paranoia. She should leave. But instead, she heads for the brass bar cart in the corner. She tucks a bottle of Grey Goose vodka under one arm and a bottle of Bombay Sapphire under the other and leaves the house, only expelling her held breath once she is scurrying back down the driveway. She makes a drink: vodka, tonic, ice, and a fat wedge of lemon. By 5 o'clock, Ainsley is drunk and really, really stoned. She polished off the second half of the joint and didn't even bother opening a window. Her mother has effectively abandoned her, so whatever behavior Ainsley exhibits is Tabitha's fault. Now Ainsley is ready to take action. At school that day, Emma had been on her like white on rice, asking if she was okay. Apparently, a rumor had been circulating through Nantucket High School that Ainsley had been locked in a closet in her house for 2 days as punishment for throwing the party. Where did people come up with this stuff? Ainsley wondered. No, she said. I was grounded Saturday and Sunday. Then my grandfather died, so on Monday we had to go to his funeral on the Vineyard. Oh, Emma said. She sounded disappointed. I thought Tabitha finally went postal. I thought she might have broken out the duct tape and the rope. No, Ainsley said. My mother is annoying, but she's not psycho. My grandfather died. Emma had shrugged. That's what grandparents do, she said. They die. Ainsley had considered telling Emma about the woman who came to the reception and slapped her mother, but Emma can't be trusted with that kind of story. She either wouldn't care or would care too much. What's up with you and Teddy? Emma had asked at lunch. Did you two fight? Teddy was, for the first time ever, sitting with the baseball team at lunch instead of with Ainsley and Emma. I'll tell you later, Ainsley said. I don't feel like getting into it now. She looked across the cafeteria at Candace, who today was wearing a pink silk button-down, a pair of white AG stilts, and nude Tory Burch flats. Her mother, Steph, used to be big into braiding Candace's hair or doing half ponytails, but now Candace wore her hair straight and shiny. It pained Ainsley to admit it, but Candace was pretty. Her clothes were stylish and effortless. Her skin was clear. Her eyes radiated the pureness of her heart. Except that she had stolen Ainsley's boyfriend. Now, drunk and stoned and alone, Ainsley calls Emma. Are you ready to hear what happened? She asks. Emma isn't good at offering comfort or support, but revenge? Revenge Emma excels at. Ainsley is sitting in third period English. Her paper on Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God is 6.5 pages long instead of 10. It is poorly written, repetitive, and untethered to the text because Ainsley didn't read a single page of the book. She had tried the night before, but the dialogue is written in the Southern vernacular, which might as well be a foreign language. Candace and Teddy are both in Ainsley's English class. Ainsley is sure that they have turned in 10-page papers using appropriately annotated selections from the book to back up their thesis statements, and have probably also supported their arguments with quotations from Alice Walker, Toni Morrison, and Angela Davis, the way Mr. Duncombe suggested. Candace and Teddy don't speak. They don't even look at each other. But Ainsley can see the pearlescent waves of true love shimmering between them. She only has to suffer this particular hell for a few moments, however. Before Mr. Duncombe can even start in on how important the literary voices of the marginalized are, the intercom buzzes. Ainsley sucks in a breath. Ms. Kerr asks for Candace Beasley to be sent down to the office. By lunchtime, it's all over the school. A nearly full bottle of Bombay Sapphire and a baggie holding what appeared to be cocaine residue were found in Candace Beasley's locker. "Wow," Maggie says as she and Ainsley move along the salad bar. "I remember when Candace was a total goody-goody, don't you?" Ainsley shrugs. "I do, but people change." "Most of the time, it's the good kids you have to watch out for," Emma says. "They're so good that one day they just snap and become really, really bad." "She's facing a possible 3-day suspension," Maggie says. "Her parents came in and everything." 3-day suspension, Ainsley thinks. She has 3 days to get Teddy back. "I'm surprised she's not facing legal action," Emma says. "I mean, alcohol is one thing, but cocaine?" "She says it isn't hers," Maggie says. "She told Dr. Ben someone must have planted it in her locker." "That would be what I would say if I were her," Emma says. "Wasn't me. Someone planted it." She didn't ask my advice, but if she had, that would have been my suggestion. "Still, how would someone else get into her locker?" Ainsley says. "Unless she gave someone the combination. The last person who had that locker graduated like 2 years ago, and they're impossible to break into." "Impossible," Maggie says in agreement. Ainsley is both buoyed and terrified for the rest of the school day. The news about Candace is everywhere. The school is on fire with it. Candace Beasley, a straight-A student and an altar girl at St. Mary's, brought a bottle of gin and maybe also cocaine to school. It's so outlandish that Ainsley expects to be yanked out of class at any moment. But Emma has promised Ainsley that the plan was foolproof. Back in November, Emma had been tardy for school for the 5th time, which required her to meet with the principal, Dr. Bentz. She was asked to wait in the room outside his office by herself until Dr. Bentz returned from a Rotary Club breakfast. There was a fire drill, the school emptied out, but Emma stayed put. That was when she started snooping. She found teacher evaluations, boring, 9th grade MCAS scores, boring, and the combinations for every locker in the school. The list of combinations she kept. So infiltrating Candace's locker was easy. Ainsley was the one who had left an anonymous note for the school nurse saying there was a rumor going around that Candace Beasley had been bringing hard drugs to school and telling people it was for medicinal purposes. The school nurse, Mrs. Pineda, was fanatical about preventing student drinking and drug use. A search of Candace Beasley's locker had immediately followed. Bam. As Ainsley is leaving school, someone grabs her arm. It's Teddy. "Ainsley," he says, "I need you." Ainsley practically falls into his arms. She must be in love with him. How else can she explain the searing pain in her heart, the longing, the fervent desire for simple affection, a kiss on the cheek, a squeeze of the hand? Ainsley loves his blue eyes, his freckles, the way his red hair curls under his ball cap, the hollow at the base of his neck. I need you. This is what Ainsley wants to hear, right? And yet she feels insidiously guilty about what she and Emma have done to Candace. Ainsley should have won Teddy back by cleaning up her act and showing him that she can be good. But she had followed Emma down the dark path as always. They had made Candace look bad. It felt like tripping Candace up in a foot race instead of simply running faster. "What's up?" Ainsley asks. She decided in history class that the best tack with Teddy is to play dumb. Or if not dumb, he wouldn't believe that Ainsley hadn't heard about Candace, then at least calm and unemotional. If Candace Beasley has been caught with booze and drugs, what concern is it of Ainsley's? "Can you come to the cubby?" Teddy asks. "Do you have time?" The cubby is a secluded nook on the backside of the school building. It's shielded from the playing fields by the parked school buses, and the dumpster used by the wood shop. It isn't romantic, but it is private, and couples who don't have cars frequent the cubby before school, after school, and during school. Allegra Pansick and Rick Llewellyn purportedly had sex in the cubby during morning announcements a few years earlier, the stuff of high school legend. Ainsley follows Teddy through the corridors and out the back door of the cafeteria. Jasmine Miyagi, the queen bee of the freshman class, tries to stop Ainsley. She probably wants to gossip about Candace, but Ainsley waves her off. Nobody thinks anything about seeing Ainsley and Teddy together, because nobody other than Ainsley, Teddy, Candace, and Emma know they've broken up. Teddy is 3 strides ahead of Ainsley. She had thought maybe he would walk alongside her, maybe hold her hand. They get to the cubby, find it empty. Teddy checks in all directions to make sure the coast is clear, which is standard operating procedure when using the cubby for intimate purposes. Ainsley can't wait to kiss him. But suddenly he slams her up against the shingles of the building. Her head smacks hard. Teddy's hands are around her throat. His eyes are blue fire, and his voice drops to a scary whisper. "It was you," he says. "No," she blurts. "It was you. I know it was you. And Emma, that little tart. She lifted the cocaine bag from her father's jeans pocket after he came home from work, and you stole the gin from your grandmother's bar cart." Ainsley blinks. He's exactly right. "I know you, Ainsley," Teddy says. "I know your tricks, and I know Emma's tricks. I've spent all year with you. I've waited outside while you lifted booze from your grandmother's house. I've been inside your grandmother's house. I've seen the Bombay Sapphire. The coke was probably Emma's idea. You probably resisted at first, but then she talked you into it the way she talks you into everything." Every sentence he speaks is truer than the last, but Ainsley can't give that away. She clamps her fingers like bracelets around his wrists. "Get your hands off my neck," she says. "You're scaring me." Teddy's mother is in a mental hospital. Ostensibly, her state of mind was affected by his father's death at the cat food factory. But what if mental illness runs in the family, and Teddy is not actually the greatest guy Ainsley has ever met, but rather some kind of maniac who is going to strangle her here behind the high school? "You're scared now?" Teddy says. "Just wait." He lets go of her neck, but she's even more intimidated. "I'm going to Dr. Ben's in the morning. That gives you time to turn yourself in this afternoon." A part of Ainsley does want to turn herself in. She will cry to Dr. Ben's, admit her wrongdoing, tell him the gin was hers but not the coke. She'll explain her broken heart, her grandfather dying, her grandmother breaking her hip, her mother leaving her alone for days. If she needs to, she will hark all the way back to losing her baby brother. She was only 2, she doesn't remember him, but that doesn't mean she wasn't affected when he died. Her mother was forever changed. When Tabitha looks at Ainsley even now, she sees Julian's ghost. This may sound like a stretch, but how does Ainsley know it isn't true? Her life, she is certain, would be better if Julian had lived. Dr. Benz is famous around school for being evolved, in tune with the careening emotions of teenagers. He has a record of being lenient with students who admit their wrongdoing, but what he can't stand is a liar. To admit the truth, however, means to turn in Emma. Can Ainsley betray her best friend? No, she can't. Emma only swiped her father's empty baggie of cocaine in order to help Ainsley get back at Candace. It was Emma who took the risk of placing the incriminating evidence in Candace's locker. Someone could easily have seen her. Ainsley realizes that what she wants most, a chance at recapturing Teddy's affections, is lost to her either way. By trying to destroy Candace, she has made Candace into a heroine. So now Ainsley's choices are between bad and worse. She chooses bad. She calls Teddy's bluff. You sound like a hillbilly who came east and watched too much Gossip Girl, Ainsley says. This is Nantucket. People don't plant alcohol and drugs in other people's lockers on the off chance they'll get suspended, Teddy. You can tell Mr. Bence your conspiracy theory, but it'll sound like something you saw on Netflix. I already told you. I like Candace. You two make a cute couple. I wish you only the best. Ainsley tries to force sincerity into these last sentences, but still they feel flaccid. Teddy pauses, however. He may know her, yet she also knows him. He's unsure now. Fine, he says. Ainsley has no idea what fine means. He's going to Mr. Bence or he isn't. However, asking him to clarify seems dangerous. Fine, Ainsley says, and she walks off with the manner of a girl who has nothing to fear. Emma has already left school, and although Ainsley knows she is probably just down the street at Cumberland Farms, hanging out with BC and Maggie, smoking weed and devouring 3 slices of cardboard pepperoni, Ainsley decides to walk home. She needs to think. She never meant to be a bad kid. She only wanted to be a cool kid. When she really lets herself think about it, she can't believe what she and Emma have done. It's shameful, and it's dangerous. They're going to get caught. Of course they're going to get caught. They are going to be the ones to get suspended, or worse. And Dutch will likely get in trouble too, because the cocaine was his. Going to college might be in jeopardy. What will her mother think? What will her father think? Her stepmother Becky will be proved right. Ainsley is a bad seed, a terrible role model. She should not be allowed around her half-brothers. With each car that passes as she walks, Ainsley turns, hoping it's Emma in the Range Rover, or that it's Teddy in his uncle's truck. But all the cars are unfamiliar. The summer people are here. No one recognizes her. In the driveway of the carriage house, Ainsley sees a navy blue Bronco. She blinks. Aunt Harper's car. She came. Ainsley feels a rush of elation and relief. Aunt Harper came. But her joy is chased by a panicky fear. She told Aunt Harper that Tabitha was fine with her coming, but that was a big fat lie. Tabitha is still in Boston with Eleanor. When Harper spoke to her mother the night before, briefly because Harper was tired, meaning drunk and stoned, Tabitha said she was sending Megan over to check on Ainsley, but she had not disclosed when or whether she was coming home. Ainsley is just going to have to tell Aunt Harper the truth. Tabitha doesn't want her there. Maybe Aunt Harper won't care. Maybe Aunt Harper will stay anyway. Ainsley opens the door and is immediately greeted by a Siberian husky with eyes the color of glacial ice. A dog, Aunt Harper's dog, is in the house. Again, Ainsley is both thrilled and extremely uneasy. Ainsley has wanted a dog since the beginning of time, but Tabitha always said no. Eleanor once had a dachshund, but it ate shoes, and they had to give him away. Hello? Ainsley, is that you? Aunt Harper peers down over the stair banister. The house smells delicious, like sautéed onions and bacon. Ainsley can't remember the house ever smelling so good before. Hi, she says shyly. It's still surreal to see her mother peering down on her, only now her mother is smiling, friendly, happy to see her. Only now her mother isn't her mother. You brought the dog? You're cooking? That's Fish, Harper says. Where I go, he goes. He's a very good boy. And for dinner, I'm making my famous pasta carbonara. Your grandfather loved it. And salad and garlic bread. We'll eat around 7. Is that all right? I figured that would give you a chance to do some homework. And I brewed some iced tea. It looks like you and your mom drink a lot of Coke Zero, but you know that stuff will kill you, right? Right, Ainsley says. Her stomach is now growling. When is the last time she ate? A few radishes and green beans from the salad bar at lunch, but before that? Dinner the night before had been half a bag of cheddar sun chips. She ascends the stairs to find her aunt filling a glass with ice, then tea, then squeezing a wedge of lemon into it. The drink could be on the cover of a magazine. Ainsley sucks the whole thing down, and Harper laughs. "Thirsty?" "I walked home from school," Ainsley says. "My ride cut out." Harper pours another glass of tea, then pulls out a jar of mixed nuts and a container of marinated mozzarella balls. "Snack?" Ainsley's eyes fill with tears. Someone is here, taking care of her. Someone loves her. Ainsley reaches for a pecan, blinking her eyes. Then she quickly wipes away the tear that falls. Harper must see it, however, because she holds open her arms. "Give me a hug," she says. "It's good to see you." Ainsley goes down to her room. She doesn't have any homework, but finals start in a few days. It would be wise to buckle down, pull some good grades out of her ass to end the year. But all Ainsley can think about is Candace. Since Candace has gotten suspended, will she even be able to take finals? Ainsley checks her phone, afraid of what she might find. But there's nothing. She's tempted to call Emma and tell her what Teddy said. Maybe she can convince Emma that turning themselves in is the best course of action. Emma will never agree. They will fight. It will end badly, and Ainsley is too exhausted for another scene. She lies back on her bed. From out of nowhere, a smile crosses her face. Aunt Harper is here. Harper. She can't get over the sense of exhilaration that fills her when she drives her Bronco off the ferry onto Nantucket. She hasn't been here in 14 years, but even so, everything is basically the same. Young's bicycle shop, the juice bar, Steamboat Pizza. But by far the best thing about Nantucket is that here, nobody knows her. There is no one to avoid, no one to be scared of. She drives to the house from memory, making a wrong turn only once before turning into the white shell driveway of 776 Cliff Road. It's as stunning as ever. There are 100-year-old trees and a verdant lawn, hydrangeas on the verge of exploding into bloom, neatly trimmed boxwood hedges, and window boxes on both houses. The window boxes have mandevilla trellised in the back going up in spires. Between the spires are bursts of whirling butterfly gaura, thick silvery Provence lavender, and fairy roses. Fountains of silver falls dichondra and hot pink million bells spill out over the edges, and tucked into the crannies are dark leaves of ipomoea and sprays of diamond frost euphorbia. This is an extravagant combination, not unlike those at the estate Jude used to privately call the Floral Whorehouse, which she charged $750 per container to plant and maintain. Harper parks at the carriage house and, finding it unlocked, lets herself in. The house smells like evening in Paris, the scent Eleanor wore all through their childhood. Harper supposes that Tabitha must now wear it, because she is slowly but surely turning into Eleanor. The carriage house is upside down, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths on the entry floor, then stairs that lead up to the living space. Fish goes nuts with the cornucopia of new smells. He is in and out of every bedroom, his tail slamming against the door frames. Harper identifies Tabitha's room, all white bed, 50 million pillows in different sizes, and a bolster the size of a fallen tree. She probably still sleeps on top of the covers, because getting underneath them messes up the sheets, and somewhere within the logic of Tabitha's brain, it is better to have crisp, clean sheets than to enjoy sleeping in them. Whatever. Ainsley's room is the one that smells like pot and has a highball glass filled with, Harper takes a tiny sip, vodka on the dresser. Okay. Harper dumps the glass in the bathroom sink and throws her duffel bag in the third bedroom, which appears to be a catch-all. There's a bed with a full-size mattress and a coverlet that Harper remembers from, wow, the cottage on Prospect Street. It's white matelassé, yellowed now. There is a desk covered with shelter magazines, Domino, House Beautiful, Traditional Home, Architectural Digest. Someone is an interior designer wannabe. Ainsley? Tabitha? There's a Windsor chair at the desk, but aside from that, nothing else. Plenty of room for the dog bed. Upstairs is more formal, a gorgeous cherry dining table with 6 low-armed chairs around it and a tall bouquet of fresh delphiniums in the center. There's a turquoise tweed sofa with swanky 1960s curves, above which hangs a rectangular mirror. There is a TV on a glass and acrylic console and dressmaker's dummy in the corner wearing the Roxy in lime green, which initially gives Harper a fright. She thinks for an instant that it's Tabitha. The kitchen is beautifully outfitted and well-equipped, but it's too clean. Never used clean. Shame, she thinks. What she could have done these last 14 years with a kitchen like this. Fish comes to bury his snout in her crotch, a sign that he approves. Well, good, Harper says, scratching his ears. Just don't get used to it. 6 days. 7 at the most. Harper finds the grocery store. It's a Stop and Shop, and Harper feels a pang of longing for Kronig's and the Reliable Market, which is really reliable only for being expensive. As Harper is climbing out of her Bronco, she feels a hand on her arm. Tabitha? Harper looks up to see a very handsome, clean-cut man in a shirt and tie and horn-rimmed glasses. He looks like Superman before he's Superman. He looks like Clark Kent. Did you get a new car? Clark Kent asks. He gasps when he sees Fish asleep across the back. Did you get a dog? The look of utter shock on Clark Kent's face is enough to make Harper laugh. She nearly plays along. How many times in their early life did one twin pretend to be the other? A twister, they called it, short for twin sister. No one could tell them apart. No one. Harper nearly says, Yeah, I traded in for this old clunker. Can you believe it? What does Tabitha drive? Harper wonders. A red Mercedes convertible, as sleek as a woman's shoe? And I got a dog. I figured I needed one more pressing responsibility. But Harper can't do it to this guy. She grins. I'm not Tabitha. Tabitha, Clark Kent says, I know the other night was awkward, and I'm sorry. Harper is, naturally, dying to hear about Tabitha's awkward night, but she interrupts because to let him continue only to satisfy her wanton curiosity seems cruel. She's on Nantucket. It's a fresh start, and she's going to be nice. I'm Harper Frost, Tabitha's twin sister. Her. Clark Kent fish-mouths as he searches for words. Her twin sister. I live on Martha's Vineyard. Clark Kent nods once. She told me about you. Well, that's something, Harper says. We haven't communicated much in the past decade and a half, but last week our father died. Clark Kent's eyes widen. And on Monday evening, our mother fell down and broke her hip. Here, Clark Kent gasps. Eleanor? Harper tilts her head. How do you know my sister? Clark Kent straightens up and offers Harper his hand. I'm being terribly rude. I'm sorry. My name is Ramsey Stryker. I lived with your sister, Tabitha. I dated Tabitha for 4 years. Lived with her for 3. We broke up in February. Ah, Harper says. She studies the guy. Tall, successful-looking, well-dressed. Tabitha's type, or what Harper has always pictured as Tabitha's type, although the only real boyfriend of Tabitha's that Harper has ever met is Wyatt, who was not Tabitha's type, which is one reason, of many she supposes, that it didn't work out between them. Harper would like to pin Ramsay Stryker to a board like a butterfly specimen and ask him 10,000 questions. As if reading Harper's mind, Ramsay Stryker checks his watch. "Do you want to go grab a drink?" he asks. It's the lunch hour, and places will be crowded, Ramsay says, so he suggests the brewery because Harper can bring her dog. Brilliant, Harper thinks. Ramsay is thoughtful, and, as it turns out, the brewery, Cisco Brewers, the sign says, is the perfect laid-back place to go on a mild, sunny afternoon. Harper loves Nantucket already. The brewery features a large brick patio surrounded by rustic farm buildings. One building sells beer, another sells wine, and yet another sells spirits. Perched on a stool with a golden retriever at his feet is a long-haired guy playing the guitar. There are a few dozen people sitting at picnic tables, drinking and eating guacamole and chips or oysters from the food trucks. Ramsay and Harper choose an empty picnic table, and Ramsay says, "How does a beer and a lobster roll sound?" Harper loves a man who instinctively knows what a particular moment calls for. "Like heaven," she says. Harper limits herself to 2 beers and just a sip of the third, because she still has to go to the store and make it back to the carriage house before Ainsley gets home from school. She has told Ramsay about herself and Tabitha growing up, all the way to the divorce and the family divided between 2 islands. Ramsay says, "So why the rift between you and Tabitha?" Why the rift? So many reasons, starting with that fateful game of rock, paper, scissors. Harper tries, for the 10,000th time, to imagine what would have happened if Tabitha had chosen scissors instead of rock. It would have been hellish to watch Tabitha roll away with Billy, while Harper was trapped with Eleanor in the mausoleum on Pinckney Street. The furniture in that house was all 200 years old, heavy, dark, and ornate, with brocade upholstery and velvet drapes. The library was filled with dusty books, and oil portraits of their creepy, Roxy ancestors hung on the walls. Would she have hated Tabitha? Yes, she supposes she would have. But she wouldn't have become Eleanor's disciple. That had been Tabitha's willful choice. Other things had happened to Tabitha that had been beyond her control. Julian. Harper is not going there. She realizes that information has only been flowing one way during this lunch. Ramsay hasn't divulged anything about his relationship with Tabitha, and they're running out of time. It's already 2 o'clock. "How are you able to do this?" Harper asks. "This? Take a 2-hour brewery lunch?" "Oh." Ramsay laughs and nudges his glasses up his nose. "My name is on the door. Family business on Main Street. Insurance." "Why did my sister let you go?" she asks. "Wow," Ramsay says. "Nice reversal." "Thank you." Harper smiles at him. "I don't know why I'm assuming it was she who broke up with you. It might have been you." "No, it was Tabitha," Ramsay says. But he doesn't seem inclined to add anything more, and Harper takes the hint. She says, "This has been really fun. Thank you for lunch. But I have to go, and I'm pretty sure Ainsley gets home from school between 3 and 3:30. "She does," Ramsay says, "assuming she's not staying for detention." "Detention?" Harper says. "Is Ainsley a bad kid?" "She's a great kid," Ramsay says, "but she's been given no boundaries, so she pretty much does whatever she wants." "No boundaries?" Harper says. "None," Ramsay says. He holds up his palms in a gesture of surrender. "It'll be good for her to have a different authority figure." "I'm only staying 6 days," Harper says. 7 at the most. "Give her all the love you can," Ramsay says. "And some from me as well. Tell her I miss her." At 7 o'clock, Harper calls Ainsley to the table, and Ainsley approaches with wide eyes. "Wow," she says. "This is the first time we've ever used the table this way." "What way?" Harper asks. "Like, for eating," Ainsley says. Harper tries not to let the surprise show on her face. "Really?" "We go out," Ainsley says. "Or we eat Thai food standing at the counter. Or cereal in front of the TV." "Oh," Harper says. "My mother is very busy," Ainsley says. Harper has lit the candles and filled the Waterford goblets with ice water. "Cheers," she says. Ainsley lifts her glass. Her hand is trembling. "Are you okay?" Harper asks. Ainsley nods, but she doesn't meet Harper's eyes. Is she stoned? Harper wonders. Has she been throwing back vodka shots in her bedroom? "Ainsley?" "This is pretty," Ainsley says, indicating the candles, the tablecloth and china, the silver, the wide, shallow bowls filled with pasta and salad, the basket of bread. "Thank you." She seems on the verge of tears, and a lump presents in Harper's throat. But Harper sensed this, didn't she, at Billy's memorial reception? Ultimately, that's why Harper agreed to come. Tabitha treats Ainsley like another adult, which was how Eleanor treated both Tabitha and Harper. They were never allowed to cry or whine. They weren't cuddled or indulged. They weren't allowed to be children. They hadn't been mothered. Tabitha had rebelled the year she turned into a pony, and Harper had rebelled later, she supposes. And now Tabitha is doing the same thing with Ainsley. She doesn't cook for the girl, and Harper would bet she doesn't kiss her goodnight. She doesn't nurture, when even the toughest, most badass child requires a little nurturing. Harper fixes Ainsley a plate of food, then a plate for herself. "Eat," she says. "Eat." After Ainsley has cleared her plate, wiping up the last of the sauce with a piece of bread, she falls back in her chair. "That was really yum." "I'm glad you liked it," Harper says. She rests her elbow on the table, chin in her hand. "We were so busy eating that I neglected to ask about you. How's school? Do you have a boyfriend?" Just like that, the tears start, and the story falls out. "Had a boyfriend, Teddy, new kid this year from Oklahoma, everything fine until this party I threw here last weekend. He decided he doesn't want me, he wants Candace Beasley. Candace was my friend, then not my friend, then almost my friend again until she stole Teddy." "Oh, honey," Harper says. She holds out a hand, and Ainsley takes it and squeezes. It's a story as old as time, Harper thinks. I love you, you love somebody else. For the first time since she got to Nantucket, she thinks of Sadie, Zimmer, and Drew, the people she has wronged. Then she thinks of Reed. He is an ether surrounding her. Harper's love for him is her atmosphere. She's always thinking of him, even when she's trying not to think of him. "But that's not the worst thing," Ainsley says. She's all snotted up, so Harper rises to fetch some tissues. Her poor niece is suffering from teenage angst, trying to make sense of an unfair world. Oh, how Harper had hated growing up. No matter what she has gone through recently, it has been ameliorated by the adult knowledge that regardless of how bad things get, she will survive. "What is the worst thing?" Harper asks. She hands Ainsley a box of tissues and sits down, scooting her chair closer. Fish, sensing people anxiety, plops down at Harper's feet. "My best friend," Ainsley says. "Her name is Emma." There's a noise. A slamming door. A voice amped up with anger. "Ainsley?" Ainsley's eyes widen, and she leaps to her feet, knocking over her Waterford goblet, which snaps where the cup meets the stem, a clean decapitation. Harper inwardly curses. Tabitha will blame her for that, no doubt, but Ainsley doesn't even seem to notice. "Mom?" she says. Her voice contains what sounds like terror. Tabitha is clicking up the stairs. Harper can hear her stilettos on the hardwood. She wonders if the unthinkable has happened and Eleanor has died. But it quickly becomes apparent from the set of Tabitha's mouth and the smoke coming out of her ears that the problem isn't Eleanor, it's Harper. "What the hell are you doing here?" Tabitha asks. Tabitha. What bothers her most is how cozy they look. The Stephen Swift table is set with china, silver, and the Waterford goblets that were a wedding present to Eleanor and Billy. The candles are lit, dripping wax down the Georg Jensen candlesticks. Harper has cooked a meal. The air still smells of toasted bread, garlic, onions, bacon. Tabitha's stomach rumbles. At the hospital, it was coffee and crackers from the vending machine, and back at the hotel, it was wine and microwave popcorn. Two of the chairs are pulled close together. Tabitha imagines her daughter and her sister sharing confidences. Tabitha had preferred seeing the table used for beer pong. "I specifically told you that she wasn't allowed here, Ainsley," Tabitha says. "She?" Harper says. "Who is she? The cat's mother?" "You," Tabitha says. "Ainsley asked me to come," Harper says. "She assured me she had your blessing." "She lied," Tabitha says. She turns her gaze on her daughter. Ainsley looks younger than she has in years. Her face is clean of makeup, her pale hair pulled back in a slack ponytail. "Again." "Hey now," Harper says. "Take it easy." "Take it easy?" Tabitha says. "This is my house. Don't you dare tell me to take it easy." "I'm sorry I lied," Ainsley says. "I wanted Aunt Harper to come. I needed someone to watch me. I needed family." "Family?" Tabitha says. "You abandoned me," Ainsley says. "I'm 16 years old, not 18, not 25. You can't just leave me alone for days." "But look," Tabitha says, "you lived. Aunt Harper cooked for me. She bought groceries. She brewed iced tea because Coke Zero is poison." "It's not poison," Tabitha says. "It is, though," Harper says. When Tabitha looks at Harper, she catches a glimpse of fur at her feet. She barely stifles a scream. "Is that your dog? Your dog is in my house?" The dog lifts its head, seemingly in response. Tabitha sees the intelligent face and the clear, cerulean eyes of a husky. "This is Fish," Harper says. "Fish? Meet my sister, Pony." Fish studies Tabitha in a way that's unsettling, almost as if the dog is human. The dog turns to look at Harper, then back at Tabitha. He notices the resemblance, Tabitha thinks. She nearly smiles, but she stops herself. She doesn't want a dog in her house, even a beautiful dog like this one. "I want you out in the morning," Tabitha says to Harper. "I told you never to come back here." "I thought we got past that," Harper says. "I was civil to you on the Vineyard," Tabitha says. "Civil, despite the fact that I got drenched and humiliated. We have your poor decision-making to thank for that. I can be civil to you for an afternoon, Harper, but that is a far cry from allowing you to live in my house and care for my child." "Are you back, then?" Ainsley asks. "Yes," Tabitha says, but her cheeks burn with the lie. She only came back to grab her things and check on her daughter. She has a ferry reservation back to the mainland in the morning. Eleanor needs her. There is no one else. Tabitha called Eleanor's younger sister Flossie in Palm Beach, but was informed that Flossie was on a cruise in the Greek islands. Tabitha will be in Boston through the weekend at least, maybe longer. She called Megan to see if she could come stay with Ainsley, but Megan, showing an unusual amount of backbone, said she would rather not. Tabitha called Wyatt again. No answer. And then she called and left a pleading message with Stephanie Beasley. Part of Tabitha considers just letting Harper stay. "I met a friend of yours today," Harper says. "We had lunch. Ramsey Stryker?" Tabitha's mouth drops open. "You had lunch with Ramsey?" "At the brewery," Harper says. "He thinks it's a good idea that I stay with Ainsley." "Ramsey thinks it's a good idea. You're a piss-poor parent, Tabitha." Against her will, Tabitha remembers the bouquet of wildflowers. She recalls skimming the cool water of the harbor with her toes. She remembers Harper's hot, boozy breath as she sang, "I can't live with or without you." "Forget tomorrow," Tabitha says. "I want you out tonight. Pack your bags." "Mom," Ainsley says. "It's okay," Harper says. She lifts the bowl of salad from the table. "Do not," Tabitha says, "do not touch my things." "I want you to leave," Ainsley says. "I wish Aunt Harper were my mother instead of you." "Ainsley," Harper says. Tabitha knows she is acting abominably. She wishes she had the capacity to forgive her sister and to celebrate her sister and daughter's forging of this new bond. But Tabitha can't get past 22 years of sour history. Harper has had it so easy living with Billy, or past what happened the night that Julian died. Tabitha's phone rings. It's Stephanie Beasley. Tabitha snaps back to the present moment. She feels a cool wave of relief. Stephanie will watch Ainsley. This is the solution Tabitha was hoping for. "Hello?" Tabitha says as she moves into the living room. Incredibly, the dog gets to his feet and trots after her. "Stephanie?" "Tabitha?" Stephanie says. "Your daughter—" "What?" Tabitha says. She sits on the sofa and, in spite of herself, reaches out to stroke the snowy white fur at Fish's throat. "Your daughter is a monster," Stephanie says. Tabitha continues to rub Fish's coat, even as the ugly accusations spin out of Stephanie. Bottle of Bombay Sapphire and a baggie containing cocaine residue planted in Candace's locker. Planted by Ainsley Cruz and Emma Marlowe. The girls were taking revenge because of what happened between Teddy and Candace. "I'm sorry?" Tabitha says. "It sounds to me like your daughter is trying to deflect the blame. She may have gotten in over her head, Stephanie. Ainsley can't be the automatic scapegoat here. Surely you see how unreasonable that is." "Unreasonable?" Stephanie says. "You've been away, and your daughter has been left without any adult supervision. I'm sure she waltzed right over to your mother's house and strolled out with the gin. Then she and her evil little friend planted it in Candace's locker." Tabitha closes her eyes. If she goes over to Eleanor's house and checks the bar cart, will she find the Bombay Sapphire missing? Of course she will. She revisits what Stephanie said a few seconds ago. The girls were taking revenge because of what happened between Teddy and Candace. Teddy and Candace are together now, so soon after Tabitha found Ainsley and Teddy together in her bedroom? Ouch. Stephanie says, "You'll be hearing from Dr. Benz tomorrow." Tabitha doesn't respond. She simply ends the call. When she re-enters the kitchen, she sees that Ainsley and Harper are clearing the table. Tabitha watches the two of them moving in concert. It's like watching herself, the mother she always wanted to be, the mother she would have been if Julian had lived, with her beloved teenage daughter. "Stay," Tabitha says. Her voice is stern, and Fish, who has followed at Tabitha's heels, dutifully sits and gazes up at her. To Harper, Tabitha says, "I have to go back to Boston in the morning. Eleanor needs me." "Why don't I go take care of Eleanor?" Harper asks. You stay here with Ainsley." Tabitha considers this. She recalls Eleanor weeping about Harper after Billy's memorial service. Eleanor, like Ainsley, is sick of Tabitha. But Tabitha didn't put in years and years with Eleanor in the business only to be replaced by Harper at the end. There will be a payoff. Tabitha will inherit the empire. And even if that empire is diminished, Eleanor still owns a mighty fortune in real estate. The house here, the house on Pinckney Street. Tabitha will not relinquish her claim to that. "Eleanor is my responsibility," Tabitha says. "We both know that." "Don't sound so put upon," Harper says. "I've spent the last 10 months caring for Billy." Tabitha scoffs. "Sleeping with his doctor." "Caring for Billy," Harper says. "Feeding him, bathing him, driving him around, getting him to and from his doctor's appointments, making sure he wasn't smoking too many cigarettes or drinking JMO on the sly. And now I have to deal with selling Billy's house. And once I do that, you and I are splitting the proceeds as per Billy's will." This is news to Tabitha. Her wheels start to turn. Proceeds sounds like unexpected income, the windfall she so desperately needs. "Wait a minute," she says. "What's the deal with the house exactly? How much are we talking about?" "I had a broker come look at it. She said we can either renovate it or sell it as a teardown. I am not going to renovate. It'll cost too much and take too much time, and the contractors on the Vineyard pride themselves on being unavailable. As a teardown, she says we can list it at $600 and settle for $500,000. "Teardown?" Tabitha says. "Is it really that bad?" "It's really that bad," Harper says, "which you would know if you had ever come to visit." Tabitha accepts that barb in silence. She clears her throat. "Is there a mortgage?" "Mortgage of $269," Harper says. 6% of the sales price goes to the realtor, and there will be other closing costs. If we do absolutely nothing to the house, we will each walk with $100,000. $100,000. Harper makes this sound like a king's ransom. And maybe to her it is. She couldn't be making more than $20 an hour at her delivery job. But for Tabitha, $100,000 won't even scratch the surface. Once she pays Ramsey back the $40,000 she owes him, that leaves $60,000, which will be eaten up by Ainsley's first year of college. Selling it as a teardown is Harper's preference because that's the quick, easy way out. "How much if we renovate?" Tabitha asks. "Moot point," Harper says. "We aren't renovating." "Just tell me what she said, please." Harper sighs. She said she would list it at 1.1 if it's a quality job. But the place has to be gutted. And I'm sorry, but that is not happening. I don't have any savings. Billy has $90,000 in the bank, but probably less than that because I still have to pay the golf club for the blasted reception. Polly said a renovation would cost $150,000. That means I would have to go to the bank for a loan or borrow money from Mommy, and I am not doing that. Mother doesn't have it, Tabitha says. Even if she did, she wouldn't lend it to you for Billy's house. It doesn't matter, Harper says. We're selling it as a tear-down, Pony. Tabitha lets use of the odious nickname slide because she's busy doing the math. If they sink $150,000 into Billy's house and sell it for $1 million, they would both walk with more than $300,000. Ainsley says, Aunt Harper should stay here, and you should go to the Vineyard, Mom. Haven't you always said it's your dream to renovate a house? Grammy's house, Tabitha says. She has long yearned to be given permission and an unlimited budget to redo Eleanor's house on Pinckney Street. But needless to say, neither has been granted. I said that about the house on Beacon Hill. Do Gramps' house instead, Ainsley says. You'd be good at it. Harper turns on Ainsley. No, we aren't renovating. Whose side are you on, anyway? Ainsley frowns. I want you to stay, she says. Ainsley's suggestion is completely outrageous, yet something about it appeals. If Tabitha can reach Flossie or get Eleanor to pay out for a private nurse, she would be free to work on Billy's house, which is something she would profoundly enjoy. With Tabitha's eye and a little elbow grease, they'd make 3 times the money. How can Harper argue with that? While Tabitha is handling the renovation, Harper can stay here and deal with the fallout of Ainsley's behavior, and Harper can work at the boutique. The boutique is going to go belly up at the end of the summer. Tabitha has done everything within her power to resuscitate it, but to no avail. So why not let Harper take the blame for its demise? Is it too cruel to let Harper take over the sinking ship that is Tabitha's life? She remembers the sting of cold champagne in her face, then the slap. The wildflowers, the chicken box, with or without you. Julian, dead. Once I get Mother settled, if I get Mother settled, I'll go over to the Vineyard and take a look, Tabitha says. I'll handle the realtor and the sale, and you can stay here with Ainsley. But there are conditions. Such as? Harper says. Your first responsibility is my daughter, Tabitha says. I'm going to call the school secretary in the morning and let them know that you're in charge for the remainder of the school year. There are only a few days left, but if there are any issues, you'll get the call. Harper nods. Will there be any issues? Tabitha asks Ainsley. Ainsley looks at her feet. No. Ainsley? No, Ainsley says. Tabitha closes her eyes for an instant. She is so tired, so weary, that she could fall asleep standing up. You're a piss-poor parent, Tabitha. She wonders if her real motivation in agreeing to this plan is just an unwillingness to deal with Ainsley's bullshit. Maybe yes. And the feeling apparently is mutual. Ainsley's eyes are shining with hope. She wants her aunt. Be careful what you wish for, Tabitha thinks. Your second responsibility is the ERF boutique on Candle Street, Tabitha says. Megan is going to have her baby soon. She'll show you the ropes tomorrow, and both of you will have to put in a lot of work. I can do the buying remotely, but you'll be in charge of tracking the orders, getting them out on the floor, accounting for inventory, ringing up sales, and going to the bank each morning with the deposits. In addition to hand selling, of course. You'll have Mary Jo to help. She's blind, Ainsley says. Myopic, Tabitha says. I can handle it, Harper says. Yes, Tabitha says, and the part of her that has long wanted revenge on her sister is placated. There is no way her sister can handle it. I'm sure you can. Harper. Her alarm goes off at 6:30 the next morning, and Harper's feet hit the ground with a sense of purpose. Fish is already waiting by the bedroom door, wagging his tail. In the distance, Harper hears the wail of the ferry's foghorn. Tabitha is on that boat with her car. She is gone. Harper is in charge. Take care of the daughter, Harper says to Fish. Then mind the store. After Harper lets Fish out, she heads upstairs to find the coffee brewed and a handwritten set of instructions written out, along with an envelope containing $1,500 bills. Harper reads through the instructions, marveling at how Tabitha can be nearly 40 years old, yet her handwriting is still the same as it was when she was a 10-year-old girl and won the 4th grade penmanship award. Harper, the note said, please follow these basic instructions. Harper finds herself grateful for guidelines. She is both elated and terrified at the previous day's turn of events. She's going to spend the next few weeks, or longer, in Nantucket caring for her 16-year-old niece, which is something she knows exactly nothing about. 1. Ainsley, no drinking, no drugs. Infraction equals loss of phone for 1 week. No excuses. 2. Philippa comes on Wednesdays to clean. Philippa lives in the basement of Eleanor's house, and she will know if you are over there snooping. The words are capitalized and underlined, as if Harper's snooping were a given. Tabitha thinks Harper is a cheat, a liar, and a thief. Numbers 3 through 6 are about the store, the address, the security code, the numbers of the maintenance man, the landlord, Megan, Mary Jo, the police department, the fire department. 7. Dress yourself from present inventory. Pick 6 outfits, 1 must be the Roxy, and cycle through. Write down the exact items you take. 1 pair of shoes only. This store is a direct reflection of the Eleanor Roxy Frost brand. Don't mess this up. Harper gets an immediate case of the hot pricklies. She knows the Nantucket boutique carries brands other than Eleanor Roxy Frost, but these other brands will still be too fussy and feminine for Harper, and she is going to have to wear the blasted Roxy at least 1 day a week. She has a succession of nauseating memories. Her confirmation at Church of the Advent, her 9th grade dance, her prom. Her adolescence was pockmarked with events for which she had to dress up. Tabitha had loved it. Tabitha had worn dresses and skirts voluntarily. Harper will worry about the store later. For now, she will focus on the daughter. She raps lightly on Ainsley's door. There is no answer. She knocks again a little louder, which elicits a groan. Harper cracks open the door. "Time to get up," Harper says. "I'm sick," Ainsley says. "I have a migraine." Harper nearly laughs. It's startling the way ailments, either real or perceived, pass down through the generations. For Eleanor, every headache was a migraine and required a cool, dark bedroom for 3 hours, followed by a double espresso and a double gin martini. "Get up," Harper says. "Seriously, I get them," Ainsley says. "I can't move. My vision gets all splotchy and I feel nauseated. I'm staying home today." "You're going to school today," Harper says. She snaps her fingers twice, and Fish leaps onto the bed and starts barking. Ainsley groans again and extends a foot to the floor. While Ainsley is getting showered, Harper makes her famous scrambled eggs. Famous to her and Billy anyway. Harper uses double yolks, half and half, and a handful of shredded cheddar. She cooks the eggs slowly over low heat until they are deep golden and creamy. Harper makes a plate for Ainsley with a piece of lightly buttered rye toast, but Ainsley pushes the dish away. "I don't eat breakfast." "You do today," Harper says. "I thought you were cool," Ainsley says. Her voice has a ragged, snotty edge, and Harper wants to growl the way Fish does whenever Harper pulls out the grooming brush. "I am cool," Harper says, "but if you think I'm going to let you do whatever you want this summer, you are sorely mistaken." "Mom let me do pretty much anything," Ainsley says. "Well, no offense, but that strategy doesn't seem to be working," Harper says. "I found the vodka in your bedroom yesterday, and I'm sure if I poke around, I'll find weed." Ainsley sneers. "I'll save you the trouble. It's in my top drawer." Harper stares. "Eat the eggs." Reluctantly, Ainsley takes a bite. She nods. "They're good." "What do they have? Like 10,000 calories per bite?" "Pretty much," Harper says, and the teenager grants her a smile. Rocky start, Harper thinks, but according to Billy's watch, she and Ainsley and Fish climb into the Bronco on time. Harper delivers Ainsley to the front door of the school before the bell. "Have a good day," Harper says. "Fat chance," Ainsley says. "Do you want me to come pick you up?" Harper asks. "You're done at 2:30? "I get a ride home with my friend Emma most days," Ainsley says. "I'll text you if I need a ride." She climbs out of the car, tosses her hair, and strolls toward the front door. She is so pretty and so confident. How is this possible at 16? She is wearing skinny jeans, ballet flats, and a white cotton tunic embroidered with violets. Her hair is pulled off to the side in a messy braid, which adds a relaxed air to her very rigid posture. Her shoulders are set as if she's expecting an attack. It's only as Harper pulls away that she recalls their conversation at dinner. Ainsley's boyfriend, Teddy, has been stolen away by a friend of hers, but not Emma, someone else. Ainsley did mention Emma, but Harper can't remember in what context. Fish climbs up to the front seat, resuming his usual post as co-pilot. "Well, the first days are the hardest days. Don't you worry any more," Harper sings off-key. She reaches out to rub the back of Fish's neck, wondering how long it will be until she knows the ins and outs of Ainsley's personal dramas. At least she remembered that the boyfriend's name was Teddy. And now she knows that Emma gives Ainsley a ride home. Harper's phone rings in the console. She doesn't answer because she suspects it's Tabitha calling to make sure Harper got Ainsley to school on time. But when Harper gets back to the carriage house and checks her phone, she sees the missed call is from Rooster. Harper sighs. She had thought for a moment that she had successfully escaped her life on the Vineyard. She lets Fish out of the car. "Go," she says, "but stay out of trouble." Fish trots off to check out the grassy terrain of Eleanor's front yard. Harper stays in the car, contemplating the phone in her lap. She pictures Rooster, so called because of his bright red hair styled up into a coxcomb, slumped over his desk, wearing his Ray-Ban Wayfarers inside because he is hungover. Why is Rooster calling? Maybe he wants her to come back to work. Maybe he has been unable to find anyone to replace her. It takes a very long time to learn all the little dirt roads in all the towns. It doesn't make any sense to hire a college kid, because by the time he or she finally figures out how to do the job effectively, the summer will be over. Also, a spotless driving record is required. Finding people with no speeding tickets, no accidents, and no DUIs is more difficult than one might imagine. Yes, Harper decides, Rooster is definitely calling to offer her her job back. He probably thinks she's desperate for it, but he would be wrong. Turning him down will be a gratifying way to start her day. She calls Rooster back. "Harper," he says. He hits both syllables in a way that makes them sound like spikes. Harper has always liked her name for its waspy androgyny, but it's not soft or feminine. That name went to her sister. "Wally," Harper says, trying to lighten things up. Rooster's real name is Wallace. "What's up?" "The rumors keep a-comin'," Rooster says. "I heard a real doozy yesterday. Are you sitting down?" She's still in the Bronco, still belted in, which seems appropriate. They can't hurt me, she thinks. All those Vineyarders who are so bored with their own lives that they have to titillate themselves by parsing Harper Frost's questionable decisions. "I don't want to know," Harper says. She means it. How will it help to know what people are saying? When the news broke about Harper's association with Joey Bowen, she had tirelessly tracked who had said what to whom. She had written it all down on a piece of poster board and drew lines to connect people until the thing looked like a spider web. Harper had then set out to do damage control, calling all the principal rumor spreaders to explain her side of the story, which had led to secondary and tertiary rumors that fanned the fires of people's interest and kept the gossip alive. It was a miracle Harper hadn't ended up in jail with Joey Bowen. From the distance of 3 years, Harper can see that what she should have done when the news broke was nothing. She should have let people talk, then lose interest. It had been a one-time incident. What she'd done had been wrong, really, really wrong from Jude's perspective, but Harper had been a very small cog in a far-reaching, well-oiled drug-selling machine. She had merely been guilty of delivering a package. It had ended up being 3 pounds of cocaine, but for all Harper knew, it was 3 pounds of potato salad. "Just listen," Rooster says. "I think you'll get a kick out of it." I won't get a kick out of it, Harper says. It's my life, Rooster. Everyone knows you were having an affair with Dr. Zimmer, Rooster says. That was last week's news. This week's news is that you're also sleeping with a messed-up surfer on Chappie. Harper groans. Brendan Donegal? He's a friend of mine, Rooster. I'm still allowed to have friends, right? I'm your friend, Rooster says. That's why I'm telling you this. You're not my friend, Rooster. You're my boss. And you're not my boss, you're my ex-boss. Then guess what I heard? I heard that Sadie Zimmer left Dr. Zimmer. Harper bites her tongue. Sadie left? This is something Harper hasn't considered. Instead of Reed leaving Sadie, Sadie might leave Reed. But then I heard she didn't leave, he left. Dr. Zimmer took a leave of absence from the hospital. A leave of absence from the hospital? Harper thinks. She closes her eyes. Then I heard that you were gone and nobody knew where you went, and no one knew where Dr. Zimmer went. So people are thinking the two of you are on the lam somewhere, like in Natural Born Killers, except not murdering anyone. Or maybe you are leaving bodies in your wake. Nothing would surprise me at this point, Harper, because the stories keep piling up like cars in a highway crash. So anyway, I'm glad you answered your phone. I have your final paycheck. Where would you like me to send it? She says nothing. There's no doubt in her mind that Reed's leave of absence was forced upon him by Adam Greenfield. There's no way Reed would ever abandon his patients of his own volition. But he left the Vineyard? Where is he? Is he out in America looking for her? Harper? Brewster says. I'm here, Harper says. Where's here? Rooster says. Where do you want me to send your check? She hates that people are now talking about her and Brendan. She shudders at the thought of Mrs. Donegal somehow hearing the rumor. Harper? Rooster says. She doesn't want to tell Rooster where she is. The check is for $632 or thereabouts. Too much to ignore, but she doesn't want anyone to know she's on Nantucket. She doesn't want Sadie finding out, or Drew's aunties, or anyone else. Nantucket is, in so many ways, the perfect place to hide right in plain sight. Send it to my P.O. Box, Harper says. Number 1888, Vineyard Haven. So you're here then? Rooster asks. You're on island? Before she can confirm or deny, there's a beeping noise. It's her call waiting. The number is unfamiliar, but underneath the number it says, Nantucket M.A. Harper disconnects Rooster without explanation, without goodbye. Let him think she's in a place with poor reception. The Andes Mountains, the Yukon. It's the only way. Hello, Harper says. Ms. Frost? A man's voice says. This is Dr. Bentz. I'm the principal at Nantucket High School. I'm going to need you to come in right away. Ainsley. Ms. Kerr doesn't contact the classroom over the intercom. Instead, she and Dr. Bentz show up at the door of Ainsley's American History class in person. Ainsley, Ms. Kerr says, come with us, please. A murmur goes through the classroom, and Dr. Bentz offers a game show host smile. Don't let us interrupt your learning about Prohibition, he says. It was put in place for a reason. Ainsley grabs her bag and slips past Dr. Bentz into the hallway. Gathered in Dr. Bentz's office are Emma and her father, Dutch, Candace, Stephanie, and Stu Beasley, and Tabitha. No, not Tabitha, Aunt Harper. Ainsley burps and tastes the eggs Harper made her for breakfast. She tries to catch Emma's eye. They are close enough as friends to be able to agree upon a strategy without speaking. But Emma's face is cast down at the table. Dutch looks pissed. His shaved head is ruddy with aggravation, and his tattooed arms are locked across his chest. Candace looks wounded, her parents solemn. Only Aunt Harper appears sanguine. When she sees Ainsley, she offers a shrug. She has no idea why they are here, and a consoling smile. The smile brings tears to Ainsley's eyes. Dr. Bence takes the last seat at the table. He seems present and engaged, but studiously unperturbed. He loves conflict resolution, Ainsley knows. A poster of Jimmy Carter hangs in his office. "Emma, Ainsley," Dr. Bence says, "we invited you here with your parents and/or guardian today to see what either of you knows about a bottle of Bombay Sapphire gin and a baggie containing cocaine residue left in Candace Beasley's locker." Ainsley says, "I know nothing about it. I mean, I heard Candace was caught with alcohol and drugs in her locker, but that's it." Dr. Bence studies Ainsley as though he intends to paint her portrait from memory. "You're sure about that, Ainsley?" Ainsley scrutinizes Dr. Bence right back. He has an oversized head, a walrus mustache, and glasses that make his eyes appear large and gelatinous. Dr. Bence is so thoroughly a principal that Ainsley has a hard time imagining him outside the school. She knows that he lives ensconced in a home owned by his wife's parents, and that in the summer, when his in-laws are in residence, he goes salmon fishing on the Copper River in Alaska. Ainsley feels sorry for Dr. Bence because he doesn't get to enjoy Nantucket summers. He must like his job a lot, because why else would he accept such a raw deal? Before Ainsley can respond with a calm, metered, "Yes, I'm very sure," Ainsley has spent the last year making lies sound like a truth. Emma speaks up. "It was all Ainsley's idea," Emma says. "Candace stole Teddy away from her, and Ainsley wanted revenge." Shrug from Emma. "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." That's a direct quote from William Shakespeare. Dr. Bence clears his throat. Actually, it's the other William, William Congreve. And the quotation, Miss Marlowe, is, "Heaven has no rage like love to hatred turned, nor hell a fury like a woman scorned." Emma gives Dr. Bence an indulgent smile, though Ainsley knows she would like to tell him to go pound. "Same difference," she says. Then she pauses for effect. Back to my story. Ainsley stole the gin from her grandmother's house, and the cocaine packet she got from Felipa's boyfriend. Felipa is the housekeeper from Mexico. Then Ainsley begged me to sneak both things into Candace's locker. Ainsley feels a zing, like she's been hit in the face at close range by a rubber band. "What?" Dr. Bence silences Ainsley with a hand. "And how, Emma, did you gain access to Candace's locker?" "She gave me the combination a few weeks ago," Emma says. "I forgot my chemistry textbook at home, and Candace lent me hers as a favor so that I could finish that day's assignments. I wrote down the combination." Dr. Bence turns to Candace. "Is this true? You gave Miss Marlowe your combination?" Candace nods, and Ainsley is so incensed. Emma and Candace are in cahoots that she blurts out, "No, Emma. You stole the combination of everyone's locker from the office during a fire drill in the fall." "I gave Emma my combination," Candace says in confirmation. Ainsley is silenced. She feels her aunt's hand on her back. Harper leans in. "Just tell the truth," Harper whispers. "It's okay, whatever it is." "I stole the gin from my grandmother's house," Ainsley says. "But it was Emma's idea, not mine, to plant it in Candace's locker. Emma stole the locker combination of every student in the school from this office in November. She's the one who brought in the cocaine packet. My housekeeper doesn't have a boyfriend. Emma took the cocaine from her father's jeans." At this, Dutch Marlowe stands up and roars, "Watch who you're accusing, young lady." Everyone at the table, including Dr. Bence and Stu Beasley, recoils. In these peace talks, Dutch is the renegade nation. "Watch how you speak to Ainsley," Aunt Harper says. Now she too is on her feet. "Your defensiveness tells me that you're probably guilty. and your demeanor is consistent with someone who abuses cocaine." "Shut up, Tabitha, you stuck-up bitch," Dutch says. "Why don't you have your mommy call her lawyer?" Now, Mr. Marlowe," Dr. Bentz says. "There will be no name-calling." "It was Ainsley's idea, pure and simple," Emma says. "I was wrong to agree to such a cruel plan, but Ainsley and I have been friends a long time." Here, Emma starts to cry, and Ainsley's eyes grow wide at the sight. In the 5 years that they've been hanging out together, Emma has never grown weepy, much less shed a tear. Not even when discussing her mother, who moved to Florida when Emma was in kindergarten and never returned. "And so I just went along with it, even though I knew it was wrong." "It was your idea," Ainsley says. "You pulled that cocaine packet out of your front jeans pocket yesterday before school." "I've heard enough," Dutch says. He glares at Harper. "You tell your daughter to stop accusing people of things they didn't do." Dr. Bentz touches the knot of his tie. "What we have established thus far is that neither the alcohol nor the packet with the cocaine residue in it belonged to Miss Beasley." "Correct," Stephanie Beasley says. Her hair is in a loose bun, and she's wearing a gauzy sundress, looking pretty and natural and every bit like half of the kindest, most solid parental unit in all the world. Stephanie gives Ainsley a pained look. "I don't know what Candace ever did to you, but you spent years making her life miserable, culminating in this regrettable stunt. The astonishing thing to me is that you thought you could get away with it, because you've never been held accountable for any of the atrocious things you've done or said to people. And that," here she looks at Harper, "is your fault, Tabitha." "I'm not," Harper says, but then, apparently thinking better of it, shuts her mouth. "This is my aunt," Ainsley says, "not my mother." Everyone at the table stares at Ainsley as if she has two heads. "This letter, left at the nurse's office," Dr. Bentz says, pulling it out and setting it in front of Ainsley. "You wrote this? Saying that you'd heard Candace Beasley had alcohol and drugs in her locker?" Ainsley looks at the typed paper. She had misspelled alcohol, ALCOHAL, on purpose to make it seem like someone less intelligent than she wrote it. Her grades aren't stellar, but at least she can spell. She doesn't know if she should admit to the letter. Can they check it for fingerprints or check the ink type against her computer at home? "Yes," she says. Dutch checks his watch. "Can we go?" he says. "I have a restaurant to run." "Yes," Dr. Bentz says. "Everyone may go except for Ainsley and her guardian. I'll handle things from here. Thank you for coming." It's worse than the Salem witch trials, Ainsley thinks. Worse than Galileo or Joan of Arc. She, Ainsley Cruz, has been framed. She is so flustered at the failure of Dr. Bentz to see past Emma's bullshit and Dutch's intimidation tactics that she can't find the words to speak in her own defense. "I'm giving you a 3-day suspension," Dr. Bentz tells Ainsley. "However, you will serve it in school, and you will take your exams. That's a kindness from me. I'm well within my rights to assign you an out-of-school suspension and let you take zeros. Do you understand?" Ainsley opens her mouth to speak. "It was Emma's idea, not mine. The baggie of cocaine was Emma's contribution. She encouraged me to steal the gin. She said this was the only way to teach Candace a lesson, not only for stealing Teddy, but also for trying to be popular like us. Emma stole the locker combinations right out of Ms. Kerr's filing cabinets during a fire drill." But it won't do any good, because Ainsley started out with a lie. She lost all credibility, and there's no getting it back. She nods. Aunt Harper's hand is still on her back, steadying her. "I'm very sorry about this," Harper says. "It's Ainsley who should be sorry," Dr. Bentz says. "While serving your suspension, I expect a written apology to Candace and her parents, and one to Emma as well for leading her down a wayward path." Ainsley swallows. "Okay," she says. She has to start serving her suspension immediately. She is taken to a room in the interior of the school that she didn't even know existed. She is being chaperoned by a teacher named Ms. Broody, whose sex had remained a mystery for most of 10th grade. Ms. indicated female, but her appearance, crew cut, men's polo shirts, flat front khakis, said otherwise. Understanding of her job at the school had also been hazy. Now Ainsley understands that Ms. Broody deals with discipline problems, serious discipline problems, one-on-one. Ms. Broody takes Ainsley's phone and hands her a stack of loose-leaf paper. "Apology letters," she says. Her voice is surprisingly delicate and feminine. "Then you may study." "What about lunch?" Ainsley asks. "What about the bathroom?" "You will have a chance to get your lunch and eat it here," Ms. Broody says. "You get 1 5-minute bathroom break." The suspension room has no windows except for one in the door the size of an airport paperback. There is a desk and a chair. The walls are cinder block painted institutional beige. It's jail, and no sooner does Ms. Broody shut the door, she will be sitting right outside, than Ainsley starts to cry. The loose-leaf paper on the table in front of her catches tears dingy with mascara, like so many sooty raindrops. When she is allowed to go to the cafeteria, only long enough to stand in line and get her food, with Ms. Broody as an escort, Ainsley declines. She can't bear the idea of what people will say to her or about her. By now, news of her reversal of fortune will be everywhere. It's possible, likely even, that her friends have defended her and possibly even spoken to teachers and the administration in protest. It won't do any good, but it makes Ainsley feel a little better when she imagines it. The bathroom, however, can't be avoided. Ainsley waits until the last possible minute, but then she has to go. She stands and taps on the door. There isn't a clock in the room, so Ainsley has no idea what time it is. All she knows is that it is after lunch. Ms. Broody sets down her book. She's reading Dostoevsky, which must be a joke or a prop, and writes Ainsley a pass for the bathroom. "You have 5 minutes before I come hunting you down," Ms. Broody says. "Use the bathroom outside room 107. It's the closest." She won't lie. When she is in the hallway alone, Ainsley feels like running away. Out the door of the school, all the way home, never to return. She will be a 10th grade high school dropout. She wends her way out of the dimly lit corridors to the main part of the school and finds a clock. It's only 12:50. There's still an hour and a half to go. Ainsley hurries to the girls' room across from room 107. Then she realizes that room 107 is her chem class. She looks in the open door of the classroom. They're in lab, and catches Emma's eye. Ainsley doesn't know what she expects. An apology? Some sign of contrition or desperation? Maybe Dutch forced Emma to say what she did. Maybe he threatened to send her to a convent or even hurt her. But what Emma does is unexpected. She gives Ainsley the finger. Tabitha. Eleanor is a demanding and finicky patient. After she is released from the hospital, she and Tabitha repair to the townhouse on Pinckney Street, a place Tabitha had adored growing up, but that now feels stale and glum. The house has a layer of dust throughout. There is a lavish bouquet in the niche in the entryway, a weekly delivery from Winston's for as long as Tabitha can remember, that has died and browned to a crisp. "Mother," Tabitha says, "we need to bring Philippa up here with us. I won't be your nurse and your maid." Eleanor sniffs. "Or we can hire someone new," Tabitha says. "Heavens no," Eleanor says. "I can't have a complete stranger seeing me like this." This is also Eleanor's excuse for not hiring a nurse. "I'll call Philippa," Tabitha says. "She'll be here tomorrow." Eleanor has an actual bell, an antique she inherited from her great-grandmother, who was a member of Boston society and a friend of Isabella Stewart Gardner, that she rings when she wants Tabitha to adjust her pillows or find Law and Order on the TV. Eleanor loves Law and Order, which is convenient, as the show pretty much plays 24 hours a day. Tabitha brings Eleanor fresh ice water, portions out her pain meds, and makes 3 trips a day to the Paramount on Charles Street, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Tabitha would complain about this, but it gives her a chance to get outside. It's June, and the city is experiencing the most beautiful days of the year. The common is lush and leafy. New mothers are out with their baby carriages, and there are skateboarders and bikers and joggers with their sinewy muscles. College girls in Ray-Bans and ponytails bob along, talking on their phones. Carefree. When Tabitha goes to fetch lunch for Eleanor, she ambles through the Boston Public Garden. She can always blame the delay on the Paramount's perpetual line. The garden is in full bloom. Iris, peonies, roses. The pond is clear and clean, and the swan boats paddle along with barely a ripple. Tabitha's childhood here had been storybook in many ways. Eleanor had taken Tabitha and Harper to the Boston Ballet to see the Nutcracker, to the Museum of Fine Arts to see the Renoir exhibition, and Billy had season tickets at Fenway. As a family, they had a regular table at Marliov on Friday nights because Eleanor loved the Welsh rabbit. They brunched on Sundays at Harvest in Cambridge. Tabitha first got drunk at a party in Gray's Hall after the head of the Charles Regatta her sophomore year in high school, and late that night puked at the feet of the John Harvard statue. Her Boston pedigree is impeccable in its details, but after so many years on Nantucket, she now feels like a visitor, and, under present circumstances, a captive. But she has no choice. She must care for Eleanor. When Harper calls with the news of Ainsley's suspension, however, Tabitha announces she's returning home. "Please don't," Harper says. "It won't change anything. Ainsley is experiencing some pretty wicked backlash from her friends at school, and unfortunately this is my area of expertise, being ostracized." Tabitha is ashamed at how relieved she feels at being let off the hook. She is livid at Ainsley. She hates thinking that her daughter is capable of an act so stupid and cruel. But neither can she bear to think of Ainsley suffering at the hands of the other kids. She sends Ainsley a text. "Tabitha, you okay?" Ainsley, "What do you care?" Tabitha, "I'm still your mother." Ainsley, "So?" Tabitha, "So I love you." Ainsley, "Whatever, Tabitha." Tabitha reads this exchange over again and again until tears blur her eyes. She wants to go back to Nantucket and shake her daughter, or hug her. But she tells herself that the way to be the best parent right now is to stay away. If Tabitha were to walk in the house and take back the reins, Ainsley would do something even more destructive than she's already done. Tabitha is sure of it. Deliverance shortly arrives in the person of Tabitha's aunt Flossie, Eleanor's sister, from Palm Beach. Flossie is a firecracker. She's 8 years younger than Eleanor, but she looks and acts like she's Tabitha's age. She is a self-declared trophy wife, married to an 85-year-old descendant of Henry Flagler. She plays tennis, she shops, she lunches, and in the winters, she works 3 days a week at the Eleanor Roxy Frost boutique on Worth Avenue. When Flossie arrives at the townhouse on Pinckney Street, she apologizes for not coming sooner. "I was on a cruise when you called, and then when I got home, I still didn't want to come. Boston is depressing, and my sister is a bitch on her best day. But then I thought about you. No one should be subjected to Eleanor like this. You've done enough, Pony." She makes a shooing motion with her hand. I hereby set you free." Tabitha goes up to her room to pack her things to go home, but then she remembers that she and Harper have a deal. The thought is not unappealing. She will go to the Vineyard. Harper. Megan is the most miserable pregnant person Harper has ever seen. It doesn't help that the island has been experiencing record-high temperatures and that Megan is 4 days past due. And yet still the poor creature comes to work at the boutique, because the boutique has air conditioning and her house does not. She also wants to make sure Harper and Ainsley learn everything about the store before she goes into labor. Harper gets the feeling Megan is saying a permanent goodbye. She has the giddy air of escape. But maybe that's just the hormones. The Nantucket boutique is different from the Palm Beach store because, in addition to selling the Eleanor Roxy Frost label, it sells Millie, TB, DVF, Nanette Lepore, Parker, Allison Olivia, and Rebecca Taylor. "This was Tabitha's idea, and she really had to push your mother to do it," Megan confides. "I think Tabitha was growing weary of all ERF all the time." "Tell me about it," Harper says. Working at the boutique is part of the deal, she knows, but she is, quite possibly, the least qualified woman in America to do so. In the 20 years she's lived on the Vineyard, she has spent a sum total of 2 or 3 minutes thinking about what to wear. Now, as she browses the racks and shelves of dresses and skirts, pants, blouses, summer-weight sweaters, halter tops, shorts, blazers, sandals, belts, scarves, and the impulse buy display of lacy thong underwear and stick-on bras, she sees that maybe she has missed out. The prints, the silks, the sequins, the feathers, it's all alluring, sexy, chic. "I'm going to be frank with you," Megan says. Megan's dishwater blonde hair is pulled back in a sweaty bun, and her pale face is puffed like a marshmallow. Her fingers and ankles are swollen. She is wearing a stretch maternity dress in Kelly green, which makes her look like a vegetable, a pea or a Brussels sprout. "This store has a bad reputation." "How so?" Harper says. "People think we're snooty," Megan says, "because we are snooty. Your mother and your sister train us to sniff out who's buying big and who's not, and we are to treat the customers accordingly. Tabitha doesn't like browsers, and she positively hates try-her-honors." Ainsley nods emphatically. "She complains about them all the time. The people who try on 8 or 9 different outfits but buy nothing." "There are a couple of people she's banned from the store," Megan says. Harper laughs. "Is that even legal?" "No," Ainsley and Megan say together. Megan says she doesn't let men go into the dressing rooms because one time a couple had oral sex in there. "The girl was loud. Everyone heard," Ainsley says. "Good God," Harper says. "Men have to stay in this part of the store," Megan says. She points to 2 leather wing chairs over by the 3-way mirror. "These are the appraising chairs." "Or they can stand," Ainsley says, "but not within peeking distance of the dressing rooms." "Classical music only," Megan says. "I tried Billie Holiday one day." "Mom blew her stack," Ainsley says. "There is one piece of good news," Megan says. Then she places her hands under her prodigious belly and groans. "Braxton Hicks." "Oh dear," Harper says. Harper is getting a funny feeling about Megan. She's like a champagne cork about to pop. "The good news is that Mary Jo's son and daughter-in-law have finally intervened. They're moving her to a retirement community in Maryland, closer to them." "Thank God," Ainsley says. "So you get to hire someone new," Megan says. "Or we can just do it ourselves," Harper says. Megan groans again. "You can't possibly do it yourselves," she says. "You'll lose your mind, I guarantee it. Place an ad and find someone with retail expertise. It doesn't have to be in fashion. Someone responsible but relaxed, firm but friendly. That's what this store needs to become." relaxed and friendly. A place where you're welcomed and remembered and talked to pleasantly, even if you do come in wearing culottes with Skechers. It's up to you guys to change the reputation of the Eleanor Roxy Frost boutique on Nantucket, before it goes under. Under? Harper says. Sales stink, Megan says. That's another thing Tabitha seems to have her head in the sand about. This store has been losing money for years. For the first time in practically ever, Harper feels a pang of sympathy for her mother and sister. In so many ways, they are their own worst enemies. It looks like it's up to her and Ainsley to rescue the store. She can just picture Tabitha and Eleanor shuddering at this thought. I'll give it a shot, she says. It's nearly the end of school. Ainsley has only one half-day left, which she is already pressuring Harper to let her skip. Don't you like the last day? Harper asks. Don't you all sign one another's yearbooks? Ainsley looks at her feet. She's wearing a pair of fancy flip-flops decorated with faux jewels, red, turquoise, yellow. The baubles look like gumballs. Harper was excited to see that Tabitha carries more flip-flops like this, Mystique sandals, in the boutique. Harper is going to get a tortoiseshell pair and wear them all summer long. Ainsley? What? Ainsley says. Each day after school, she has been more somber and withdrawn than the day before. There have been no rides home with Emma or other friends. Just now, in the shop, she was the most lively she's been since her trip to the principal's office. The half-day is pointless. It has something to do with state mandates. No one is going to be teaching. I'd rather be at the boutique. Let me think about it, Harper says. She squints as she steps out of the cool, fragrant boutique onto the bright, busy street. She misses Edgartown, the Vineyard in general. Reed. Reed is gone? Harper has done a gut check every day since Rooster told her this. Does she believe Reed has left the Vineyard, and if so, where did he go? Is he looking for Harper? If he were looking for Harper, where would he go? Where would he think she'd gone? The circular reasoning addles her. He would never guess Nantucket. He knows Tabitha lives here, and he knows Harper and Tabitha don't speak. Furthermore, Vineyarders don't go to Nantucket and vice versa. It's like some weird law. You pick one island or the other. Harper likes caring for Ainsley because it limits the time she has to dwell on such things. Let's get ice cream. Pharmacy, Ainsley says. Not the juice bar. Kids from school will be at the juice bar. Pharmacy it is, then, Harper says. A bell jingles as they walk in the door of the Nantucket Pharmacy. It's that kind of charming, old-fashioned place. There's a Formica lunch counter with vinyl and chrome stools. Ainsley and Harper take seats. There's a man in a shirt and tie sitting at the end of the counter eating a thick tuna salad sandwich on pumpernickel bread. Hey, you, Ainsley says. Hey, Trouble. The man rises from his seat, and Harper realizes it's Ramsay, whom she had lunch with the week before. He scoops up Ainsley and hugs her tightly. Ainsley rests her head on Ramsay's chest and locks her arms behind his back. They are slow to part, and when they do, Harper sees that Ainsley's eyes are misty. She comes right out and confesses, I got suspended. Then she starts to cry. Ramsay gathers her up again, shushes her, plants a kiss in the part of her hair. I see growth, he says, because 6 months ago, you would have treated getting suspended like no big deal, maybe even like a badge of honor. Now at least you know better. Hello, Ramsay, Harper says. Ramsay releases Ainsley and extends a hand to Harper. It's still eerie to me, he says. You two look exactly alike. Ainsley wipes her face with a paper napkin, leans across the counter, and orders a chocolate frappe. What would you like? Ainsley asks Harper. Harper eyes Ramsay's plate. Bag of chips, she says. I prefer salty to sweet. That would have been a dead giveaway, Ramsey says. Tabitha loves her sweets. When she eats, Ainsley says. When she eats, Ramsey concedes. A yellow bag of Lay's appears in Harper's hands. Don't let us keep you from your lunch, she says. She checks the clock. It's 4:30. Or your dinner. Lunch, Ramsey says. I've been working too hard. Aunt Harper and I are going to start working at the boutique, Ainsley says. Mary Jo is moving to Maryland, so we get to hire someone new. Wow, Ramsey says. I was certain Mary Jo would meet her peaceful end while refolding folded sweaters. Do you know anyone who's looking for a job? Harper asks. I do, actually, Ramsey says. He adjusts his glasses. Let me take your cell number. Okay, Harper says. She gives him the number, which he programs into his phone. Then she wonders if it's okay to have given her number to Tabitha's ex-boyfriend. Who should I be on the lookout for? Ramsey clears his throat. Her name is Kaylee, he says. Kaylee Keohane. She was bartending at the Strait Wharf, but she lost her job last week. I know she's pretty desperate for something else. Lost her job? Why? Harper says. Some jerk grabbed her ass and she dumped a drink in his lap, Ramsey says. Management blamed her. Wait a minute, Ainsley says. Is this the girl you're dating? Was, Ramsey says. We parted ways. He gives Harper a look. Ultimately, she was too young. Have her call me, Harper says. She wonders if she can possibly hire Ramsey's ex-girlfriend to work at Tabitha's boutique. The longer she stays here, the more trouble she gets in. She waves at Ramsey. No promises, but send me her info and I'll schedule an interview. It will be interesting, anyway, to meet the woman Ramsey chose to replace Tabitha. Maybe we can hang out some weekend, Ramsey says. You, me, and Ainsley. We could pack a picnic and go to the beach at Ram Pasture. Someone has to show you the island. That's a lovely offer, Harper says, but we have to work. How about a week from Sunday? Ramsey says. The boutique will be closed. Day of rest and all that. I don't know, Harper says. Please, Ainsley says, let's do it. Don't you want to hang out with your friends? Harper asks. Ainsley's face darkens. Not really. Okay, Harper says to Ramsey. That sounds like fun. Thank you. On the way home, Ainsley sips her frappe in silence. I'm not sure about interviewing Ramsey's ex-girlfriend, Harper says, much less hiring her. Do it, Ainsley says. Mom will flip. She was so jealous when Ramsey started dating her. She's young. Just a few years older than me. What do you think about going to the beach with Ramsey on Sunday? Harper says. Is that something you want to do? We could blow him off and just go you and me and fish instead. Fish is fun at the beach. I want Ramsey to come, Ainsley says. Mom and I always went to the beach with Ramsey on Sundays before. I think I need some consistency in my life. Harper laughs, though she's still not quite comfortable with the beach plans. When Harper and Tabitha were growing up, lots of people thought they were interchangeable. They looked exactly alike, so therefore they were exactly alike. But Ramsey isn't that simple, is he? He realizes that Harper isn't Tabitha. Not at all. She has different proclivities and aversions, different passions, a different life philosophy. If he doesn't realize it now, he'll figure it out soon enough. Harper is so consumed with these thoughts as they turn into the driveway and get out of the car that she doesn't notice the front of the carriage house until Ainsley screams. And once Ainsley screams, Fish starts barking from inside. The front door, the porch, and the flagstone walk have been bombarded with raw eggs, probably 4 or 5 dozen of them. In the hot sun, it smells like a sulphurous fart. Harper nearly gags. but she holds herself in check in front of Ainsley. Sadie, she thinks. Sadie has found her here. In blue sidewalk chalk on the flagstone it says, "You suck eggs." Ainsley sees it and squawks. "Emma," she says. "This was Emma. And Candace too, maybe." Harper closes her eyes. Of course it wasn't Sadie Zimmer. For the first time in her life, Harper understands what it feels like to be a parent. She wants to take every bullet. She wants to protect Ainsley from every insult and affront. Harper can handle an egging. But Ainsley races into the house, sobbing, her sparkling flip-flops crunching on the broken shells and sliding through the albumin slime. Harper closes her eyes and sends a brief prayer for strength to the universe. Then the smell gets to her, and she vomits in the bushes. At the beginning of the week, Harper interviews Kaylee alone at a place called the Lemon Press on Center Street, which Kaylee suggested. The Lemon Press has Mocha Joe's coffee and an organic menu. Harper doesn't enjoy food that is aggressively healthy, but she has to admit that the offerings look delicious. Kaylee has ordered an iced jasmine tea and an assortment of avocado toasts, some with radishes, some with heirloom tomatoes, some with hard-boiled egg. Unfortunately, at the sight of the egg, Harper feels queasy, hot, and dizzy. She orders a hot water with lemon. Kaylee is young, too young for Ramsey, and pretty in a wholesome way. Long dark hair, big blue eyes, and a crooked nose that keeps her from being too beautiful. She has a tattoo of a pink ribbon on the inside of her wrist, and initially Harper thinks, uh-oh, tattoo. But when Kaylee sees Harper looking at it, she says, "I lost my mother to breast cancer 3 years ago." Harper feels herself misting up. "I just lost my father," she says. "It's hard." Kaylee reaches a hand across the table and squeezes Harper's forearm. "You're hired," Harper says. She doesn't care if Tabitha objects. Kaylee is going to work at the boutique. Kaylee has a fresh energy, and she looks great in all the clothes. She is bubbly and fun, she needs a job, and she can work whenever Harper schedules her to work. The more hours, the better. She doesn't have any actual retail experience, but she spent all last summer and the first part of this summer bartending at the Strait Wharf, so her people skills and customer service are on point. Also, and possibly most important, she has friends. Lots of friends, many of them girls from privileged families with unlimited discretionary income. Others work in the service industry on Nantucket, making hundreds of dollars in tips per night, and they just might need a new outfit for their days off. When Kaylee takes a tour of the store and picks out her 6 outfits, each one cuter than the last, she says, "I promise you, my friends have no idea you carry lines like Millie and Rebecca Taylor. They think it's just ERF, which is what our mothers wear. We have to get the word out. We have to have a party." They plan the party for Friday, despite Megan saying, "I'm going on the record. Tabitha would not allow a party in here, never mind Eleanor." "We need to lighten things up," Harper says. "We need a new image." "We need customers," Ainsley says. She, even more than Harper, has fallen under Kaylee's spell. Kaylee is kind and solicitous, sort of like an older sister. Harper understands the attraction. Ainsley needs a friend, especially since the egging. But Harper worries that Kaylee is just a little bit too old. She's 22, and her friends go to the bars at night. Crew, Nautilus, the boarding house, the chicken box. Harper has done her damnedest to keep an eye on Ainsley without seeming overbearing. There is always a glass next to Ainsley's bed, and Harper checks at every opportunity to make sure it contains water and not vodka. She sniffs Ainsley's bottles of vitamin water as well. So far, so good. Kaylee posts news of the party on her Facebook page. When she announces that she has 1,100 friends, Harper gasps and sends it to a Nantucket news and social website called Man About Town, as well as to a super hot blog called Nantucket Black Book. When Harper expresses doubt, she feels like they should send out proper invitations or place an ad in the newspaper, Kaylee laughs. "Everything is social media these days," she says. "You're just going to have to trust me." They do their best to transform the space. They dim the lights on the enormous crystal chandelier. Why Tabitha insists on bright light when it's full sunshine outside is beyond Harper. Possibly it's a concession to Eleanor's failing eyesight. They clear the sweaters from the pedestal table in the center of the room, the food will go there, and set up a bar over by the appraisal chairs. "Spillage," Megan says. "There's a reason why no decent store in America allows food or drink. People spill. They don't mean to, but they do. Tabitha had this carpet replaced this spring. I happen to know it cost $18,000. Harper looks down at the carpet. It's a dull silver, the color of nickels. It matches the oyster-colored walls in its understated solemnity, but the silver, pewter, and gray palette screams old age. "I don't care," Harper says. The party is to be a happy hour from 4 o'clock to 5:30. Kaylee, the bartender, makes a Foxy Roxy punch, vodka, champagne, mango nectar, and cranberry. Cranberry, Harper thinks, sure to leave a stain. Harper has prepared big bowls of truffled popcorn, a lavish crudité tray with 3 kinds of dip, and tiny avocado toasts like the ones from Lemon Press, only smaller. Harper wonders if they shouldn't have more food since they're serving alcohol, but Kaylee points out that no one wants to eat a lot before trying on clothes, and that feeling a little buzzed always leads people to spend money. Kaylee and Ainsley's playlist includes Rihanna, Beyoncé, Adele, Norah Jones, Alison Krauss, Miranda Lambert, Diana Krall, Gwen Stefani, and, as the token male, Prince. Harper plans to have Fish on a leash by the front door, hoping he will be the store's best ambassador. There isn't a human alive who doesn't love a husky. At 3:45, Harper is so nervous that she feels dizzy, and she has to sit in the cool dark of the storeroom with her head between her knees. She hasn't thrown a party in recent memory other than at Billy's memorial reception, and that, of course, was an unmitigated disaster. Harper is positive no one will come. People will pass by on their way to more glamorous and fun venues, only peeking in to see Harper, wearing the Roxy because she feels obliged to, although she chose the Cherry Bomb Red version, which has far more sex appeal than the others. Ainsley, looking young and chaste in a white Nanette Lepore eyelet sundress, and Megan, in a stretchy amethyst t-shirt dress that they don't even sell at the store, but it's now the only thing that fits her. The passers-by will catch a whiff of desperation, of trying too hard, of a failing attempt to change the image of ERF, an image so indelible as to be chiseled in cold stone. But they will also see Kaylee in white AG stilts, a brightly patterned off-the-shoulder Rebecca Taylor blouse, and a great pair of wedge sandals, her long hair loose and flowing with one tiny braid off to the side for whimsy, and all of them will want to be just like her. Beautiful, smiling, carefree. Maybe Kaylee can save them. When Kaylee hands Harper a cup of the punch, she takes a sip, but her stomach rears up in protest. It's probably best she stay sober anyway. She joins Ainsley and Megan in pouring herself a cup of sparkling water. At 4:05, Harper ties a navy bandana around Fish's neck and puts out the balloons. Kaylee turns up the music. Megan drops her head into her hands with a groan, and Harper knows she's thinking about what Tabitha would say if she were here. But, Harper thinks as she sips her water, Tabitha isn't here. By 4:15, There are 25 people in the store, half of them either trying on clothes or waiting for a dressing room. And people keep pouring in. Kaylee is handing out punch left and right while Ainsley does the hand selling. "You want the sophistication of an LBD, but you're a redhead, so you should try forest green," Ainsley says. She holds up a silky slip dress that is actually an ERF style Eleanor designed right after her divorce. Megan told Harper that she and Tabitha have nicknamed the dress the Midlife Crisis. It's popular with newly single women and women who have just discovered a husband's infidelity. Tabitha knows how to spot these women in an instant, Megan says. "I'm sure she does," Harper said. Now Megan is behind the cash register ringing up sales, and with each transaction she grows incrementally less morose. "This is working," she says. "I can't believe it." People keep coming. Some of them are friends of Kaylee's. They shriek when they see her, hug her, and announce how much they miss her at the Strait Wharf. "The new guy is such a dud. He needs more cowbell." They tell her how much they love her top, her pants, her shoes. "We sell them all here," Kaylee says. The crowd begets a bigger crowd. Everyone wants to be where the action is. Fish gamely accepts pats on his head and rubs on his back. His tail, curled up and over his hindquarters like a plume, wags for every new customer. He loves the spotlight. Someone feeds him a handful of popcorn. Someone else slips him an avocado toast. He'll be sick later. Of this Harper is certain, but his appeal is undeniable. Joan Osborne sings Midnight Train to Georgia, and some of the women sing along. "Great party," a man's voice says. Harper spins around. It's Ramsey. He's dressed like a Kennedy cousin, as always. Blue striped shirt turned back neatly at the cuffs, navy tie printed with beach balls, khakis, Gucci loafers without socks. He grins. "I've never seen the store this crowded. Ever. Not even close." He looks over Harper's shoulder at Megan. "What do you say, Meg? Maximum number of shoppers at one time before today? 5? 4, Megan says, and even those instances I can count on one hand. "Well, it's all thanks to Kaylee," Harper says. "Thank you for suggesting her. This party was her idea, and as you can see, she's the belle of the ball." Together, Harper and Ramsey look upon the cluster of beautiful young ladies surrounding Kaylee in obvious worship. Harper feels a twinge of jealousy, not for herself, but for Tabitha. Even if Tabitha was the one who broke up with Ramsey, it couldn't have been easy to see him start dating someone as young and magnetic as Kaylee. "Kaylee is a good kid," Ramsey says. Both his tone of voice and his gaze are avuncular. "I thought it would be a Playboy fantasy, dating someone who's 22. Plus, I wanted to piss off your sister." "Yeah," Harper says, "but it was more like babysitting. She cries when she's drunk." "Doesn't everyone?" Harper says. "And I had to explain things," Ramsey says. "She didn't know who Van Morrison was. She didn't know who Bob Dole was. And why would she? She was an infant when he ran for president." "Right," Harper says, thinking of Drew. Poor Drew, who had professed his love for her and changed his Facebook status to "in a relationship." Well, this boutique needs her youthful energy, her fresh ideas. "I'm glad it's working out," Ramsey says. "I just stopped by to lend my support and to remind you about the beach on Sunday. I'll swing by at noon to pick you and Ainsley up." "Oh," Harper says. She still feels uneasy about the beach date, but she can't come up with an excuse that will get her out of it. "Okay." Ramsey blows Ainsley a kiss on his way out. "See you Sunday." Ramsey isn't the only man at the party. As they move into the 5 o'clock hour, all kinds of men wander in. Some of them are servers at restaurants, already wearing white shirts and black aprons knotted at their waists, but there are also guys just off fishing boats and off the golf course. There's a clean-cut kid in a shirt and tie who looks like he stepped out of Ramsey's office. These men shyly accept punch from Kaylee, then self-consciously browse for something they might buy for their girlfriends. Most are clueless. What size should I get? They hold up a skirt in a size 14, shoes in a 5.5. Ainsley tries to help, as does Kaylee. She knows some of these guys and their significant others, and Megan facilitates the impulse buys at the register. They start out with a huge glass jar filled with hanky-panky lace thongs. Megan sells at least one pair to every single man who walks out of the store. Prince sings Kiss. A collective hoot goes up, and women start to dance. Ainsley races over to the iPod and starts to DJ. Soon the store looks like South Beach at 3 a.m. Megan's eyes widen. This keeps getting more and more surreal. Ainsley appears happy, and Harper feels a sense of accomplishment. Tabitha and Eleanor may take umbrage with the party. They may claim that Harper is cheapening the ERF brand with frivolity and fun, but neither of them can argue with the expression on Ainsley's face. Just as Harper is congratulating herself, however, the smile falls from Ainsley's lips as fast as a jumper falls off a bridge. Harper follows her eyes to the front door. 2 girls have just walked in, arms linked. One is dark-haired, one strawberry blonde. Both of them, like Ainsley, look way older than they probably are. The dark-haired one reaches out eagerly for a cup of punch, but Kaylee lifts the punch beyond the girl's reach. "Sorry, but I have to see ID." "At a free party?" the dark-haired girl says. "A free party at a tired old lady boutique?" Harper is about to march over and take care of the little hellcat, but Ainsley steps forward. "Emma," she says. "Candace." "Hey, Ainsley," Emma says, in a voice of mock surprise. "We came to get a dress for Candace. Teddy is taking her out for dinner tonight." Ainsley nods, and Harper sees the brave set of her jaw. Hold steady, Harper thinks. You can do this. "Where are you going?" Ainsley asks. Candace shrugs. "Ventuno?" "Nice," Ainsley says. "He sent her flowers today," Emma says. "He wants her to wear one in her hair tonight. Isn't that the most romantic thing you've ever heard?" Ainsley's eyes harden and, whoa, Harper gets a chill. In that instant, Ainsley looks exactly like Tabitha. Harper knows what's coming. Fuck you, Emma. Go ahead, Harper thinks. Say it. But before Ainsley can speak, there is a shriek loud enough to rise above Hollaback Girl. The sound puts an instantaneous end to the dancing. It came from Megan. She is standing with her legs akimbo, and water gushes out of her onto the sumptuous silver-gray carpeting of the ERF boutique. "My water broke," she cries. "The baby is coming." Tabitha.